GG！恭喜小 herO！ 谁还记得
GG！ 恭喜这次4比3，飞龙在天。
哎，算了，恭喜他夺冠吧。
一把，我靠！
打不过啊，他最后这手感染太凶了。最近半年 ZVP 56-3，给自己点一个赞。 冠军
I don't think Serral has any chance to save this one, but he continues.
It gets killed coming back, and Bunny just doesn't seem to have the numbers in.
Look at that! Didn't even notice the Liberator in the main base, I think. So many probes are going down right now.
Oh my god, they're trying to get back, but they can't, and so many are picked up. A big clump here from Kiri. Tries to split everything up.
Giant force of Fadelings. We're only getting clearing the hell. That's massive. Come! Serral did it all, and he is a well-deserving champion.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition of the Masters Coliseum 8 Playoffs Day number 6. I'm, of course, Show's Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to something a little bit different. Welcome to a catch-up stream. Of course, this broadcast, or these matches that we're about to cover, at least initially, did occur yesterday. And what was happening yesterday? Well, we were casting all day long. We had a 12-hour cast, 12 hours, I think a little bit more than that, of pure non-stop Polish action, Polish StarCraft action, I should say, as we were covering the House Galactic Battle. That is an offline event, a LAN event happening in Poland. Lasted all day. It was an intense cast, but we made it, we survived, and now we are back to do it all over again and have a full day of StarCraft. Let's go. Now, of course, because we were covering the House Galactic Battle, that means that the Masters Coliseum Day 6 broadcast we weren't able to cover live at the time, but we are covering it here and now. Of course, later on tonight, we have Day 7, the final day. I've yet to look at what is going to be happening in Day 7. We're here to catch up initially with Day 6, and then bam, by the time we wrap this up, we'll be diving right into Day 7. That is the plan. That is how we have lined things up. So we have back-to-back broadcasts. After Day 7 of Masters Coliseum, we have, of course, the OSC King of the Hill as well. And let us jump into our first series. Here we go. We have our PvP. We have the upper bracket finals. Protoss versus Protoss. Again, it's been an intense broadcast here for the Masters Coliseum, and no Terrans remaining left in the tournament. Only Protoss and Zerg remain, and in the previous rounds, Protoss reigned supreme, at least against their Zerg counterparts. We saw Reynor fall, we saw Serral fall. They both went down to the lower bracket, and we have herO and MaxPax here duking it out in a best of 7 to determine who makes it on to the grand finals. Let's go. We have herO, the best Protoss in South Korea, and we have MaxPax, the best PvP player in the world. He has the best PvP. That is what MaxPax is renowned for. Despite that, as you can see with their match history, they have been playing a lot, and we have seen herO take MaxPax down in recent times. I would still say it is favored for MaxPax, but herO, he has been able to take maps and take series, and he has been able to fight back more often than not in recent times. We'll see if we can do it again, as we have our vetoes, we have our picks, we have our bans. herO, he vetoes Ultra Love, MaxPax vetoes Whispers of Gold. The MaxPax veto makes the most sense, as that is, of course, the smallest map in the map pool. Rush distance by ground very short as well. Very aggressive map, and herO is known for his aggression. MaxPax, he's known for his greed, so he gets rid of Whispers of Gold. Meanwhile, herO getting rid of Ultra Love also makes sense. Ultra Love is a very defendable map, especially in PvP, because of the ramp coming into the natural, so he gets rid of Ultra Love. And now we have every other map available. Game 1, El Dorado. That has to be a herO pick. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Likewise, Abyssal makes sense for a MaxPax pick as well, as the series will commence. Let's go. We have our PvP. After this best of 7, we have another best of 7. We have a ZVZ between Serral and Reynor. As we mentioned, both Serral and Reynor did fall to these two players, MaxPax and herO, and now they are forced to face off in the lower bracket in the elimination round. They have to knock each other out for one of them to have a chance at redemption. Meanwhile, these two players, regardless of who wins and who loses, they will still be in the tournament. There is still that low bracket, that safety net to catch them, to catch whoever falls. Let's go. Let us go. And again, it is, I mean, Massive Coliseum has been running all month long, even actually December. It began in December. We covered the qualifiers, covered the group stage, covered the playoffs as well. It has been an intense January, an intense start of the year is what I will say, especially with Little League Cup. That's a big cup. Jesus, that's a massive cup. Oh my god. It has been a very, very intense kind of month here, and we are nearing the end of Massive Coliseum, as we are going to be crowning our champion tonight. Let's go. Tonight we will crown our champion. And again, when it comes to MaxPax's PvP, there's a reason as to why in recent times herO has been getting the better of MaxPax. The reason for that is the meta of PvP has changed, especially with the removal of the shield battery overcharge and the introduction of the NG overcharge as well. It has had people just take different approaches to the openers. Likewise, herO has been actually embracing the MaxPax opener more often than not, and it's been really cool to see herO actually play economically and play macro against MaxPax instead of the usual all-ins. Still mix it in from time to time, don't get me wrong, he does mix it up, but he is more than willing to have more tricky mid-game plays instead against MaxPax, which we have seen succeed. Likewise, we expect the same thing at a MaxPax every game. We expect a gate cyber expand into Stargate. MaxPax, he's very much so a player on iteration, and he very much so has a certain way of playing his matchups. So he does kind of commit to them, doesn't really deviate too much out of the norm. He's a very stock standard player, a little bit predictable as a result, but despite that, I mean, there's a reason why MaxPax has the best PvP in the world. Despite his predictability, I mean, he still wins anyway. Like, you could recognize, oh, he's gonna cut corners, he's gonna be greedy, I'm gonna all in him, and he'll defend, and he'll just kill you. And like, he'll survive the all in anyway. He's crazy like that. He is crazy, he is wild. As again, we are getting ready here for the beginning of our best of 7. We are getting things ready. Whew. And we will soon be jumping in. But again, it's going to be a full day of StarCraft. I don't think that today we're going to have like a 12-hour broadcast again, but I'm feeling at least like 8 hours. Like 3 events. Massive Coliseum into Massive Coliseum into OSC KoTH. I'm feeling around 8 hours, and hopefully we're okay. Oh my guys, we are jumping into game number 1. And in the top right-hand corner, we have herO for Weibo Gaming. And in the bottom left, we have MaxPax for Psystorm. Here we go. And again, welcome one and all to El Dorado. El Dorado, as Legalite does say, 72% in favor of MaxPax. Makes sense. As we've been saying, MaxPax historically has had the best PvP in the world. I do think that Legalite doesn't necessarily weight more recent matches as highly as historical matches. So I would say this is closer than 72% in favor of MaxPax. But I'm thinking like 60-40 sort of thing because of those recent results. But we'll see. We'll see as we are going to be opening up. And both players throw down their pylons and gateways on the low ground at the natural. Let's go. And again, this makes sense. We also have been mentioning how herO has been embracing this style of play as well. We should be seeing gate into Cybercore, into Double Gas, Stargate, then the expansion. We'll keep an eye on our players. You can see that herO is getting a faster second gas geyser than MaxPax. If MaxPax delays his second gas geyser any longer, then most likely he wants to go for a faster Nexus and cut corners. Oh, but there's the gas. Okay, gas has now been taken for MaxPax. A little bit later than that of herO's, but it is going to be on the way. And with the current openers here, the goal is to delay the expansion. The goal for this probe from herO and the probe from MaxPax is delay the Nexus, delay the expansion, and force the Stargate out of the opposing player, and force out this Zealot as well. If they are successful in doing so, then we should be seeing Phoenix Wars. If both heroes force to throw down the Stargate, if MaxPax is on Stargate as well, if they both see each other, then you start Phoenix production, and then you enter Phoenix Wars. That is how Phoenix Wars are born here in this kind of opener. As you can see, both Zealots are on the way to both players. Probes are in position to delay, and so far they are doing well. Cybercore is done. There's a pylon block, and there's a Stargate from the side of herO, and we should be seeing a Stargate from MaxPax. Yep, there it is. Stargate is on the way. So welcome one and all to Phoenix Wars. As we did mention, this is typically how they are, they come to existence here in PvP. There's no way else about it. Like, this is the only correct move after being pylon blocked in such a way. And because both players see each other's Stargate, you have to make Phoenixes. Can't make anything else. If you make an Oracle, the Oracle's just going to die, and then you're behind. If you make a Void Ray, the Void Ray is just going to be overwhelmed, and then you're behind. You have to make Phoenixes, and then you have to keep making Phoenixes, and then you don't stop. like once you start, you're locked in. Now, there are some certain power spikes when it comes to Phoenix Wars, and we'll get there, like, eventually. Likewise, we can see MaxPax MaxPax moving out with that Adept. Ground units can be actually quite effective here in this matchup, especially early on, because Phoenixes are quite limited in how they can actually deal with ground-based units, especially when you have a low Phoenix count. Meanwhile, here comes the Adept. The wall is open. Does shade in. Up. Does shade in towards the main. Stalkers there dealing with the pylon at least. The Adept does not commit to the shade, but gets one probe kill. Very nicely done. The Adept is going to go down, but will delay the expansion even further, as MaxPax's base is already on the way. That's a big win for MaxPax, as he will be ahead economically. Now we see the Nexus for herO. Phoenix production is continuing. And MaxPax, he is making a Stalker to reinforce herO. He does move out with his first 2 Stalkers just to try to apply some pressure, but he shouldn't really be able to get too much done here, especially with this defensive stance from MaxPax. I say that the Phoenixes, they come in to reinforce. Shield battery is on the way. herO, he is up that one Stalker. Does have a Stalker lead. With that, he could try to overwhelm, and now he backs off. He backs off, respects the production, respects the shield battery, pulls away. And now we can embrace Phoenix Wars. Now from here, we should soon be seeing a second Stargate for double Phoenix production. That is going to be a big power spike. If one player's second Stargate is more delayed than the other, then there is going to be a window in time where one player is going to be like up 1 or 2 Phoenixes, and that small Phoenix lead can snowball into a win. That's also why a lot of people aren't really too fond of this mashup, or I say this mashup of Phoenix Wars, because all it takes is if you're up 1 Phoenix, if you're down 1 Phoenix, that can cost you the game. Then and there. Speaking of, their second Stargate. Second Stargate has been thrown down, so just like that herO, there is in fact going to be a window where he's going to be up a Phoenix. Never mind, it's going to be a very small window, as MaxPax is only a couple of seconds behind with his own Stargate. So only behind a couple of seconds, as he is going to be building up. Both players are going to have quite comparable armies. Now, when it comes to another big power spike, that is going to be once we get into the Fleet Beacon, into Phoenix range. That's going to be another big moment. Outside of that, both players are going to be fishing for any initial strong fight. If they can get the first volley off and kill 1 Phoenix ahead of time, I mean, that can just be game. Meanwhile, these Stalkers are going to be lifted. The Phoenixes, they do maintain themselves. Oh! herO, let's be so careful. So does MaxPax. The pick in herO, he is up that 1 Stalker. He does have a slight advantage. Reinforces with a second Stalker as well, and MaxPax, he has to back off. He just does not have enough. So MaxPax, he gets bullied back. herO, he does retreat, as MaxPax did not take the bait to fight. As you can see, your Phoenix counts are neck and neck for the time being, except for those 2 Stalkers. Like, that is added extra DPS in favor of herO. And again, we're just waiting for the 3rd base location, the Fleet Beacon potentially as well. I love that MaxPax, this probe here, and like MaxPax, he's so good at this in Phoenix Wars, where pylons can actually be so effective here. The probe is coming in for a pylon block. As you can imagine, Phoenixes, they cannot destroy buildings. So if there's a pylon blocking your expansion, then herO can't really do anything about it. But that's also why it's important that herO still maintains 2 Stalkers. 1 Stalker goes down. Okay, not bad. 1 Stalker left for herO. Again, that is the only thing that can destroy buildings, that destroy that pylon. Zell coming in to reinforce for MaxPax. If the pilot finishes, MaxPax, he can start up shield battery production ahead of time. Also scout his opponent as well. Get a better idea of what's going on. That pylon should go down. You can see herO, he's there to protect that Stalker. Is there to protect. MaxPax getting his own 3rd base. herO, he was much faster to expand towards the south. So faster 3rd for herO. Pylon goes down. You can see both players just stacking up their Phoenixes as best they can. The reason why is if the Phoenixes are stacked, then they all shoot at once. They all shoot at the same time. If they're spread out, then some of them will be slightly out of range and they won't shoot the first volley. Up! Ooh, and MaxPax does shoot first. He gets 1, he gets 2. Yo, is that game? That might just be too much here. Yeah, better engage for MaxPax. Takes down 2, 3, 4. Still that from here he overwhelms. You see here MaxPax with a Phoenix lead. herO, he backs up. MaxPax doesn't commit. 3rd Stargate on the way. Fleet Beacon as well, I believe, for MaxPax first. As Phoenix range is in production. herO, he actually got a 3rd Stargate. Interesting. So herO with triple Stargate production, he can overwhelm. Meanwhile, MaxPax, given time, he will have the first shot with that Phoenix range upgrade. But that 3rd Stargate, not something that I was really expecting. And as a result, even though herO did take a worse trade there, he is actually able to recover in the Phoenix count, in the overall Phoenix count. A big part of this is his better economy as well. He does have a faster saturation at his 3rd. I'd love to know what the Phoenix numbers are looking like right now. What are we looking at? As here he does stack up. Trying to catch out MaxPax. Coming in from behind. Oh! Yeah, it does flank the army. It will catch him out. And again, herO, he's up 2. Yeah, he's up 2 Phoenixes. Yeah, massive win for herO. Does commit, does engage. Despite MaxPax winning the fight earlier, he wasn't really as bold to chase herO down. And with that, I believe herO should be able to maintain that Phoenix lead. Phoenix range is now done for MaxPax, but despite getting the first shot off, it may not matter if he's just overwhelmed. As now we get a 3rd Stargate for MaxPax, but considering it's a mirror matchup and that herO, he just merely has a production advantage, he's just going to be perpetually ahead in Phoenixes. Is just ahead. Go based on the way. herO, he did win that previous fight. He backs up. And he's just getting ready to take another engagement here. And MaxPax, he's stuck at home. You can see here, a 6 Phoenix lead. Oh my god. It's just getting bigger and bigger. It's just getting larger over time. That's the reality here. The longer this goes on, the better it is for herO. Mothership's on the way. That is going to be a big moment for MaxPax, where he has Cloak available. That is true. But he needs time for that Mothership. Likewise, herO now going for his own Fleet Beacon. He's going for his own Fleet Beacon. Mothership's still on the way. herO, I feel like he should be a little bit more proactive here. Like, considering his advantage, again, he's up 8. He's up 8 Phoenixes. Jesus Christ. 20-12. If he doesn't engage soon, then the Mothership is going to be a big factor here in favor of MaxPax. But at the same time here, he doesn't know that he's ahead. He should be somewhat aware, but not feeling as confident. Now he's going to his own Phoenix range. 4th Stargate on the way. Mothership is going to pop in. Now, when it comes to the Mothership here, currently there is 0 detection for herO. So activating Cloak is going to be actually a massive factor and a big utility kind of spell coming in for MaxPax. We can activate Cloak, he can protect his Phoenixes, and he can get a lot of volleys off. Now, once herO realizes what's going on, he needs an Oracle. He needs an Oracle and Revelation. Without it, MaxPax, he can take a fight even being down in the army supply. As for the Mothership, there's Cloak. And Cloak gets activated. herO, he has to back up. And he needs an Oracle. Does fight the Phoenixes out of range of the Mothership, though. MaxPax, he overextends. See here, he's up only 5 Phoenixes now. Not 8, not like before. Now he has range. Trying to come in from behind. A bit of a messy fight. There we go. Does Kai well. There's a slow zone. Moves out of the slow zone, takes out more Phoenixes, and I believe herO, he still maintains the lead. Yeah, there we go. He's up 9, he's up 10. Oh my god. Not as much. But he's still up in those Phoenixes, and he can take the fight. He can, and he will. Nice target firing as well. Does focus at the Phoenixes. Now going for the Mothership. Oof. And one more volley. Mothership will fall, and MaxPax, he is overwhelmed. Again, that 3rd Stargate was a big move for herO, and ever since, he's just been ahead. GG gets called, and herO, playing it carefully, playing it safe, takes the lead in the series. Whew. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. herO, he does take a lead. Again, winding it back for those that are curious in this Phoenix War, everything was even. They were both keeping up with each other initially, and then herO, he was able to get a faster third base, faster saturation, better economy. With that, he afforded a much earlier 3rd Stargate, and he was able to outproduce MaxPax for an extended period of time. There was a point where herO, who was up 6, then up 8 Phoenixes, and with that, he just overwhelmed. So the reality is that he was able to just outproduce MaxPax. The big advantage that MaxPax had was 1, the Fleet Beacon and Phoenix range, 2, the Mothership. Those are the 2 things that were going in his favor, but we saw a bit of miscontrol out of MaxPax, moving out of range of the Cloak, and likewise we saw that herO was able to respect that position quite a bit, able to just back up, able to take it slow, take it steady, and just still maintain that higher Phoenix count and make use of it as well, and overwhelm MaxPax. GG. GG, well played. herO takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Now, Abyssal Reef is going to be, I believe this is MaxPax's map of choice. It is one of the more macro maps. It's a very large map, very defendable. We expect MaxPax to go for the same build. Here, herO, he has options. He could likewise mirror MaxPax and go for the same thing and go for a gate into Cybercore, into Nexus. But I mentioned before that herO, what I appreciate about his PvP, like his PvP has changed so much over the past 2 months. Like, if you've been watching herO the past, like, throughout January, December, and end of November, herO, his PvP has changed drastically since what it used to be back in 2024, and or at least 2024 proper, I should say, like the EWC season and before that. herO, he is so much more willing to embrace these more economic builds and have these quirky styles in PvP, and I mean, it's been amazing to see. And here we go, in the bottom right hand corner, we have herO for Weibo Gaming. In the top left, we have MaxPax for Sidestorm Gaming. Let's go. Now we are setting up on the high ground here, and we'll see if herO does mirror MaxPax or if he does adjust and adapt. What I'm getting at when it comes to his openers, we have seen time and time again herO even outgreed MaxPax and go for a Nexus before the Cybercore or Nexus before the Stargate in this kind of situation. We've seen him go for the more economic opener and then go into a fast blink transition instead to try to catch out his opponent off guard. Likewise, going into faster robo, into faster immortal production. Like, there are different variations here from herO, and he has been a lot more flexible, I will say, coming into the off season, coming into this latest patch, I should say, of PvP. I mean, they come hand in hand, the off-season and the latest patch. And we'll see how herO does mix it up. Likewise, MaxPax should be going for the same, should be going for just a gateway, just Cybercore into Stargate. Stream is all Dragon Ball. Exactly. Gah. I hope you're ready to yell for 3 episodes and then transform. Let's go. The question is, who's going to transform? Are we going further beyond? Teach my dragon how to ride a bull? Is that what it is? I can't quite recall the lyrics of Head Chala. Something like that. MaxPax isn't even his final form yet. True. It's not even his final form. Oh, no. He still has his eyebrows. He has to get rid of them. For now, I should also emphasize, it is going to be the Stargate opener. Stargate opener from both players, and this is what I've been talking about here. MaxPax rushing to an earlier Stargate, herO going for his a little bit later here. Once again, we just see herO going for a faster Nexus. I mentioned this before, actually, in the lead up to this game, how herO, he has been one to outgreed MaxPax and go for earlier bases, like this, for example. Earlier Nexus for herO, later Stargate. Because the later Stargate here, he should be going for a Phoenix opener, as MaxPax did open Oracle, and MaxPax does not know what's going on. He's in the dark. It's on MaxPax's scout, but now he's going to be zoned away. Zelda up here on the low ground. There we go. Phoenix production has begun for herO, and the Oracle is zooming across the map. Oh, Adept Shades in. A big win here for MaxPax. Now he knows he's aware of the Phoenix. There is a shield battery in the mineral line. Zelda's being chased down. Oracle does dive in, going for the sentry. Gets a probe, going for the sentry as well. I like this move here by MaxPax, trying to get some value. He will get the sentry, but it's going to cost him the Oracle. And the Oracle is going to go down. Does have to recall. Up! Ooh, the recall fails though. Yeah, recall's not in time. Oracle falls. Does get 3 probes, so nice economic damage. With this, MaxPax does take a slight economic lead. But herO is up in Phoenixes, and we have a very interesting twist of fate where now MaxPax is forced to transition into Blink Stalkers. And usually it's on the other foot here. Usually it's the opposing player that has to go into Blink Stalkers, and MaxPax is going Mass Phoenix. So very interesting dynamic here. Now herO, he does make 3 Phoenixes for map control, and he's switching into a Robo. Now the reason for this, herO, he knows he's going to be down in Stalkers. Straight up, he's going to be behind in the Stalker count, and he's going to be behind in the Blink count. So how do you make up for that? You have less Stalkers, you don't have Blink. What do? Immortals. Immortals should be on the way for herO. That is kind of like the rock, paper, scissors. If your opponent has one thing, then you need the other to survive. So we should be seeing Immortal production. Meanwhile, Phoenix, as they poke in, they get 2 probes. Just like that, herO does take a worker lead. Oh, the Shark. Get out of here, Shark. God damn it. He just wants attention. Every time. Every time. As with that, another 2 workers falling. Say shade in towards the natural. Ooh, catching. MaxPax a little bit off guard. Phoenixes are still being active. There we go. Immortal has begun. Now the question becomes, how many Immortals is herO going to have in time for this push? As herO, ooh, he's expanding, is getting a 3rd base. I mean, on the one hand, this makes sense. This is a very large map, very macro map as well. But MaxPax, it looks like he's going for an all-in. He's getting his proxy set up. He has 3 gates back at home. I believe there's a proxy 4th gate here for MaxPax. He's committing 4-gate Blink Stalker. The proxy has been found. But can he stop it? Can a herO survive? He needs that Immortal. The Immortal's on the way. I'm not so sure if herO can hold on to this 3rd. He's going to try to. Shield battery is done. 1 Stalker goes down. Good pickup. But again, MaxPax just has an overwhelming Stalker army. And herO may have just been too greedy. As MaxPax, he dives in. It takes 1, 2, 3 volleys to take down the Immortal. That was a lot of volleys, but the Immortal does go down, and that still might just be enough. As we have a 2nd Immortal on the way. herO, he needs a little bit more time. The Immortal has arrived. Ooh, does focus on the Stalkers. And the Phoenixes, they barely do survive as well. Impressive. 2nd shield battery did complete. 3rd shield battery's on the way. herO, he's holding. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for MaxPax. He needs to do more critical damage. Resetting the Immortal count is not good enough. Oh. MaxPax is looking to get into the mineral line, picking up a couple of probes. But MaxPax is down 10 workers. He needs more damage. Adepse shading towards the natural. herO, does he keep up? Let's pick up on the Phoenix. Down to 2. 2 Phoenixes left. Probe's going to be going down. That's a lot of economic damage. herO not quite paying attention in time. Does not paying attention. Likewise, Immortal does rally forward. Oh, the boys are being pulled. Oh, God. herO, not like this. Immortal goes down. herO, he does overextend on the right. And likewise, on the left, he's being crippled as 13 probes go down. Yeah, some big miscontrol here by herO. Leading out the 2nd Immortal. Again, the first one shouldn't have died. And with that MaxPax, he might be able to overwhelm this. A 3rd Immortal has arrived just in time. And herO holds. herO does hold, but MaxPax, he did a lot of damage here. He killed 2 Immortals, he killed a Phoenix, and he was able to kill 13 probes. MaxPax, he is still in this game. Still behind, but still in this game. As herO maintains his worker advantage. I'm sure MaxPax was hoping to at least kill the expansion, but did well for himself here. Behind this, getting into upgrades, into his own rover production, gateway explosion for MaxPax. Likewise, herO getting into his own blink, and even into a 2nd forge. Let's go. He's getting to a 2nd forge. herO building up. Meanwhile, we just see MaxPax going for the Warp Prism before any Immortal production. Interesting. Going into Charge of Archon. Going into the go-to mid-game composition, at least MaxPax is. And here is still building up and focusing and fixated on Stalkers and Immortals. Has yet to really embrace Charge Lots or Archons. Not yet. So MaxPax, he is taking up, but he does have the worst economy currently and the smaller army. But he is pushing. He is pushing out. Here does rotate over. Rotating towards the natural. Potentially towards the 4th. MaxPax, he is yet to commit. Jesus, that's 4 Immortals for herO. Ay. That's a lot of Immortals. So here he has an ideal army against Stalkers, but what about Chargel? So this is where Archons are a must. Without Archons, without Disruptors, it's going to be difficult to engage. Speaking of, we do have the Bay on the way for herO, so it looks like he's intentionally skipping Zealots, sorry, skipping Archons, and going straight for Disruptors instead. Technically, it could go into Colossus as well. It's a little bit more niche. So right towards the left-hand side. Making the way into the middle line. Cannon is in position. And he does off the Immortals. But the shield wipers are too good. The Immortal does survive. Here he does hold the line. Forcing back the Zealots. The Bay is now done. And show us what you got. Is it going to be the Disruptor or the Colossus? Oh, as Zealots say, take down the cannon. Uh-oh. 5 probes going down. MaxPax, he's catching up with the economy. Is catching up. Getting 8 probe kills. And there it is, Colossus. So again, Colossus, as we were kind of alluding to, is an alternate version or an alternate way of dealing with Archons. Sorry, of replacing an Archon, I should say. Dealing with a gateway composition, where they provide a lot of splash damage. The downside, of course, is that it does take up otherwise Disruptor production or Immortal production, as it makes use of the Robo, of course. And you only make 1 at a time. So here he needs time to build up. But again, he has taken the defensive stance here in this game. The defender's role. Second Robo for herO to make up for his otherwise deficit in production. Bay now on the way for MaxPax. He should be working towards Disruptors himself. And so far here, he is maintaining himself. He's holding on. He's going to be able to hold on. MaxPax likewise just posturing. herO, he shouldn't be pushing without his Colossus, of course, so he's still building up his Colossus counts and just focusing on defending. There we go. Second Colossus has arrived. Now Disruptor production has begun. herO, the first to take into Disruptors. MaxPax still posturing. Still looking for a way in. Starting up his own Disruptors. Now, despite the fact that herO has had a better economy coming into this game state, and I would say has had the better army, the reality is that now both players have Disruptors, and this could go either way. It comes down to the control. It comes down to the unit control. How well does herO avoid Novas? How well does MaxPax avoid them? How well do they connect? It all comes down to the Disruptors. The balls, papi. The Dragon Balls, if you will. Ah, let's go. It's time. It's time for the 2 Protoss to clash here. MaxPax does try to dip in. So Ramai runs into Colossus, almost brings it down. Oh my god, the Colossus is getting very low. Does get low, Nova's gonna be going up. Massive connections. Good start, Stalkers do go down. At the same time picking off 1 Disruptor, but that's a good start for MaxPax, and you can see here the supply. MaxPax is the first to max out. Ooh. Prism goes down though. MaxPax here overextends. Wasn't expecting the cannons in the main. Here he's holding, and he's catching up a supply. But again, what matters most here is not necessarily the supply, but how many Disruptors. How many Disruptors, how many Novas do you have available? So far, 3 for herO, likewise 3 for MaxPax. Nova goes up. Doesn't connect. herO shoots first. Neither one does connect either. Main army's collapsing in. 4th Disruptor has arrived for MaxPax. As he's looking to push out. Again, mainly a Disruptor Stalker army. And herO's army is much more immobile here. I'm referring to the Immortals, the Colossus. It's much more difficult for these units to avoid Novas. Nova goes up, forces out the blink. 1 Disruptor goes down, forces friendly fire. Oh my god, herO, calm down. Does force friendly fire. Again, herO having a hard time controlling this army, as he cannot push too far in. Otherwise he gets punished like this. Oh no! Ooh, massive connection. 3 disruptors and a Colossus go down. And MaxPax here, these Novas, they're connecting. Immortals just trying to brute force their way through. The base is going to go down. At the same time, Max is going for massive counterattack. Another Nova! Oh my god, herO! He takes all the Novas to the face. All of them to the face. He's like Spirit with Storm. Oh my god. The Novas. herO pushing in towards the production. The robos are exposed. But here he has to respect the army. Another disruptor goes down. herO, his disruptor count gets reset. Yeah, completely reset at this point. The disruptors, the immortals, they do fall. herO behind this going to more disruptors of his own. Both players, they do plummet in supply, but these have been better trades for MaxPax. What's most important about these trades, even though we have similar supplies, is that MaxPax, he wasn't losing disruptors. So his disruptor count has been building up over time. And herO's has not. herO does zone the army away. Pulling back his Colossus, I believe, are getting caught out. Oh, almost. As herO does find these Dark Templar. Now, what I will say is that herO, he has been trading worse. That is true, but he has a better economy, so he can afford some of these losses a little bit more. Novas, they do connect. They graze the Stalkers. herO going to be rotating. herO, he is maxed out. Mainly with a gateway composition. Can he avoid these Novas? Can he control this well? MaxPax, he's out of position. The Novas, they zone away. Novas, they zone away. herO's going straight for the production. Going straight for the natural. One disruptor does fall. Robos are going down. They're both under fire. Yeah, big connections here for herO. Takes down both Robos. Massive pickoffs. That means MaxPax, he can't make any more disruptors. He can't make any more. MaxPax, does he notice? As he has yet to throw anything else down. Trading with the army. More disruptors on the way for herO. MaxPax just reinforcing with Zealots. I mean, he still has a very high disruptor count, that is true. And herO, he is now down in supply. There we go. Robo's now on the way. Just noticed. There's one Robo on the way for MaxPax. herO pushing in. From here, going to be forced to pull back. herO, this army is so exposed, and MaxPax, he can just go for the dive if he spots it. Up, if he sees. Yeah, the other dives in, gets one, gets 2 disruptors. Nova goes off. Massive connection! And that's what herO was looking for. Massive connection in favor of herO. Sometimes one is all you need, but that's still a lot of disruptors for MaxPax. herO, he rotates, does find the Zealots. Hashing them out. MaxPax moving in. Oh. So far, herO, he's buying time. Rotating towards left hand side, forcing a recall. Does force a recall. No disruptors here. I believe herO does have the larger Stalker count. He can overwhelm this. Uh-oh. Can overwhelm this army. herO, he rotates. Looking for those disruptors. Nova goes up. Doesn't connect. Stalker's in, caught out. MaxPax is out of position. Again, half his army's towards the bottom left-hand side of the map. MaxPax, yes, to race on Nova. Nova's they go, they connect. Yeah, disruptors are going down the base as well. And MaxPax a little bit indecisive with that army. You can see he's thinking about maybe counterattacking, maybe going back home. He turns back around. He's coming back home. Ooh, but then, oh my god, the Novas, they just crash into the army. GG gets caught. MaxPax losing everything. And herO takes game number 2. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Sorry, I should say herO did have the stronger start. herO did have the stronger initial start here against MaxPax, was able to get the better economy for most of the early to mid game. Then MaxPax had the better unit control. He was able to land some insane novas on herO. Despite that, herO, there were some pivotal moments where he was able to get on top of the production. Remember, he sniped 2 robos. So, and actually, the second robo never got rebuilt. Only one was on the way towards the end and actually didn't even finish, or I think it was finishing up by the end of the game itself. MaxPax, he was torn apart. He bled out units over time. We saw a couple of novas in favor of herO. And again, the forced recall towards the left-hand side did leave MaxPax so exposed. As his disruptors, they were on their own. He got caught out, got surrounded. GG. Ah, no. Just caught up in the chat. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have herO for Wheel Gaming. In the top right, we have MaxPax for Psystorm. And again, the pressure is on MaxPax, as he is down in the series. And he does have some wiggle room here. He does have some, you know, some freedom when it comes to dropping some games here and there, but that freedom is about to dry up, I should say. One more loss, and here is going to be a match point. Now we do have our initial openers. MaxPax going for the gate, cyber expand. herO taking a breath there. Looking a little bit stressed, actually. I mean, he is in a good position in the series, but it's still MaxPax. And as we mentioned, like, MaxPax, he has the best PvP in the world. 2 gate opener for the first time. For the first time this series, 2 gate opener. MaxPax, he scouts, he confirms, and this means that herO, he has the option to 1 base all in. He could go for the 1 base all in. Cybercore's on the way. My eyes are on that probe before herO coming in for the scouts. Does go in. Checking the natural. Now, it is a 2 gate opener. There is a chance that herO goes for a sentry into Nexus, where he skips the second unit. That is true. That is an option. Meanwhile, if you recall, MaxPax should be going for the faster Stargate after the Cybercore. We'll see who takes the economic lead. Cybercores are done. There it is. Stargate for MaxPax, as we expected. From the side of herO, he's opening up double Stalker. Interesting. Okay, double Stalker is very aggressive. A very aggressive start here by herO. With this, he can reinforce with a 3rd and 4th Stalker to apply pressure to try to break the natural. Question becomes, does herO throw down a proxy? Does he commit? As that is going to be a Stargate follow-up. Interesting. Is he going to go into Phoenixes? Meanwhile, going for the pylon and cyber block. Oh my god. Very committed. Here he delays the expansion. Does delay MaxPax. Pylon's going to be killed, and here he has the option to cancel the Cybercore before it finishes. We'll see if he does. It's going to be the Oracle open out of MaxPax, and again, here I'm curious if he opens up Phoenix again. This is feeling very similar to game number 2. Was it game 2? Yeah, game 2. On Abyssal, which did open in a similar fashion. Hero is going to be the first to expand, and the hero should be opening Phoenix here. The Cybercore is done. Ooh, as here, he's actually supply blocked. Oh god. That should not have happened. Wait, did he cancel the Stargate? No, he didn't cancel, but he is supply blocked. So big supply block for Hero. There we go. Finally, we have the Phoenix on the way, but this is a late Phoenix for Hero, and you can see him shake his head. And it was not meant to be supply blocked. Oracle pokes in, and the Oracle should get away. Ideally, the Phoenix would have been done by now, and then you can chase down the Oracle. But now MaxPax has more time to back off, to reposition. Does commit. Phoenix should shut this down. Does he recall in time? Nah, not at all. The Phoenix will get the kill. Good start. Despite the supply block, actually good start for Hero. And MaxPax, did he finish that second Oracle? It looks like he canceled. A little bit indecisive. He starts a Phoenix, cancels the Phoenix. Working towards Blink. And again, this is very similar to Game 2, where Hero did gain a lead early on. MaxPax killing a couple of workers. Here he commits across the map. He does have the advantage. Can he catch out the Stalker? Nah, not quite. The Stalkers, they get away in time. Otherwise, they would have gone down. The shield battery will help. But herO. He's going to be committing. The boys have to be pulled. MaxPax, he's in trouble. Does lift one Stalker. Nice control out of herO. He falls away. The Stalker goes down. And MaxPax, he holds. He does hold. Meanwhile, 6 probes. Oh my god. 5 probes going down. 6 probes going down. Yeah, I wasn't sure if this second Oracle was cancelled or not. It looks like it did finish. And herO, he assumed that it wasn't made. There's the recall, and just like that, MaxPax has a massive lead. He survived the push. He does take a worker advantage. His Oracle more than paid for itself. herO's behind. herO, he is now behind. And I would say he's now all in at this point. Like, he needs to do some critical damage. But the problem is, as the game goes on, it's getting better and better for MaxPax. So again, herO, he gambled. He assumed there was no second Oracle. Alas, he assumed wrong. Was caught out, does commit. The boys are being pulled. And with the help of these 2 shield batteries, MaxPax, he should be able to hold on. 1 Stalker goes out, and they have arrived that will help assist here against those probes. Shading towards the main. Shading behind the main army. Once again, lifting up those Stalkers. We do have the NG overcharge, and despite killing 11 probes, herO, he shouldn't be able to break through this. I say shouldn't. He does get one of the Stalkers. Going for the second Stalker. And it looks like he barely will lose another Phoenix. Gets a second Stalker. And another. The shield is out of energy. herO, can he break through this? No shot. No shot. Blink is done for MaxPax. Does get away. Does pull back. More boys being pulled. Not gonna lie, I'm impressed here by how much damage herO has done. herO is still down in workers, but does trade 1 for 1. Not quite. Losing one of his Stalkers. More reinforcements have arrived. herO pushing in. With Blink control, Max actually should be fine. He should be able to preserve his army. herO just trying to trade out, but these are still rough trades for herO. And GG gets called. He was completely all in. And MaxPax, he holds. He puts a point on the board. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. Okay, we have a series. We have a back and forth. GG went all in here. I mean, herO, he hasn't gone for it yet, but we'll see what opener he does embrace. As in the top right hand corner, we have herO for Able Gaming. And in the bottom left, we have MaxPax for Psystorm. And again, that last game, it was a risky move for MaxPax to make the second Oracle. It was more than worth it, as he was able to get across the map and wreak havoc, of course. And behind that, it was all about just defending, just surviving. Had 3 shield batteries on the low ground. Did survive well enough. He was able to pull back in time as well without getting caught out by the Phoenixes. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We have a back and forth. We have a series here. And can MaxPax tie it up? We're here to find out. Here to find out. Now, when it comes to the amygdala, the rush distance spike ground is quite long. It's quite a long rush distance spike ground. There is no ramp coming into the natural, so it is a little bit more unsafe to try to go for greedy builds and go for these earlier expansions. But we'll see if MaxPax can get away with it. Likewise, we'll see if herO goes for it as well. Once again, 2 games in a row, 2-gate opener out of herO. Okay. So it is a 2-gate opener. Now, with a 2-gate opener, herO, he might go for his own proxy. He might go for his own 1-base all-in. That is an option. We'll keep an eye on the first 2 units. As a reminder, last game, herO did open up double Stalker. Double Stalker into a 3rd and 4th Stalker as well. Like herO, he was very aggressive and very committed last game. We can see that herO, it looks like he does plan on hiding his pylon. You can see on the minimap, he does have a probe towards the top side. It is, I believe, for a fake proxy pylon, not a real one. As MaxPax, he is looking for the pylon, trying to figure out what's going on. He now knows that the pylon is missing, and is it real or is it fake? I mean, we can see that there's nothing quite with it, at least not yet. herO looks like he abandons the pylon, so he's not going to be sticking around to throw down a building. And once again, double Stalker. Interesting, double Stalker. The probe comes back around. Are we going for a proxy Stargate? Are we committing? MaxPax, he is looking for that pylon. Twilight Council. Okay, interesting maneuver. Oh no, he checks, he scouts, he confirms, and now he knows what's going on. Whew, okay, I was gonna say this could be a 1-base proxy Dark Shrine into DTs, or it could be a 1-base Blink-based all-in. Regardless, MaxPax, he sees, he knows what's going on, he is aware. is going to be aware. herO, he knows he got scattered. Twilight Council completes, and what's it going to be? He is making a 3rd and 4th Stalker, so he's committing with Stalker aggression. Going for a Dark Shrine is unlikely to work now. Yep, there it is. Blink is on the way. And herO, does he go for a Proxy Gateway into a 4 gates Blink all in? This looks like, this actually reminds me of Lunacy. Lunacy went for a similar build against Sound in KSL. Huh. What I'm getting at, is herO knocking down those rocks and is he going for the gold? Because that's what Lunacy did. Is he going for the gold? So for those that weren't here for KSL, Lunacy, it was against Zound. He took the gold base in the center and he made it look like he was going 1 base all in. And Zound overreacted. Zound, he overreacted and he responded to the 2 base all in that didn't exist. Yeah, he's doing what? I need to message Lunacy. No shot. Did herO take this from Lunacy or did Lunacy take this from herO? Because this is crazy. We've seen this before. Yeah, he's going for the gold. And again, the hope here is that MaxPax believes it's an all-in. That's the hope. And then MaxPax over-responds, he overreacts, he stays defensive, and then he allows herO to get this goal base up and running. No shot. Mate. Meanwhile, Stasis wrap in towards the main base. Big connection. Stasis goes up. Ooh, getting a lot of probes. Wow. I need to message Lunacy after this. I need to. For those who don't know, Lunacy, he's a Korean Protoss. He's a Korean Protoss player. And I need to know who's... Because, mate, I thought Lunacy was memeing when I saw this. And I need to know the truth. Oh my god. I mean, herO, I'm pretty sure he was watching KSL because he was playing that week. He was playing in KSL. Very curious. As herO, he recalls. Does main out over towards that gold. MaxPax, I don't think he watches KSL, so he may not be aware. Nice dodge. Gold base is getting fully operational. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna message Lunacy right now. Let's go. Okay, I left him a message because I need to know. As herO, he's going for the other gold. Again, this is exactly what Lunacy did. Gold base into the backup gold as well. MaxPax moving in. Has 3 immortals. I mean, he can still have won this, but the first immortal is going to get picked up. And first immortal goes down. Second immortal as well. Very nice force fields here out of herO. Despite that, it's still being forced back in the gold. MaxPax, he will take advantage of that. We'll take advantage of the gold base. As he does shut down the shield battery, does get the probes. herO coming in from behind. Yo, herO, sorry, Lunacy is typing a message to me. I need to... I'll read it after the game. We'll focus on the game. As now we just see herO poking in, going for the immortal. The immortal goes down. Massive pickup. And the immortal does fall. herO, he saved most of his probes. The immortal count was reset. Now he can go back to mining. He saves the base. He saves the gold. And with that, herO, he maintains an economic lead. Let's go. As is warping in, Stasis trapping towards me. Oh no! Oh my god, no reaction! The Stasis! Stasis goes up, gets the entire mineral line. Likewise, herO pushing in. He is going to be committing. Yeah, diving in the army, gets the immortal. Immortal goes down, and herO, he's overwhelming. He's going to overwhelm the army. Immortal coming in from the high ground. Here, pulling back, pulling away. Does pull away. Likewise, this one Oracle was doing so much from MaxPax with the stasis traps, with the Oracle harass as well. MaxPax trying to take his own third. And can herO just overwhelm this with just pure sheer power of Mass Stalker? Can he do it? Can he pull it off? As herO is being forced back. Third base getting up and running. Charge on the way. And Max actually stabilizing. What's scary here is that here he does have an economic advantage because of the goal base, but slowly MaxPax is catching up. Is getting there. Likewise, herO pulling away. Yeah, it does pull back. The goal base is under fire. Likewise, herO going for his own counterattack and going for the third. Third Nexus taking a lot of hits. But the last MaxPax, he saves his and he's going for the gold of herO. Should be able to bring it down. Just a really chaotic fight. herO, he does stumble in, but last going to be bleeding out some of these elves. Goes to the dive. He wants the immortals. He gets one. One immortal goes down. There's one left. One immortal left. Can herO break through? Zells have arrived here to buffer. But not quite. herO barely being forced back. Yeah, he will lose control of the gold. Taking his own natural. And yes, I have confirmation, by the way. Lunacy, because I just finished mentioning Lunacy. This is his build. Yeah. That's so cool. Like, it's cool that herO's using it. So again, if you're in the chat and if you were watching KSL last week, then you would have seen this already. You would have had a teaser of this. As the base goes down, herO, he snipes the third. Rotating over, his own goal base is going to be falling as well. Yeah, the expansion is going to get picked off. herO falling back. He can't engage with the immortals. Not like this. Not like this. Hey guys, this is a replay cast. The cast is live, but yes, these are matches that occurred yesterday. Yes. Did occur yesterday. As Max actually rotates over towards the gold. Does rotate over. herO, he's trying to keep up. Shield battery depowered. As MaxPax, he is going to be overwhelming this. He just has an overwhelming force of stalkers. Again, MaxPax was able to calm down, keep a cool, calm, collected head, get his natural, get his third base up running. Without these charges, though, can herO take down these immortals once again? He's going to get the first. He should get the second, but how many stalkers are going to be left over? That's the question. As that second immortal goes down, but now it's stalker versus stalker. And MaxPax's supplies are in his favor. He is overwhelming. Is still going to break through. Yeah, herO just cannot keep up. I mean, his own economy was disrupted. Again, a crazy build out of herO. It was great to see him taking notes from Lunacy. But he's not as unhinged as Lunacy, Pappy. Not as unhinged. Or is he? He's holding on. He holds his own, getting a fourth base behind this. Getting another expansion. MaxPax down to pure Leapling Stalker, but he does have that Stalker lead. He has almost double the army supply. MaxPax, he should have enough. As from here, the base, it is going to be close to falling, close to crumbling. He's running out of resources anyway to begin with here at the gold. But here he just can't sustain himself. Not like this. Not anymore. Again, he had momentum in this series, but alas, MaxPax shut it down. Good reaction, good response to the MaxPax. I mean, we spoke about it. Imagine this game without the Oracle harass. Like, the Oracle stasis traps were insane in this game. Killing probes and catching mineral line after mineral line with their stasis traps. It was insane just how much damage that MaxPax had dealt. And with that, he had pulled his way back in. He had made up for otherwise having a worse economy initially. And that has led into this. That has led into this game state. Here pushing forward. Massive run by Hitch was a natural. Zelce can't overwhelm. Here just keeping the main army busy. Here he doesn't have enough to break the main army, but he's distracting. For now, pulls away. MaxPax now with 2-0 upgrades. herO with 1-1. +3 is on the way for the Red Protoss. Getting to his own charge. herO trying to consolidate, trying to find another way in. The Observer sees everything. As MaxPax, he sees the rotation, sees how exposed the base is. And Probe's going to be going down. herO pushing in towards natural. There's a stasis. Up. Stasis does not quite go off. Not yet. MaxPax, he holds. Does hold on. Ways we do see herO going for his own robo now, looking to get into his own immortal production or even disruptors. The question becomes, is herO going to be given the time to do so? Like, throughout all of this, because herO has been pressuring MaxPax, the bases have been left alone. The Observer hasn't actually taken notice of it, but herO, he has his own third base, he has his own fourth base, a fifth base as well. Like, herO, he's been expanding quite freely, and he's catching back up in supply. I'll be honest, there was a period in this game, herO, he was down what, 30, 40 supply? I was riding him off. That was when MaxPax was pushing in towards the gold. And I thought it was over then and there, but no, herO, he's been able to stabilize. He's maxing out. The hell? He was dead in this game. Comes in from the left, catches a couple of workers. Stasis traps, they do not barely go up. Ooh, they do towards the end. They do connect. herO, he has to retreat. Big stasis traps here towards the left and right hand side. Despite that, herO collapsing on the main army. Doesn't quite break through. But again, how have we gotten here? herO just able to get away with his expansions, basically. Just keeping MaxPax busy, double expanding behind this, breaking through the front lines. And herO, he blinks in. Probes are pulling left and right. herO MaxPax just getting pulled apart. There's a recall. Does recall over here. He can just stand and fight. He can engage. And wow, herO, he does it. 21 probes going down. He was dead in this game. No shot. GG gets called. herO, he gets away with it. He does bring it back, and he will take a 3-1 lead in the series. GG. herO pulling a lunacy. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, herO, he was struggling. We saw that MaxPax, he was able to shut down the first gold base. He was, of course, harassing with the oracles. He was getting probe kills as well. herO was down in economy, down in army, down in everything. This is, I'm referring to a couple of minutes ago when MaxPax was pushing to the center of the map, and I thought it was a done deal then and there. But herO did a great job, not at really like getting damage done, but a great job at distracting, right? At keeping MaxPax busy while herO double expanded, while he got his own natural, his own third base, his own fourth base. Again, the Observer never panned in that direction. That's my one criticism about that game and the Observer, is the Observer was hyper fixated on the fights that were occurring, but throughout all of that, off screen, off cameras there, herO, he was expanding, getting probes, rebuilding his economy, exceeding the economy of MaxPax, and MaxPax was not able to. As here we go, we're jumping into our next game, and in the top right hand corner, sorry, top left, we have herO. In the bottom right, we have. Here we go. As we are going to be entering Neon Violet Square, one of the, or the largest map in the map pool. The largest map. From here, of course, we do often see a lot of late game. We do often see a lot of economic builds as well. There is a gold base available on this map. True, there is a gold. That may become a factor. Until then, MaxPax going for his own economic opener, going for the low ground. It should be a gate into Cybercore into expansion. So once again, economic build here by MaxPax. But the question becomes, herO, what does he go for himself? Does he also go for his own economy into Phoenix play, or does he try to punish the greed of MaxPax? For now, gate into Cybercore. Okay. Economic opener. Mirrored builds all around. MaxPax sets up on the low ground. herO sets up on the high ground. So a bit of a differential here. They do approach this in slightly different ways. Setting up. From here, we do have these Stargates on the way, and with the arrival of these Stargates, welcome and all once again for the second time in this series, Phoenix Wars. Looks like we're going to be seeing Phoenix Wars here between herO and MaxPax, as Stargates are on the way, and we should be beginning, and we should not be stopping Phoenix production. Here we go. As Stargates are about to finish up, from here we should be getting to Phoenixes, and we'll see if either player does deviate, but really on a large map like this we should not. We should be committing here to purely Phoenix production. Now if you recall, if you were here previously in this series, here he was able to get a fast load over on MaxPax and rush into a faster third Nexus. This was on El Dorado, if you recall. It was on El Dorado, faster third base into a faster third Nexus, faster third Stargate into triple Phoenix production. We'll see if herO can do it again. We'll see if he can do it again, or if MaxPax can keep up. You know, let up shades into the main. Does shade in. Alas, the army's in position. Adept gets lifted. Second Phoenix on the way. And herO should shut this down. Emphasis on should. There we go. There we go. Very fast. Second Stargate. Oh my god. I think the shade may have caught that. I would love to see the vision here of MaxPax. I don't. There we go. There we go. Second Stargate on the way. We're keeping up. Both players rushing into their second Stargates into mass Phoenix production. And a lot of this comes down to how quickly does a player go for a fleet beacon into Phoenix range, how quickly does a player go for a third Stargate, and do either the players try to delay their opposing expansions with pylon blocks. There are these little intricacies here to Phoenix Wars that can impact the game. We'll see what they go for. Now herO making 2 Phoenixes at a time. MaxPax slightly behind in Phoenix production, but only slightly by a couple of seconds. He can catch up. He can and will. So now MaxPax is still building up. I mean, both players are. We just see that this time herO, he's the first player to throw down a fleet beacon, first player to work towards Phoenix range, and neither player is really committing here. I mean, right now you can't. The reality here, this is also why people aren't really too fond of Phoenix Wars, is currently the Phoenix count is even, so no one can attack. No one can really attack, just because if either one makes one wrong move, I mean, that's game then and there. You know, it'll very quickly just snowball out of control. It comes down to who shoots first. because we are dead even. We do see that MaxPax is not too far behind with his own fleet beacon, so there's going to be a very slim window where herO has Phoenix range over his opponents, but again, it's very slim. herO going for the gold. Let's go. The gold base is on the way. And that is going to pressure MaxPax to be aggressive. This means that currently, as things stand, if both players stay as they are, if they both play defensive, and if they both get their third bases up and running, then herO will get ahead, as he does have the better economy with the gold base. So this is pressuring MaxPax to be assertive and pressuring him to attack, whereas he otherwise wouldn't want to. So herO, his goal here is to force MaxPax's hand, because if he doesn't, then MaxPax, he just falls behind. As herO, despite that, is still being somewhat active. Risky maneuvering here. Does spot the expansion. Oh, he wants to dive in. He has range. Wow, with range, he can poke in. Gets a Phoenix. Gets a Phoenix. Oh, gets another trading 1-for-1. 1-2. Yeah, it is going to give me a back up more trade here. herO, he does back up, but he does out-trade his opponents. Again, Phoenix range is a massive lead. GG gets caught, he overwhelms as Phoenix range ends just too late for MaxPax, and herO, he will take the series 4-1. GG. Wow. I mean, again, I wasn't really giving too much credit to it, but if you recall, I was talking about how herO, there was a slim window, and it was only like 20 seconds, by the way. It was not a long window, it wasn't a large window whatsoever. A slim window where he had range over his opponent, and bam, he went for it. With extra range, he got so many extra shots off. We saw the Phoenix range ended at the end of the game for MaxPax after the fight, after the loss of his army. GG. The goal base didn't even factor in. Did not even factor in. What factored in there? Phoenix range. GG, well played. herO, he will advance on to the grand finals, and MaxPax, he is knocked down to the lower finals, to the lower bracket finals, where he's going to be waiting for his next opponent for either Serral or Reynor. Let's go. Let us go. GG, well played. Whew, a very impressive series there out of herO. Once again, just having different approaches to MaxPax, not going for the stock standard like one. He never proxied, he never cheesed. I mean, I say never cheesed. Amygdala was the closest to that, but even Amygdala was a very unique build. Shout out to Lunacy, by the way. Shout out to Lunacy for giving herO the win in a way, just inspiring him to use the build on Amygdala and for overwhelming MaxPax in the end. Even though I feel like that should have been MaxPax's game, by the way. Despite that, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we will have Serral versus Reynor. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Coliseum Playoffs Day number 6. We just wrapped up with herO versus MaxPax, and herO just advanced on to the grand finals. MaxPax, he has been knocked down to the lower bracket finals. For those that are curious, MaxPax is still in this tournament. MaxPax is waiting for the winner of this series. He's waiting for the winner of this series of Serral and Reynor. These two players, these two teammates are about to knock each other out. Both Serral and Reynor, they both fell previously in the tournament. They both lost their matches against herO and MaxPax respectively, and now they're here to knock each other out as well. Only one can advance on, and we are jumping into game number 1. And let's go! It's spawning in the right corner. We have Serral for Basilisk. Oh, he's smiling. Why is he smiling? Because it's not a ZVZ. Reynor, the Protoss, is here. Let's go. Let us go. Fun fact, when we were casting a couple of days ago, oh my god, 91% in favor of Serral, by the way. When we were casting Coliseum on, what was it, on Friday? I think it was on Friday, when we were covering Reynor falling in his match and looking to face off against Serral. We did theorize that this would not be a mirror matchup. We theorized that Reynor, he does often avoid ZVZs, just like Clem. Clem, he avoids TVTs and he plays Protoss. Reynor avoids ZVZs and he plays Protoss as well. So both Reynor and Clem are very similar in that respect. The question mark, did Serral know? Your last second switch. There it is, baby, there it is. I'm pretty sure, based on the rules for Masters Coliseum, Reynor is allowed to race switch in between. Reynor, if he wants to, he can play Protoss one game, then switch to Zerg, then switch to Protoss, then switch to Zerg. Reynor has that freedom depending on the map, which I think is going to be a big factor. For now, Reynor, of course, he's embracing Protoss. For those that are curious, both Reynor and Clem, their mirror matchups are not ideal. Their mirror matchups are not they're not ideal. They're not necessarily their strongest matchup, so they avoid it by playing an easier matchup here instead, PvZ and PvT, or at least what they consider to be an easier matchup. From here, we're settling in. So far, standard hatch gas pull here out of Serral. Likewise, Reynor going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Here we go. And yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. I am excited. I'm ready for the ZVP. And I'll be honest, I haven't casted Reynor's Protoss in quite some time. I'm pretty sure he has been playing Protoss recently in the Basilisk Big Rain bouts. I know that that's the case, but for us here on the CranKy Ducklings, I think the last time we casted Reynor's Protoss was in Home Story Cup. I think Home Story Cup was the last that we saw as Protoss, so that was beginning of December. Again, Reynor, he's not very active as a player. He doesn't play in online tournaments, so I haven't had the luxury of seeing his Protoss in too recent of a time outside of Home Story Cup. So I'm excited to see how he does approach Serral here on the new patch. Curious to see if he has adjusted his playstyle at all. Here we go. Adept does shade past, heading towards the third. Likewise, Stargate Opener going to be going for initial Void Ray. Now, if you're curious, if you haven't watched Reynor's Protoss before in PvZ, Reynor, he is typically a more mid to late game oriented player. He doesn't rush. He doesn't go for all-ins. He's usually going for the mid game. I'm referring to Twilight Council into Forge, into +1 and Blink, into a third base, into Blink base play, into a longer later game. That's usually where Reynor thrives. Into SkyToss if he can get there. Like, we have seen Reynor pop off with SkyToss in the late game against people like Serral, against people like Solar, like Reynor, he's, yeah. if he can get to late game, like, he can pop off. We'll see if he can. Give this man a SkyToss army. And he's crazy. If he can get there. For now, though, we do see Reynor getting his third base. Again, third base. Now we should soon be seeing Saturation, followed by the Tech of Choice, Forge, into Twilight Council. Meanwhile, ooh, that's a 4-minute lair. Serral being hyper-aggressive here. Okay. Now, if you were watching the previous rounds in this tournament, you would know that Serral, when it comes to this matchup, ooh, as Reynor, he's rushing into SkyToss, by the way. That's a Fleet Beacon into a second Stargate, into what should be a Tempest Rush from Reynor. Now, if you were watching Serral versus herO and Serral versus MaxPax, I mean, Serral versus Protoss, he has been struggling as of late. He has been struggling typically when it comes to late game. In the late game, that is where we have seen both herO and MaxPax defeat Serral. They've both defeated Serral in the late game. It does feel like that's where Serral is struggling a little bit more. A reason for this is because when you get to the late game, a lot of the speed and a lot of the multitasking and a lot of the aggressive nature and aggressive tendencies of Serral, they're stripped away, just because Protoss players have been getting better and better at defending, at fortifying themselves, and getting into a 4-5 base economy and maxing out. And they're able to turtle up, essentially. It's similar to TVT. It's similar to Ryung, actually, where Ryung, he is so good at TVT because he's able to slow the game down and take away the speed of Clem, for example. Like, there's a reason why Clem doesn't like TVT, because a player like Ryung can slow the game down, make it all about positional play and engagements instead of multi-pronged aggression and harassments. And like the attention span of the players. They're able to like simplify the game state in a way. Until then, though, Tempests are on the way, and what I should say is that, remember, I was getting into this kind of tidbit because Serral's going for a borderline all-in. Serral, he is skipping Evo Chambers. He's going for a 4-minute lair into fast Hydra production. He's cutting worker production here at 3-base saturation. Serral, he's going for an all-in, and Reynor is vulnerable. Why is he vulnerable? Because remember, Reynor, he's rushing into Tempest, which means Reynor does not have an army. Reynor, he has no army. He barely has anything to work with, and Serral, he's about to knock down that 3rd base. Here comes the Ling Bane. Here come the Hydras. What I was getting at is that Serral, we've seen him struggle in the late game, so Serral, he's avoiding the late game entirely here. He's going for one big push. He's gearing up and looking to knock Reynor down and avoid the late game. The question is, can Reynor survive? Can he hold? He's massing up the Tempest. Here comes Serral rallying across the map. Bailings, they're rolling in, and they do. Oh god, they collapse. They crash into the main army. Adepts going down, Sentry as well. And again, there's not much of an army left over here. Serral just waiting for his upgrades, waiting for speed. He's moving out. Behind this, Hydra range on the way, Overlord speed as well. Again, Serral, he has not made a drone in a couple of minutes. Like, Serral, he has been stuck on 6 drones for quite some time, intentionally so, because he's knocking down these rocks and he's committed. Is all in. Massing out more Lings, massing out more Hydras. Stasis gets baited. Now Reynor, he has thrown down a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Can he hold on? Can he survive? So he rotates. Does rotate, does knock down the rocks, and where are the cannons and shield batteries here? They're set up at the 3rd, but the natural base is vulnerable, it's exposed. Hydras, they dive in. The Tempest, they're getting a lot of free shots off, but the Hydras, they do get under the Tempest. One Tempest goes down, massive pick off. First Tempest does fall. Hydras, they knock down the Cyber Core, no more Adepts, no more Stalkers, no more Sentries, just Zealots and Tempest. As Hydras, they're stutter stepping forward. And again, the rate of fire of the Tempest is just too low, and there's just not enough support. There's just not enough on the ground. There's nothing on the ground. And Serral, he's done it. He breaks the natural. He says, mate, well, you're not going to force me into the late game. It's not, it's not going to happen. GG gets called, and Serral, he takes game number 1. GG. Serral, he does take a lead in the series. And the question becomes, I'm curious, what's the map order? Okay. Very curious. Okay, up next, Neo Violet Square. Ooh, okay. So when it comes to these larger maps, I'm expecting Reynor to play Protoss. I'm expecting Reynor to play Protoss on Abyssal, on Neo Violet Square. I'm expecting it on Amygdala, Ultra Love as well. Actually, like a lot of these maps, I can see Protoss excelling more than Zerg and ZVZ. Frostline is going to be an interesting one. I think Frostline might be a ZVZ map, but Neo Violet Square, I can see Reynor playing Protoss again, as it has similar features to Abyssal Reef. And again, winding it back a little bit here to the build of choice by Reynor. Again, Reynor, he did cut corners. He rushed into Tempest. When you rush into Tempest, as you can imagine, you are vulnerable to aggression, and you are vulnerable to specifically to all-ins. And Serral happened to be going for an all-in. Remember, he went for a 4-minute lair. 4-minute Protoss late game this patch. I mean, the late game hasn't really changed too much, like from this patch to the previous. As splitting in the right hand corner, we have Serral for Basilisk. And in the top left, we have Reynor for Basilisk as well as Protoss. Let's go. And again, we're expecting Protoss here on Neo Violet Square. Does make sense. But winding it back a little bit in regards to late game PvZ, it hasn't changed too much in its dynamic. What has changed, and what we saw from Serral in his matches as well, which is a big factor, is the maps. Currently, in the map pool, a lot of these maps do favor defensive play. They favor turtling, and they favor basically the idea of a Protoss player just defending all game until they can max out on SkyToss, right? A lot of the maps do kind of favor that style, more so than the previous map pool, and that has been influencing and I would say has been factoring into a lot of these matchups, which is what we saw previously when Serral was going up against herO and going up against MaxPax. Personally, I feel like the maps play a big factor, more so than maybe other people give credit to it. Like, I would say that even in the previous patch, I mean, I was gonna say, I would say even in the previous patch, like, we would see similar outcomes, even if we were in the last patch where we had this map pool. The difference, though, is that I would say that Protoss is more defendable in the early to mid game, so you could argue that it isn't just the maps, but it's a little bit easier to defend against all-ins because of the NG overcharge. A big factor coming into this patch with the new Oracle, or I say the new Oracle, with the NG overcharge, is because now Oracles have more NG to work with. Now we see more stasis traps, and now we have more NG to defend against Ling-based all-ins. So if a player like Serral, like in that last game, for example, he was going for a Ling Hydra all-in. Those Ling reinforcements are less effective against triple Oracle openers because you have so much more NG in the Lings. They just melt so fast and so quick to those Oracles. If Reynor had gone for a standard build, he didn't. Obviously, he went for a Tempest Rush, but yeah, there are things that have made Protoss more defendable, or just easier to defend early to mid game, getting into the late game. They have gotten help when it comes to surviving that long and getting to that game state. But for now, we are going to be settling in. And I'm most curious about the build of choice for Reynor. Now, winding up... hello, Serral. That's Overlord Speed. This is unorthodox. We're rushing into Overlord Speed. We'll keep an eye on the lair timing. Now, typically, Overlord Speed coincides with a Dropperlord all-in, like a German taxi, but a lair is required with that. So this could actually be Serral being hyper safe, which we have seen specifically on Neon Violet Square. Now, what I'm referring to here, Neon Violet Square is the largest map. It's a huge map. This is also how we talk about the map pool, right? But this is the largest map in the map pool. Because it's so large, it can be difficult to scout. Overlord dips in. It's a Void Ray opener, so Reynor, he's making it even more difficult to scout. But with Serral rushing into Overlord Speed, these Overlords will survive, and it's going to be easier to scout as a follow-up as well. So this is just a really safe way to play. You often do not see this just because it is technically inefficient. On regular maps, you could argue you can get the same scouting information without Overlord Speed, so it's a waste of resources, right? But here on Neon Violet Square, you can make the argument that it's worth it because it's more difficult to scout. So Serral just playing really safe. Just really safe play here out of Serral. Gets into Overlord Speed, saves the Overlord, and the big question now becomes, Reynor, what are we going for this time? A Void Ray opener into Oracle, into what? Are we going into another Fleet Beacon, into SkyToss? Are we going to play into a Twilight Council, into Blink, into +1? Is Reynor going to play more standard, or do we rush into SkyToss again, as that is another 4-minute lair? This one was a little bit later. This is like a 4-minute 10 lair for Serral, but I believe it's a little bit later because he had to spend gas on Overlord Speed. Meanwhile, yep, second Stargate. Second Stargate into Mass Phoenix. Okay, now Overlord does try to rush in, even with Overlord Speed. Oh, it's going to be denied. Nice pickup here by Reynor. Very nice pickup. Does deny the scouts. We have more Overlords on the way, and Reynor, he's going, it at least seems to be, is going into Mass Phoenix. Yeah. Going Mass Phoenix. Forge on the way. Going to be for static defense for upgrades. And this could be Mass Phoenix into Charge. True. Is a build, is a style. Now Oracle's going to be zoned away. We can see the second Overlord Scout coming in for Serral. Looking to dive into that main, and Serral, he needs to realize what's going on. He needs that anti-air. Spire gets thrown down, and now he confirms the Stargate and the Mass Phoenix production. So a good scout here for Serral. He now realizes what's going on. Again, if Serral hadn't researched Overlord Speed, this scout would not have happened. It just would not have happened at this point. As Lair just now finished up. Again, Spire's on the way. And from here, Serral, he is working towards Corruptors. Now, upon seeing all these Phoenixes as well, what the importance of scouting that tech and scouting the production is that now Serral knows to throw down extra spores. He needs extra spores because there are enough to punish one spore. One spore mineral line is not going to be good enough. He needs more queens or extra spores to make up for that. Likewise, the Overlords also dive back in. You can see the kind of like the trifecta of spores here per base to protect. Only one spore at the third, and one drone will go down. But likewise, the Overlords also converging over these spores as well. Again, Serral, he had enough time to do so, to pull back. 2 spores in the main, and the Spire is scouted. The Spire is scouted. As we do see Serral just amassing up his Corruptors. Meanwhile, it is in fact going to be Mass Phoenix Charge. Again, we've seen herO play this style. I think we've seen MaxPax do this like once or twice as well. Just going Mass Phoenix into Charge slots. It can overwhelm a player. It can overwhelm a Zerg and catch them off guard. But Serral, I'm sure, is experienced with this. And upon seeing all this, I mean, he rescouts, yeah, he confirms. He sees the Twilight Council researching, sees the Forge researching as well. Serral, he saw everything. He knows he needs a ground army, not just purely Corruptor. And I believe that ground army should consist of Roaches. As Roach speed is on the way, plus on range, infestation bit for Hive Tech. Corruptors have built up. We can see that Reynor, he's taking into Charge, and Archons, I was trying to get at. Temple Archives, this is going to be for Archons, going to be for Storm as well, getting to Charge Archon as a composition. But Reynor still needs more time, as that Archon production is going to be delayed because of all the Phoenixes. Oracle goes down, nice pickup. Oracle does fall. So far it does get picked off. These Zealots are going to be spotted. That's going to be a lot of Zealots being sent out towards the gold. And Reynor is hoping for a cancel. Can he deny the expansion? Diving on the army actually does see a little bit of vulnerability here in the army of Serral. Corruptors poking in. Phoenix is able to engage. And so can he bring down the expansion? Goes to the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down. Nice pickup. Serral, he pulls back. That's a lot of Phoenixes. Phoenix range on the way. Reynor, he's still making more Phoenixes. Against Corruptors, Phoenixes, they're not really ideal. Stalkers, they do help support. One Phoenix goes down. Serral almost gets another. Does confirm there's still more Phoenixes on the way. When I saw the Fleeping, I just assumed that Reynor was going to be going into like proper Sky Toss, into a mothership, but that is not the case. I'm not gonna lie, after seeing all these Corruptors, I feel like it might have been a little bit better if Reynor had gone into Void Ray production, because again, that's a big commitment into Corruptors. And Phoenixes, they just don't really scale well. Not like this. As you can see, just a Phoenix going down one at a time. And these Corruptors are just so tanky. Let's catch a reinforcing Corruptor. But another Phoenix goes down. And another. And another. He just keeps working in. The Phoenixes, they just keep falling. They just keep going down. Like, even with Phoenix range, the Corruptors, they punish this so hard. And Reynor, he cannot fight this head on. Meanwhile, at the same time, here comes Serral. He's maxed out. He's pushing in. He's going for the natural. The 4th base has fallen. And the Stalkers, these are, I believe they are vanilla Stalkers. No blink. And GG gets called. Serral, he breaks through the natural, and Serral takes a 2-0 lead. You know what's funny? What I appreciate here? If you're watching Serral versus herO, or even Serral versus MaxPax, like Serral, he was looking so stressed in both of those matches. Here, like he's looking very content. he's looking a lot more satisfied with himself. It's a very different Serral, very different. But GG, well played. With that, Serral, he does take a 2-0 lead, and now we are getting ready for Frostline. Now, if you recall, I was talking earlier about how, okay, if we're going to be seeing Protoss, we expect it on Abyssal, we expect it on Neon, we expect it on Amygdala. There are certain maps that at least in my mind, it makes sense for Reynor to go Protoss. There are certain maps, though, where I feel like we wouldn't. I'm referring to Whispers of Gold and Frostline. The reason for this is because a lot of these maps have more exposed bases, so this is where I wouldn't be surprised if Reynor does switch to Zerg for Frostline. We'll see, though. We will see. If he goes Protoss, then I feel like we have to switch gears. When it comes to Reynor's Protoss so far in this series, his builds have been very risky. Like right now, it does feel like Serral, he's, you know, looking really comfortable and having his way with Reynor. But a big reason for this is because Reynor is going for very specialized builds. Like, he's not playing standard. Like Reynor, he's not playing standard. Even when it comes to like mid-game into Skytools, like he's not doing that whatsoever. Game 1, Tempest Rush. Game 2, Mass Phoenix, right? Like, these are really unique builds that you typically mix in like once in a series to catch your opponent off guard. But right now, Reynor, he's doing nothing but like these quirky builds, and I'm hoping that we see at some point more standard like PvZ. Like, I do think that Reynor has really solid PvZ. We've seen Reynor go toe-to-toe with Serral before in previous matches with his Protoss, but you know, it comes down to Reynor. Like, we'll see if he plays standard or if he has another quirky build up his sleeve. If Reynor does play Protoss on Frostline, I do not expect him to rely on Skytoss as much. I expect, like, I don't know, like a 3 base 8k all in, or like Glaive Adepts, for example. I expect something more aggressive early on, but we'll see. That's if he plays Protoss here. As we are jumping into game number 3. And there it is in the top right hand corner. We have Serral, and in the bottom left we have Reynor. See, we just understand each other. If you recall, I was talking about how like there are certain maps that we expect Reynor to play Zerg on. Yep, Frostline is one of them. It's Frostline, and I would have said Whispers of Gold, if you recall. Both of those do scream ZVZ instead. It is very difficult to play the style that Reynor's been playing Protoss on Frostline. The reason for this is because the 3rd and 4th bases are very exposed on Frostline, so it is very unsafe to rush into Skytoss the way that Reynor has. Likewise, because these bases are more exposed, things get more chaotic. So ZVZ makes plenty of sense on Frostline. I'm all for it. So here we go. Again, certain maps just favor certain styles. And this map does not favor like that kind of like turtling Protoss style. It's not for it. So here we go. We have our initial Hatchcast pool, standard opener out of Serral, standard opener out of Reynor. Are going to be opening up. From here, we could see Reynor being more aggressive with Ling Bane or going for an earlier Roach Warren. There are definitely options here for how Reynor wants to approach this and try to be in the face of Serral. As your overlords, they will pass by each other. And so far, we have no major deviations yet. Everything so far is looking standard. And again, because it's a best of 7, we're at least going to see where we have more games ahead of us as well. I think the next map is El Dorado. I know that I predicted like Protoss onto larger maps and Zerg here. El Dorado is more of a shakeup for me. That I could see either way. El Dorado is probably Protoss. I'll be honest, probably Protoss for Reynor for El Dorado. But we'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But now Lings, they do engage in the center of the map. Link speed is on the way. Both players taking their thirds. And we should soon be seeing Baneling Nest from both Serral and Reynor. There it is, Baneling Nest is on the way. And we shouldn't be skipping Banelings here on Frostline. Again, Frostline, it's so difficult to cut corners on this map. But Serral, I don't see a Baneling Nest. He's link flooding. Okay, Serral, you have my attention. Serral's going to be the aggressor. He's going to be link flooding. Then we go 18 links on the way. Serral, he's moving out. He does not want to allow Reynor to get into his own game and get into his own build. And not here, not this time. Once again, Serral is going to be aggressive. Now, typically, this link flood, behind it, we should be seeing a Roach Warren. as gas is still mining. And oh, actually, late Baneling Nest out of Serral, no roaches. Okay, going for a later Baneling Nest, but here comes a massive Link Flood, and it'll come down to the Baneling connections of Reynor to survive. We have 4 Banelings on the way for Reynor, but the third base is exposed, and the goal here is to deny the third. Can Serral force a cancel? Coming in for a surround. Reynor is trying to engage, but last it looks like he'll have to give it up. Yeah, there's no saving this base, no shot. Banelings, they're waddling in, but the hatchery, it completes, which means it's going to be killed. Lings, they do slip into the natural. Baneling connections here, some decent connections. Ooh, the hatchery barely survives. Serral, he wants it though. He wants it. He wants the base. Can he get it? Not quite. Whew. Barely. Reynor, he will hold on. More Banelings morphing in. We did miss some of the Baneling connections. It did look like Reynor did have a better trade with his Ling Bane. And he does hold on to the third. Whew, okay. And from here, Serral, he does have a drone lead, does have an economic advantage. Back at home, safety Banelings are on the way, but they're not ready. They're not ready yet. Reynor dives in. Yeah, the Banelings were just barely not ready in time. Lings towards the natural, Lings into the main. The Queen gets surrounded, and Serral, he's in trouble. He is in trouble here. Banelings out waddling in. Oh no! Oh my god. Whew, he missed the connection. That could have been disastrous. Barely did miss that. I mean, regardless, Reynor's going to be cleaned up. Serral, he will hold. Ooh, Banelings, they do crash in. Manual detonation there by Serral. Bit of miscontrol from the blue Zerg. Yeah, so miscontrol there out of Serral. Now he's exposed. Queen going to be going down. And Reynor. Do we have a back and forth? Is he looking to put a point on the board? Can he break Serral? For now, backing off and droning. For now, he's backing off. What I will say as the dust does settle. Oh my god, is Serral? He's not done. Can he kill the... He can! He can kill the hatchery! I wasn't too sure. I was like, is that enough? It is. Oh my god. Okay, Serral, he shuts down the third base, and despite taking some losses back at home, he's still in a better position. He's up in expansion. Roach production has begun for Serral. Ay, ay, ay. As Serral is going to be harassing once again, going for that backup third, trying to force another cancel. And Reynor, he is committed, turns back around. There are some Banelings here to defend. Serral, he backed off. So did Reynor. Reynor also pulling away. Does pull away. So once again slipping in. Yeah, slips into the main, gets a little scout, gets eyes on the lair. The game for now is stabilizing. It was a very intense back and forth so far, at least. With Roach aggression, with Lings falling left and right, with bases even going down as well. And we do see that Reynor, he is droning. Meanwhile, Serral, he's not. Serral, he's cutting workers here at 45. Ooh, essentially a 2-base all in here out of Serral. Yeah, building up more Roaches, more Ravagers. Serral, he's not getting upgrades. You can see here he has no lair either, just massing up pure Roach Ravager, and he's going for a big all-in. Serral has a massive supply lead. He's up, what, almost 20 supply? 20 army supply, I should say. And Reynor, he responds, Spine Crawlers. You can see here a wall of Spine Crawlers on the way. There's 3 Spine Crawlers for Reynor. Roach speed is not going to be a factor. Plus on range might finish up towards the tail end of the fight here for Reynor. He needs more time. Reynor, he needs more time. Has he been too greedy? Serral, he does push in, takes out an Overlord. Supply blocks Reynor. Uh-oh. Reynor, he's supply blocked. Aliens, they try to crash in forward. Last Reynor holding on. So pushing in, takes the Aliens to the face. He's gaining ground. Aliens to make their way towards the mineral lines. Spine Crawler does fall. But does Serral have enough for a Ravager? Is trading well. +1 range, about to finish up, does complete. Reynor now with the upgrade advantage. Reynor still down in Roaches. Spine Crawlers, they do factor in, they do help, they do support. So he rotates, catching out more Roaches. And more Roaches getting picked up. Takes down the Evo Chamber, a little bit too late for that. +1 did complete. And Serral is being forced back. And Serral, He doesn't get, oh no! It doesn't get the damage he was hoping for. Serral's got a lair on the way, Evo Chamber. He's going to be perpetually behind in upgrades. And Reynor, he gets away with a better economy. Reynor, he's ahead. He survives, he is ahead, up in workers. Catching up in roaches. We can see Serral ready for a big lane run by. But there are 2 spine crawlers at that third base. So he will get an overload. Not quite. Does pull away in time. Likewise, things they come back in. There are roaches to defend. Lings, they are deflected. They do force against on the 4th, so some damage is being dealt. But last Serral is still not droning, actually. Uh-oh. I just realized Serral, he's teching, that is true. Serral has got roach speed on the way. He's got plus on range on the way. But Serral, he has not made a drone in like, what, 3-4 minutes? He's still at 45. I thought Serral was going to macro, but no, Serral is still all in. He's still very, I mean, it makes sense. Like, you can't macro from here. Like, he knows he's too far behind. Like, Serral, he's too far behind. He cannot macro from here. Not anymore. It's all or nothing. And I'm sure Serral, he's hoping that Reynor pushes into him. As the supplies are very close. Reynor starts +1. Still has +1 over his opponent. Poking in. Let's poke in. Reynor, he's the first to max out. Again, he has a better economy. Even supply blocking Serral. So going for his Bailey run by. It doesn't really get much done here. 2 drones go down. But even though Reynor's maxed out, he has to do something with this army. He's waiting for +2. +2 is on the way. Spire as well for a potential Muta switch. Reynor getting caught out. Serral coming in from multiple angles. Trying to collapse on the army, coming in from behind, but he comes in too soon. Yeah, Reynor takes a better fight. Does sort of step in, and Serral plummets in supply. And we are going to have a back and forth. Reynor, he breaks on through. Has the better army, the better economy. GG gets called, and Reynor, he does fight back. He puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Serral trying to all-in Reynor. Alas, the turns were tabled. Reynor, he survived the all-in. He survived the aggression from there. Reynor, he was in the driver's seat. And with that, we have a series. Let's go. Let us go. Now, looks like Serral, he's asking for a break here. When it comes to our next maps, when it comes to which race Reynor plays, again, I stand by what I said earlier. There are certain maps in the map pool that are more defendable that we expect Reynor to play Protoss on, like Abyssal, by the square. I would say Amygdala. I might say Ultra Love as well. I think I might slip Ultra Love in there. There are maps like Frostline alongside Whispers of Gold, and I would say Ley Lines, where it is more likely that Reynor plays Zerg. El Dorado is an interesting one to me. I'll be honest, I have not seen enough ZVZs on El Dorado because it's so open vetoed. I feel like there is potential for Protoss on this map. We have seen a lot of Skytoss rushes here, not from Reynor, but from herO, from MaxPax. Like, that is a viable build. So if Reynor wants to rely on that kind of style, this is another. Here we go. Up. As spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have Serral for Basilisk, and sticking with Zerg in the bottom left, we have Reynor for Basilisk as well. Let's go. The ZVZ continues on El Dorado. Beautiful. As I mentioned, we are going over matches that did occur yesterday as we were busy casting all day the House Galactic Battle. So we're catching up on the matches that we missed out on yesterday, today. That is the plan, as we weren't able to cast last night. I mean, we were casting, just casting in different tournaments. Again, January is just really, really jam-packed with StarCraft, with tournaments. Like, there's just a lot going on. It's, yeah. It's a very busy month, very busy. We were casting for like 12 hours yesterday, and today most likely going to be like another like 8 to maybe 10 hour cast, as we're doing back-to-back broadcasts. The non-stop StarCraft, as always. Oh my god. Meanwhile, my apologies. Serral going for an early gas. Aye. So hatch gas pool standard open out of Reynor. Meanwhile, Serral, he's going for the early gas into early pool into bathing nest. He's crazy. Serral. Now, the rush distance by ground on El Dorado is short. True, it is very short, and likewise, it can be awkward to scout. I mentioned earlier that we do not see a lot of ZVZs on El Dorado because it is always vetoed, but it is not vetoed here in this best of 7. Now, one of the reasons for this, I don't know if you can see the Overlord. This Overlord pattern, the first Overlord, because of the map itself, the Overlord misses these slings. The Overlord misses the center of the map. It goes straight across instead, which is why something like a 1312 can be that much more effective on El Dorado. And it's also why we often veto El Dorado as well in ZVZs. But in that best of 7, you cannot veto everything, and the Lings, they have arrived. Hatcheries under threat. Spinecrawler on the way for Reynor on the high ground. And Reynor, he's trying to, he's at least for now, evacuating and giving up on that natural. Banelings are morphing in. I believe Reynor does spot them. But can he do anything about it? But now, yeah, he's just giving up on the natural. He gives up on the natural base. It is going to go down. Back at home, Serral, he's droning up. He's droning. Hatchery goes down. Serral, he got the bare minimum that he wanted. Kills the base. And from here, Serral, he's expanding. He's expanding, he's droning up. He has done the damage he was looking for. He could try to dive into the mineral line, but with this Spinecrawler, it's going to be difficult. We do see Serral rotating around, forcing out Evo Chambers. Very nice damage. As Serral, he's forcing 2 Evo Chambers here from Reynor, which otherwise will not be being built. So he's forcing this reaction, and Serral, he has no intention of committing. Serral, he's only threatening. From here, Serral, he backs up. More Banelings on the way. Reynor, he does bypass the Lings, though. He's going across the map. And this is such a unique form of 1312, because I don't know if you noticed, but Serral, he did not research Link Speed. Usually this is with Link Speed, but he skips it entirely to expand. Back at home, Queen's in position. Banelings, no, the Banelings, they crash in. No, that should not have happened. Barely off screen. He got into the middle line. Reynor not paying attention, and Serral takes a 3-1 lead. Aye. GG, well played. I would actually really love, like, maybe after this, after the cast, I would love to actually check the build order, because I believe that was a 13 to that Lapaki. Can he make it? As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have Serral, the Finnish Zerg. And in the bottom left, we have the Italian Zerg player, Reynor, the Basilisk, as he commits to Zerg. Okay, ZVZ here on ley lines. Let's go. We have a extractor trick. We have an extractor trick here from Serral initially. Meanwhile, more standard setup here from Reynor. Reynor going for a hatch gas pool, I would imagine. Yeah. Is going for the hatch gas pool. And Serral goes for his hatch first as well. Whew, okay. So far, standard opener. Slight deviation for Serral with of course the extractor trick. Slight deviation. Outside of that is going to be settling in, and we'll see where we go from here. Gases are on the way. So again, I do apologize for not noticing the initial opening build of Serral last game until it was already in full swing. We'll be paying more attention this time. So hatch gas pool. From here, we can get into a third base, settle into our economies. Now, the reason why I was leaning away from Protoss here from Reynor on ley lines is because, as we were kind of mentioning, the rush distance by ground is shorter on this map. Likewise, also less defendable bases compared to Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, Amygdala, Ultralove. Like, these bases are more exposed, so it can be more difficult for a Protoss player to defend here on this map. So Reynor, he just avoids that entirely by playing Zerg instead. And in the ZVZ, you can be a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive. If you recall, I said this on Frostline, and we actually had Serral going for the all-in instead. So clearly Serral, he's shown us already, even on El Dorado, that Serral, he's been the aggressor in ZVZs. It's really cool to see. I feel like historically, especially a couple of years ago, Serral, he was known for playing very standard in ZVZ. Very standard, very much so mid-game based, roach based as well, never really cutting corners, never really being in the face of his opponent. If you recall, this was also when Solar kind of rose up as the Serral Slayer, and Solar had that amazing performance against Serral in a plethora of events. It was in WTL and a couple of events surrounding WTL as well, where Solar just all in the hell out of Serral, just time and time again, and got the better of him. That was also, of course, in the period where, I mean, even now, people emphasize that Serral, his worst matchup is ZVZ, and that's where he can falter the most. But at least in this series, Serral has been very assertive and very aggressive. At times it hasn't worked, like on Frostline. That's the one game where Reynor won, where Serral was just all in after all in after all in and did fail. But at times we've seen it succeed. And it's just really cool to see that shake up here from Serral. Again, no longer just the macro monster, but also can be aggressive when he wants to be as well. He's going for a Roach Rush. Speaking of aggressive builds, fast Roach Warren here out of Serral. He is going for a Roach Rush behind this. Let's go. He's going for an all-in. As otherwise there's no purpose to hide the Roach Warren behind the main. And again, I do think that this shift happened after the kind of quote-unquote like losing streak against Solar. This was like back in what, 2022? 2023, back when, yes, Solar was being very successful with just really aggressive builds, and it does feel like since then Serral has kind of adopted that himself as well, as Roach production has begun for Serral. We have 6-7 roaches on the way. Serral, he is committing. Roaches are amassing. More lings are on the way. A couple of Bailings here. I believe they're morphing in across the map, if I'm not mistaken. And he commits. And now Reynor knows. He sees the roaches. Now he knows what's going on. Back up, we need some spine crawlers. Bailings are morphing in. Roach Warden is almost done for Reynor. He needs more time. As he's throwing down, he's morphing in 5 roaches as quickly as possible. Bailing has arrived, zoning back Reynor. Does zone him away. Does zone him back. Serral pushing in, he wants his queens! And he's got to lock them down, he tries to. Bailing's him morphing just in time. Ooh, trading 1 for 1, the Bailings I mean. Others to get targeted down. Nice target fire there from Reynor, but he will lose all 3 queens. The queens go down. Oh, Bailing connects as well. And there's only roaches left. There's only roaches left for Reynor. From here, Serral, he can just focus on the expansion, catch out the reinforcements, diving on the main army, going for the roaches. They get locked down. They get locked down in the end. Roaches are getting picked up. Oh, reinforcements though, they have arrived. And Reynor, he's holding. He is holding on. He's forcing Serral back. He's trying to force him back. Serral once again coming with more reinforcements. Trying to collapse on the army. Oh! Yeah, diving on the roaches. Does target them down. But is Serral running out of speed? Or running out of steam, I meant to say. Oh! Bailey morphs in. Third base, he holds on. Reynor, he holds on to the third. He's up 10 drones. He's up 10 workers. He holds on to the third base. Reynor, he's in a better position. Surprise keeping up. Reynor, he holds. He's holding. Behind this, Serral, he's now throwing down his own Evo chamber for upgrades, morphing in a couple of Ravagers. Serral, he's just now redroning, and he backs off. So Serral backs off. Reynor is in a better position as he's been mining more for longer. Has a better economy. Lair is on the way for Reynor. Serral, alas, he can't really afford it. And once again, I'm getting some Frostline flashbacks here, where Serral went all in, and Reynor holds. Bit of miscontrol there from Reynor. Losing a Bailing, and getting a safety spine crawler, taking extra gases, droning up. Really, my eyes are on Serral. Now, after the failed all-in, if you remember on Frostline, Serral, he went for a secondary all-in, where he didn't really drone too much, and he just tried to max out with another Roach Ravager army. This time, Serral has been droning. He has been droning up. Faster Evo chamber, faster +1. I'm a little bit surprised. I would have assumed that Reynor would have begun his own upgrades a little bit sooner, as it looks like Reynor doesn't have his own Evo chamber. Does not have his own. Another spine crawler on the way. This feels like a really big reaction here from Reynor, actually, getting 2 spine crawlers. And again, Serral, he's droning. Serral, he's droning, getting a lair, taking gases, getting to better upgrades. And Reynor, he has cut worker production. He's getting into his own timing here. I did point out before that Reynor, he did not get an Evo Chamber. He did not get any upgrades. He is getting roach speed, but only roach speed. So the turns are about to table. Ah, going for a Spire instead. Okay. Reynor, he throws down the Spire, going to Mutas. Now Reynor starts droning up. We can see Serral getting ready for the eventual move out of his opponent. The move out that is kind of on the way. Really, Reynor's just posturing. He's just posturing. Moving out with his roaches, but as you can see here, Reynor, he's droning up behind this. He's droning, Evo Chamber +1, and the lair. And it looks like Serral, he's noticed. Has noticed. Going for his own run by. Alas, Reynor's in position. Overseer into the main, but the Spire, I believe, is in the natural. But Serral's going for the Hydrogen. Does realize something's wrong. Hydrogen is on the way. He's on the way. Likewise, Reynor unable to break through. Here comes the Muta production. And even though Serral does have the Hydrogen, he hasn't started any Hydra production yet. So, oh, there we go. Speaking of, 2 Hydras. Let's go. 2 Hydras on the way. Getting to +2. 7 Mutas, they can one-shot drones. And the Spire is scattered. And now Serral knows. He's now aware of spores. They start immediately. Overlord should be turning back around. You can see the Overlords, they race back home. And we could end up in a bit of a longer ZVZ here, with Serral turtling up and Reynor gaining map control. It's been a while since we've seen Lurker versus Lurker. Can we head in that direction here between Serral and Reynor? It's possible. We're not there yet, but we'll see if Reynor also goes for his own Hydrogen. But now Ling run by, sips into the natural, gets a couple of drones. We do get a contamination. Nicely done there by Reynor. Mutas, they dive into the natural. They do dip in. Catching out some roaches. Roaches getting caught out. Here comes Serral's main army. Both armies are maxed. I do favor Serral's composition a little bit more here, as he has a couple of Hydras sprinkled in. Let's try to push forward. Biles do connect. Reynor's pushing through. Nice Biles. Reynor being forced back. Serral splitting up his army. Looking for a way in. Mutas, they coming from behind. They collapse on the Hydras, but I believe the Hydras, they should come out on top there as extra Hydras have arrived. Reynor being forced back. Behind this, Serral taking up into more Hydra upgrades. Tunneling Claws, Burrow. Speaking of Serral, he's trying to sneak past. Lurker Den's on the way. And does Reynor notice? Does he see the roaches? Looks like he has not. Yeah, they sneak by. From here, Serral can on Burrow. Actually going straight for the natural. Going for both. The third base and the natural under fire. Drones are going down. Serral pushing in. And Reynor, can he keep up? Going for his own counterattack at the same time. Biles, they graze the army. Serral pushing in. Yeah, it does pull Reynor apart. At the same time, Reynor also diving into the main. Serral getting the better fight. Knocking down the hatchery. 12 drones have fallen. We have more roaches in the main. And the hatchery goes down at the same time. Reynor also getting some counter damage. 10 drones going down. But is Reynor losing too much? 18 drone kills. And Serral is pushing in. Biles pushing between the bases. Oh, Biles connect. Reynor just getting torn apart. Railing Nest goes down. And again, Serral can take the better fight here. He's got the better upgrades. He has +2. +2 just now finishing up for Reynor. Took a long time. Oh no, the miles. Oh my god, a bit of miscontrol here out of Serral. I don't think that was intentional. Aye. Did Borrow take some vials to the face, has to back up. Reynor holds. Reynor, he's holding, still losing some workers though. Trying to keep up. Moving out across the map. Serral does have the better economy. Serral, he can remax. And Reynor's committed. He is committed one way or another. Either he breaks Serral here and now he dies trying Dust Spot, suddenly selling Claw Roaches. Dust Spot them. Going for his own harass as well. Let's go. Serral, does he have detection? If he doesn't have an Overseer, the Roaches, they can dip in. There we go. He notices. Does notice. Overseer on the way. Roaches, they dive in. Yeah, Biles, they connect as well. Serral having a rough time, having a hard time engaging. Reynor trying to force his way through. Biles once again forcing Micro out of Serral. And he only has the one Ravager. With that better concave from Reynor. Reynor pushing in. Trying to peel off towards that mineral line. A couple of drones are going down. And catching a couple of workers. Once again, awkward engagement here by Serral. Oof. Takes another pile. As he tries to engage. And again, you can see just the effectiveness here of just Roach Ravager. Despite having a smaller army, but GG gets caught. Serral still overwhelms. And again, Reynor was completely all in. He had no reinforcements. He had no economy. And he barely couldn't break through. GG. GG, well played. With that, Serral, he will take the series 4-1. I wanted a Amygdala, I'll be honest. GG, well played. I was looking forward to a Amygdala. I was looking forward to seeing maybe Reynor play Protoss once again. But GG in the end. Reynor, he got outscaled. Serral had +2. He had the better upgrades for a long time. The Tunneling Claw Roaches, that was really the game-winning move for Serral. As both armies were comparable, but Serral, he got into the third, into the natural, into the main base. Drones were going down. And after Reynor lost all those workers, he never rebuilt. He never was able to get back up to that worker count and back up to 3 base saturation. Went down to what, less than 40 drones. GG. GG, well played. With that, Serral, he will take the series, and Reynor, he is knocked out of the tournament. He is knocked out. And with that, we will soon be getting an update here on the graphic. For those of you that are maybe just now tuning in, we casted herO versus MaxPax earlier. herO did advance on to the grand finals, and herO, he is waiting in the finals for the winner of the next series. What is the next series? Well, MaxPax got knocked down to the lower bracket finals, and Serral just advanced on to face off against MaxPax. So it's going to be a rematch. It's going to be a rematch between Serral and MaxPax. They did, of course, face off previously in the upper bracket, and Serral, he lost. He lost that series. Now Serral has a chance at revenge. He has a chance at revenge here. So again, herO's in the finals, and he's waiting for either MaxPax or Serral. And we're about to get the updated graphic here after the recap. Whew, oh my god. With that, GG. GG, well played. Again, the previous PvP for me was the highlight. This matchup was a little bit more chaotic. I do appreciate the ZVZ matchups we did get. I appreciate that Serral was being much more aggressive. I say that Serral, he went for an all-in every ZVZ. Every ZVZ he went for a different kind of all-in. Some more successful than others, but just hyper-aggression here from Serral. Against Reynor. This is the moment where he won the game in El Dorado. Bailey connections, 10 drones going down. Hey, just some key moments here from Serral. And even here early on ley lines, where he almost broke his opponent. Almost. Which led into a longer game state. But yeah, GG. GG, well played. And we still have time. We still have time before the final day does begin. This gives me some time to get some water. I don't know if you can see, but I'm running out to get some water, to rest up a little bit, and to get ready because, we actually wrapped up a little bit early here. My goal was to try to wrap up the cast leading into the final day, but I thought the series was going to be a little bit longer. I thought it was going to be a little bit longer here. We still have 40 minutes. We still have 40 minutes to go, so we have time. We have time. So yeah, for those that are curious, it's gonna, there we go. There we have the updated graphic. Let's zoom in. Okay, so earlier we had MaxPax take down Serral 3-2. That was in day 4 of the playoffs, and we just got the updated graphics, of course. herO in the grand finals. That's a best of 9, by the way. Best of 9. herO versus either a Protoss or a Zerg. I look forward to the best of 9. That's going to be later on tonight. Meanwhile, in 40 minutes, there you go. You can see it here and now. MaxPax versus Serral in 40 minutes time. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. And then the winner versus herO. So 2 matches tonight, the lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals. Tonight, we will crown the champion. We will be crowning the Masters Coliseum champion here tonight, so do look forward to it. Otherwise, hope you all have a great time, and you can take this time to drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras, tuck in your tempest, cuddle your colossus, and what else do we do? Unload your ultras, Papi. Pet your probes. You have time. We have 40 minutes. We have 40 minutes to chill here. So this stream is going to be going on break. We're going to be going on an extended break. And we'll be back again in around 40 minutes or so with the final day of Masters Coliseum. Again, I'm going to make some tea. I'm just going to, it's going to be a long day of casting, so I'm going to go make some tea. I'm going to brew some tea, get some honey going, and look after our throat. And we'll be back. We'll be back. Hydras aren't the only ones in need of hydration. Not wrong. You're not wrong. Not wrong. But yeah, with that, we are going to be going on that break. Outside of that, of course, later on tonight, we're going to be casting the OSC King of the Hill. That's going to be after Masters Coliseum, so we have another broadcast after that as well. And outside of that, you can also follow us if you're curious. If you do want to tune in, you can follow us on all the social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. You can support us on Patreon as well. You can see our Patreon just under Reynor's name. We do have that random logo for Reynor because he was switching races. But yes, we have our Patreon that does fund our tournaments, and our tournaments, they come back this week. They come back this week with Sparkling Tuna Cup and Tenacious Turtle Tussle. They are going to be returning this week as Masters Coliseum and Lil League Cup are slowly coming to an end. So our weekly tournaments are going to be returning. Otherwise, we'll see you guys after this extended break. And I'll leave you guys with the intro. Hold on, we're getting there.
哎，姐姐，恭喜小 herO！ 谁还记得？
姐姐，恭喜 4-3，飞龙在天！
哎，算了，恭喜他不过吧。不过啊，他最后这手感染太凶了。最近半年 ZVP 56-3给自己点一个赞，冠军。
I don't think Serral has any chance to save this one, but he continues. It gets killed coming back, and Bunny just doesn't seem to have the numbers in.
look at这。
Didn't even notice the Liberator of the main base, I think. So many probes are going down right now.
Oh my god, they're trying to get back, but they can't, and so many are picked up. A big clump here from Carry. Tries to split everything up.
Giant force of Bagelings. We're only getting clearing the hell. That's massive. Come!
Once again, has done it.
Serral did it all, and he is a well-deserving champion.
姐姐，恭喜小 herO， 谁还记得？
姐姐，恭喜 Zestan 4比3，飞龙在天。
哎，算了，恭喜他夺冠吧。
一把我靠！
打不过啊，他最后这手感染图太凶了。最近半年 ZVP 56-3给自己点一个赞，冠军。
I don't think Serral has any chance to save this one, but he continues. It gets killed coming back, and Bunny just doesn't seem to have the numbers.
Look at that!
Didn't even notice the Liberator in the main base, I think. So many chromes are going down right now.
Oh my god, they're trying to get back, but they can't, and so many are picked up. A big clump here from Carry. Tries to split everything up.
Giant force of Badelings. We're only getting clearing now. That's massive. Chrome!
Serral did it all, and he is a well-deserving champion.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, the final day of MaxPax Coliseum 8, the playoffs, day number 7. We just wrapped up with our catch-up stream of going over day 6 of going over herO versus MaxPax and Serral versus Reynor, and now we have 3 players left. We have 3 players left in the tournament. We have herO waging in the grand finals, and we have MaxPax and Serral duking it out here in the lower bracket finals to determine who will face off against herO in that best of 9. Here we go. 3 players left, and tonight we crown our champion. Papi. Here we go. Whew. And again, it's been quite an event, quite a tournament already here. It's been lasting over a month with the qualifiers, with the group stage, with the playoffs as well. It has been an intense event here, and now we have 1 Zerg and 2 Protoss players remaining. We have MaxPax versus Serral coming up first. Let's go. Let us go. Historically, Serral has had the better of MaxPax, as you can see here with their historical record, but in recent times, in recent weeks, in recent months, MaxPax has been taking down Serral time and time again. herO likewise has also been taking down Serral as well. Serral has been struggling in certain aspects of the ZVP matchup, but we'll see if he can get his revenge here and now in this best of 7. Vetoes are done. We have our vetoes here. MaxPax vetoing Frostline, makes sense. Serral vetoing Neon Violet Square, makes sense as well. Frostline is a much more open, a much more exposed map. It is difficult to turtle, difficult to defend on 3, 4, 5 bases. So MaxPax gets rid of the map where he would struggle to get into a late game. Serral, he vetoes Neon Violet Square, the largest map of the map, known for greed, known for late game, known for 30, 40, 50-minute, hour-long games as well. Serral gets rid of that. MaxPax gets rid of Frostline. They get rid of both 2 extremes. They get rid of the extremes, and now we have everything else in between. Game 1 gonna go the way of King's Cove. Oh boy, we have the larger maps to kick things off. Let's go. King's Cove is game 1. Abyssal Reef, Whispers of Gold, El Dorado, Amygdala, Ley Lines, and Ultra Love as the final game of the series. Let's go. Okay, so we start things off here with one of the larger maps in the map pool, but has an exposed and vulnerable 4th base. That is going to be a big factor coming into this. For now, though, our players are getting ready here. We have both Serral looking locked in form. Likewise, MaxPax also with a serious stoic face, as typically is the case with MaxPax, as we get ready here for our next series. Personally, as today is the final day, I was hoping there were going to be some interviews. I was hoping for some pre-game interviews and some thoughts from our players. If you recall, we did have interviews for the playoff brackets, the playoffs, but alas, looks like no interviews here. A little bit of a feels bad, man. At least for the finals, it would be nice to hear from the players if we can get, when we get there, when we get to the finals, would be great to hear from them, but up to the production team, up to the production. Aye. Here we go. Chat, still no MaxPax webcam? What do you mean? He's right there. What are you talking about? Aye. The posture. So good. No slouching in the chat. Just catching up. Share my papi, share my. Have our first game ready for us. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have MaxPax for Storm Gaming. And in the top left, we have Serral for Basilisk. Here we go. Now, when it comes to the previous series that they did have in the upper brackets of the playoffs, did go all the way to the ace match. Bear that in mind, did go all the way to the ace match. Once again, I will reiterate that the games that Serral did struggle on were typically games that led into a longer, later game state. It was the games that Serral would win where he would be able to end the game earlier on by going for these all-ins, by going for more committed styles and more aggressive builds. That is typically the dynamic that we have noticed here between Serral and MaxPax. If Serral can end the game early, or if he can, if he can, he will end the game early. If not, things can go a little bit south for Serral. For now, though, we are settling in. For now, we do have our initial openers going to be a Gate Expand into Cybercore out of MaxPax, likewise a Hatch Gas Pool out of Serral as well. The openers are standard, and before I get ahead of myself, before I forget, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open, place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Get your Gamba going while you can. Stone face, not even a smile, not even, Pappy, not even. Emotionless, stoic. Aye. Here we go. And again, we even saw Serral showing emotions in the previous time they faced off. We saw Serral looking very distraught, very frustrated on cams. Definitely a lot less composed than we're used to seeing Serral in that best of 5 against MaxPax. But again, I'm sure this time, it's been a couple of days. It's been a couple of days since that series. He's had time to compose himself. He's had time to go over the matches, to ruminate on the series, and to come up with a better plan and a better idea on how to approach MaxPax on some of these maps. Now, I do emphasize the maps because, again, I do think that the maps do play a big role and a big part into what is preferred when it comes to the playstyle, what is favored and what is not. We spoke about this in the previous series when it came to Reynor and his choice of playing Protoss on specific maps. There are maps where it is easier to defend, where it's easier to turtle, which does favor a player that wants to go into the late game. This is not one of those maps, though. Welcome to King's Cove. It's kind of in the middle here. King's Cove is a very large map. That is true, is a large map, but the 4th and 5th base are more wide open, they're more exposed. If Serral were to go for something like a 3-base all-in, I can see that being very viable here. Very viable on King's Cove. We actually casted Reynor versus MaxPax a month ago on this map, where if you remember, Reynor, he was just punishing MaxPax, killing the 4th base time and time again. But Reynor, he was actually stuck on Lair Tech, or really stuck on Ling Bane Hydra, never really teched into Hive Tech properly, and after a couple of minutes, eventually MaxPax did defend, did slowly claw his way back into it, and then overwhelmed Reynor. Did happen back in December, for those that remember. For those that do recall. So despite gaining momentum, despite killing the 4th base, I think Reynor killed it like 3 or 4 times. It was crazy just how often he had done it. You do want to ideally think further ahead and, focus on teching and not get bogged down on the here and now, and think on that next step. If we find ourselves in that situation again. But now, the Oracle does move out. Does hit the 3rd. Serral just saturating his bases, keeping up with the Oracles. Again, going to be a double, soon to be triple Oracle opener into a 3rd base. Standard play here by MaxPax. We don't really expect any kind of crazy deviation. There's a fast Evo chamber by Serral. Looks like Serral, he's going into plus on melee into Ling Hydra. Serral most likely is looking to delay and skip Roach production, which is the ideal. Typically in ZVP, if you can, you want to get away with skipping roaches to be able to embrace Hydras faster, to be able to embrace the Hive and the Lurker tech faster as well. As we do settle in. So far, so good. Looks like the clean feed is a little bit dirty. Thankfully, it's back, and hopefully it doesn't leave us anytime soon. Stay with us, Pappy. Stay with us. Oh no! Stasis goes off. Serral, he doesn't quite pull away in time. Bit of a shake there of the head for Serral, as he does get 4 drones caught out. Same time, 2 drones going to be going down here at the 3rd. Nice pickles here by MaxPax. Very nice. Kills 2 workers, stasis traps 4 drones. Again, small mistakes here from Serral, but it is slowly adding up. He has to be careful. There's going to be 3 drones going down in total. Good damage here from MaxPax. Behind this, going into the Forge, into Twilight Council, into +1 and Blink. Gateway Explosions have been thrown down, and MaxPax he's taking up into that third base saturation. Meanwhile, there's going to be a 5-minute lair here from Serral. Again, this is a later lair than we have seen previously, at least again in his series against Reynor, but this is all for a slightly later Hydra production. Also, Serral is playing safe. That is a Roach Warren. Roach Warren's on the way. I don't expect Serral to actually make any Roaches, but he's throwing it down just in case it is going to be a Glaive at follow-up, just in case he needs some Roaches to deal with MaxPax. For the time being, though, he is going to be settling in. The dirty face, a little bit dirty, yeah. So Wi-Fi in Asia, so weird when connection does. Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. For those that are curious, the production team for WTL or for MaxPax Coliseum, they're based in China, and to actually provide us the clean feed, they have to go through a VPN. So because of that, that's why sometimes there's some connection issues, or sometimes there's like a little bit of artifacting, and it's a little bit the feed isn't as smooth as it otherwise could be. And again, it's kind of like out of our control. It's just, you know, due to the routing that the stream has to go through to get to us. Just as a heads up. Otherwise, here we go. Otherwise, we are going to be moving out. MaxPax pushing towards that center base. At the same time, Serral trying to catch reinforcements. He will catch a Stalker, not bad. One Stalker going down, and Blink is not ready. And we spoke earlier about how exposed this fourth base is, and I stand by that, but it's applicable to both players. It is applicable to both. Where the fourth base is exposed for the Zerg and the Protoss, and MaxPax is pushing in. Oh. Does try to push in. Stasis Trap is going to be saved. Nice save from Serral. Oh, sorry, from MaxPax. Lings, they collapse on forward. Stasis Trap's going to be baited out. Nicely done. Oh, Stasis Trap does finish towards the end, though. And MaxPax, he maintains his position. Ling's going to be falling left and right behind this. MaxPax, he is taking +1. Robo's on the way as well. Getting to charge, getting to storm. And MaxPax, can he break this location? So far, trading very well with these Lings. Hydra production has begun. And once the Hydra's amassed, then Serral can hold. Until then, Stasis runs out. Once again, catching out the army. Picking up a handful of Stalkers, not bad. And Serral, he holds on. He holds. He finally has a decent Hydra army. Now he has his Ling reinforcements, and Serral, he should be able to defend that fourth base. Did lose a lot of Lings in the process, did lose a lot of Tumors, but he should be able to survive. And from here, we're getting to a longer game state. As a reminder, MaxPax was not all in. He was not all in, he was only applying pressure. Behind this, remember, fourth base on the way. Gateway Explosion, +2, Storm, High Templar, Prism. MaxPax, he is gearing up towards the mid-game, and Serral now gains map control. The momentum switches from one player to the other. Now Serral moves out, and now it's going to be on MaxPax to defend his fourth. And we'll see if he can. Meanwhile, Serral does split up his army heading towards the natural. At the same time, main army does clash in, does try to at least. So far, good control, but the Lings, they do slip in. They slip into the natural. The force field was late. Late force field by MaxPax. Fourth base is exposed. Lings, they trade decently well. Going for the expansion. Can he force the cancel? Can he? He should be able to, and he will. Big cancellation here on the Nexus. With that, MaxPax is going to be stuck on 3 bases, and we spoke about it. This is a win condition for Serral, is to deny that base over and over and over again, to contain MaxPax and delay the economy for as long as possible. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. As we do see, Serral is taking up towards Hive. Infestation bits on the way. MaxPax is just throwing down a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. He is heavily fortifying that fourth base. Should be safe and sound. MaxPax poking out. Again, this army from Serral is very vulnerable, or it's very fragile. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. It's Lingbane Hydra, a couple of good storms, and this army just melts. Speaking of storms, going to be thrown down. Massive storms on the Lings, storm on the Hydras as well. Ooh, and Serral does take the storms to the face. With that, Serral's going to be forced back. Good trades here from MaxPax. But he's out of storms. And without any more storms, the Hydras are going down. Massive pickoffs. Nice stasis. Stasis does pop up. Serral forced back. MaxPax, he holds onto the army. He's able to get away. Zealot drop here in towards the third and towards the main. And this will distract Serral. Serral is distracted. MaxPax pulling back, getting to immortal production. Now again, that attack from MaxPax wasn't too bad outside of the fact that he lost his High Templar. The High Templar count was reset, so he has to rebuild his High Templar, gather up energy once again for Storm, and get ready for the Lurkers. Speaking of, Fleet Beacon's already done, and MaxPax is taking into SkyToss. Is getting ready for that SkyToss tech. Mothership's on the way. Still sticking with a ground-based army. And as long as MaxPax has a handful of storms available, he should be okay. There's 3 High Templars, sorry, 4 High Templars with the main army. At least 4 storms. Serral, he is maxed out, but I'm not too confident he can actually do much with this army. I mean, that is a lot of Banelings, though. And even if Serral can't break the main army, he can potentially get into a mineral line. We'll see if he can. Stasis Trap does get baited. High Templar getting ready. Again, this area at the 4th base is very wide open. And once again, Stasis Traps, they will not connect. Link Bane rolling in. Heading towards the mineral line. Yeah, they head towards the 4th base, and probes, they're going to be going down. Good connections. Probes do fall, and Serral, he backs off. And he gets 17 probe kills. Some of those connections did occur off screen, but there we go. 17 probes go down. And again, this is all that Serral is hoping for. That's all he's looking to do. Oh, Prism! Oh my god. Not enough dead space here. The Prism goes down. And again, Serral is gearing up once again to knock down that 4th. If he can't kill the base, he's going for the economy. Behind this is taking up in towards the Hive. I mean, Hive is already done. Spire is on the way. Lurker Den's on the way. Let's force out some of those storms. Nice spread here from Serral. Oof. Does take a massive storm to the face, though. Bloodlings go down. Serral collapsing in, getting on top of the Immortals, sorry, on top of the Archons. So Archons go down. Massive connections. The storms are good, but the army gets owned away, and Serral, I believe, is getting into the mineral line, or at least he's trying to. He's cleaned up. He's cleaned up. Better trade for MaxPax. More Banelings, they roll in, and they go for the mineral line, and probes are falling. Getting 7 probe kills. Not the best trades here from Serral, but once again, tries to keep, just tries to temper the economy of MaxPax. You know, MaxPax making 3 tempers at a time. So he defends back at home. He does spot the War Prism. And Serral, he needs those upgrades. Lurker range now on the way. Adrenal +2. Basically, the whole goal here for Serral is to just do everything he can to harass, to cripple the economy, to keep the Protoss back at home. Because once MaxPax starts moving out, I mean, that's when Serral, he needs Lurkers. And he's not quite ready for them yet. Serral, as he is now deciding to take up. 10 Corruptors on the way. The first sign here that Serral, he is done with working with this more flimsy army. Now is building up something more robust, which means we should soon be seeing those Lurkers. Ultra Cavern on the way. Throwing down every tech structure he can. Getting ready for any kind of situation. Lings, they get eyes on the 5th. But I'll be honest, at this point, I don't think Serral can stop this. I think the 5th base, it is safe and sound. We spoke earlier that the 4th is exposed, and we saw that, hey, Serral, he forced a cancel. He got into the mineral line twice. Like, he did get damage at the 4th, but it was not enough to kill MaxPax. So MaxPax, he's gotten past that hurdle. The hurdle of establishing a 4th base on King's Cove. He's done it. Now he gets a 5th base, and now he's maxed. Now he's maxed out. He can afford this late game composition. And Serral, now he's on the back foot. So you can see how, like, in the different, like, phases or stages of ZVP, momentum goes from one player, then the other, then the other. Now it's back in favor of MaxPax. Now MaxPax has the superior army. He's pushing. And Serral, he's still refining his own upgrades here and getting into his own Lurkers. There we go. Now Serral is stuck at home. Serral is stuck at home. The creep is leaving much to be desired. Nice storm on the Ling Bane. Corruptors are diving in. And is there enough support here for the Tempest? MaxPax, he backs up. Recoiling towards the top side. Heading towards that northern base. Corruptors are able to keep up. Army does rotate. Corruptors are in position. And Serral dives in, gets a fungal. Very nice. Does land a fungal, gets 1. 1 Tempest goes down. However, the army does rotate. Oh, we do catch out some of these Archons. Bit of miscontrol there, a bit of mismovement from MaxPax. Gets caught out with that massive link counter attack. Now MaxPax, he does have a recall. He can recall to a base. And there it is. There's that recall back home. Now both recalls are on cooldown. That is something we have to kind of bear in mind. We have to keep track of the recalls. I mean, so does Serral. When they're available, when they're not. With that, MaxPax does defend. Shuts down the links. Rotates over. Ultras are on the way. This is an interesting choice. Typically, Ultras are ideal if the Immortal count is low. There are a couple of Immortals here. Potentially, Serral believes that there aren't enough Immortals to really stop these Ultras. I'm not entirely convinced, but we'll see. I think there's only 3 Immortals. If so, then this can work. As Ultras have more dive potential, and the way that this works, though, the goal of the Ultra is to get on top of the High Templar, is to tank storms and dive on those High Templar and force the Archons to be morphed in. We'll see if Serral can pull this up. As Lurkers are being forced back. Catching out 3 of them, not bad. 3 Lurkers do full. Meanwhile, MaxPax rotating over. I believe the recalls are now coming off of cooldown, so they're once again available. This Corruptor's a poke out a little bit too far. 2 Corruptors going down. And here come the Ultras. Here come the Fungals. Oh, force a recall. The Ultras, they get one Archon. They get one Archon. One Archon goes down. The army recalls over. MaxPax, he commits. Meanwhile, Serral going for a counterattack instead. Yeah, he just ignores the army. The Ultras, they do bring down the 5th. They at least try to. They work through the side defense. But just only the cannons. The cannons, they did their job. They bought time. They bought time. Serral, he raced straight. MaxPax, he races back home. He defends. Does defend. Now, upon seeing all those Ultras, do you see the production tab? 2 more Robos. 2 more Robos on the way. So MaxPax is getting ready for triple Immortal production. That's exactly what you want against Mass Ultra. So MaxPax, he's adjusting. He's keeping up. He is keeping up. We're now just focusing on Immortal production. Once the Ultra count goes lower, then you can start focusing on more Archons or more Skytos. More High Templar. Aliens, they get caught out. Nicely done there by MaxPax. Serral does have a Nidus, so he could try to Nidus into the main. Speaking of, there it is. Is going for the Nidus, and MaxPax, he does notice, does respond, forced to recall. Again, because MaxPax is maxed out, he cannot reactively warp in back at home, as he has no free supply. And that can be a danger in this kind of late game position, is your lack of warp-ins. Meanwhile, would you have a neural here on one of the Archons? Storm's going to be going up, feedbacks as well. Ultras, they do catch out through some of those High Templar, though. High Templar, they get away. Wow, they do get away. MaxPax, he holds. I don't know if he saw towards the left-hand side, but there was a big fungal on, I want to say, like 4 or 5 High Templar, but they all survived. Again, thanks to the cloak. You can see the trades. MaxPax moving forward. Now, the High Templar, they did survive, but you can see they're very low. Very low High Templar after that fungal. So, yes, be careful here. 6 Infestors on the way. Last Serral, he needs more time for those Infestors. Broodlords are morphing in. Well, we've been here before, but it does feel like Serral, he's relying quite heavily here on these Infestors for neurals. Otherwise, it may be in trouble. Recall back home. Also, actually, recall here towards left-hand side. It dives on the army. Lurkers going down. The base is exposed. Serral trying to keep up. Landing a fungal. Getting some chain fungals as well. Not bad. And here come the Brood Lords. Coming to try and punish. Nice slow zone. The base goes down and MaxPax, he backs up. So nice pick off here from MaxPax. Meanwhile, we do have the Nidus Worms here towards the 4th. Lurkers, they deny some mining. They force back the army. They give Serral breathing room. So he needed some time here to recover. But MaxPax, he's been in control for quite some time. Like, the problem with this kind of game state that we're seeing here is that there's barely any creep, there's barely any map control, and Serral, unlike what he would like here in this kind of game state, does not have a bank, or doesn't have a large enough bank to start trading here against the Protoss. So do have a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. But as you can see here, the banks are quite comparable between MaxPax and Serral. The banks are very comparable. So typically when you would want a Zerg player to try to break through and overwhelm with a cheaper army and then remax and rebuild, that isn't really as much of a viable option here for Serral. So he has to go for this kind of slower style, and again he's being bullied back, losing lurkers. There is still a big opportunity for him. Even though he got feedbacked, I believe his infestor count is still very high. He's got a high infestor count. I think he's got like 6. He's got at least 6, maybe 7 infestors. And what he's hoping for here is to catch up the army out in the open, not towards the edge of the map, but out in the open with some Neurals to go for the Tempest, go for the Archons, and take one big fight. And we'll see if he can. See if he can. That's also what MaxPax has to be very careful with how he engages. That's why he's been pushing in, then pulling back. He's intentionally making sure that he's not being caught out by those infestors. Revelation here on the Ultras. And so he is at least taking these northern bases. Likewise, MaxPax getting a fresh base as well. MaxPax getting a 7th Nexus. Likewise, so is Serral. Serral actually now getting an 8th in the center of the map. As we have tectonic destabilizers on the way. Greater upgrades, more cannons, more shield batteries. MaxPax looking very secure back at home. And Serral, he can't really push into these locations. He really just has to wait for MaxPax to push into him. That's the reality here. Like, if you look at those bases, they are just so heavily fortified. They're so well set up. It just rotates, kind of use this location. Has the high ground. Fungal coming in, and does force a recall. And again, this is what Serral's hoping for, to cash the army out. Recalls in time, does get away. Oh no. Does get away, and we do see MaxPax moving in. A little bit of buffer though. I imagine not on our end. No, did the stream go down? Okay. Okay. Yes, production team, get it together. Now is not the time. As we go, Storm's gonna be popping up. Oh, nice snipe here on the mothership. But remember, there's another recall. There's another recall available, and the infestors are out of position. And this is where, yeah, we do have some latency issues here. Okay, hopefully everything's okay. If not, I might get in contact with the SCBoy team. Might get in contact as the armies are posturing. Yeah, this is again less than ideal. So for the next game, we might actually go in game. We'll see. Alright, we're good. Okay. Let's focus. Let us focus as we do have the Broodlords pushing in. Oh, trying to catch the army out of position. Not bad. Broodlords actually laying siege upon that base. Nice fungal. Slowing down the Tempest. There's another army here towards the top side. Broodlords a melee takedown side defense. Another nice fungal, but alas, there's no follow-up. And Max actually does hold. Yeah, and all the others are reporting that there is some latency issues. Yeah, so it's not just us. Again, everyone's casting via clean feed. We might end up joining their games if this continues. Might happen. Just trying to set up for that. Otherwise, we do try to engage. We do try to dive in. MaxPax does activate his cloak, pulling back, saves his workers. Temper shots going off, takes down the Broodlords. Yeah, and MaxPax, he holds his own. As I mentioned before, just trying to push into these locations is not easy here for Serral. At least takes down all the cannons. Ah, no. Don't apologize. It's taking me out of it a little bit with the latency issues, with the connection issues, I should say. But yeah, like Rotterdam and all the other guys, they're all complaining as well. They're like, guys, what's going on? I'm gonna go in game just in case. Now, Serral, he does retreat. He has been able to build up a bank. Meanwhile, we have almost pure Skytals on the way from MaxPax. We have carriers in production, another Stargate. But what I was trying to get at here is that, again, I really do appreciate how mobile MaxPax was being when it came to his army, when it comes to his movement, making use of those recalls. But for now, is stuck at home. Rotating once again. Serral able to shut down those cannons, making sure they don't get back up and running. Broodlords moving forward. And Serral going for a split push, going for the center base and the base on the right-hand side. And he should be able to bring it down. MaxPax out of position. Por favor. As Max actually does engage. Nice fungal. Fungal goes off, catching out the Immortals at least. But again, just the Immortals. Tempest moving in. And again, I do apologize for this. Again, this hasn't been an issue. This hasn't been an issue for almost the entirety of Master Coliseum of the playoffs, but for whatever reason today, it's oh god. For whatever reason today, the clean feed is struggling. But okay, we're back. Clean feed is back. Looks like Serral, he lost the base on the left-hand side, and he's going to lose it again. MaxPax, he will shut it down. Now, MaxPax, he did burn through most of his gas, remaxing on Carrier. Throughout the course of these past couple of engagements, I do apologize for being a little bit out of it just because the stuttering just took me out. But it looks like he has been bleeding out some of his ground-based army. I'm referring to his Immortals, his High Templar, his Archons, as replacing them with more Carriers and more Tempest. So MaxPax, he is burning through his gas bank. His gas bank is drying up. Likewise, moving forward. Northern base gets shut down. Nice pickoff here from Serral. Oh, and we land a fungal. That big fungal here in the army. Doing another fungal. Feedback's gonna be popping up. And MaxPax, he does get away. MaxPax sacrificing one Eye Templar for those feedbacks. Does avoid the chain fungal. Meanwhile, Miss Rally. Carrier goes down. Oh. Serral pulling back. Meanwhile, going for a recall towards the mothership, and he wants the base. He wants the expansion. Serral out of position. He's racing on over. MaxPax taking down some of the spores, but Serral, he's here. He has made it. MaxPax, he backs the hell off. Doesn't want to get caught out. Does pull away. Pulls back for now. So once again, just setting up, sniping more cannons. Forcing MaxPax to send more resources. Still just sharking around. Up. Hoping to catch one of those High Templar. Main army is moving in. Again, it's a small little micro move, but every single time he gets fungled, he intentionally moves everything back except for like 1 or 2 High Templar just to feed back the infestors. It's really cool. He's been doing it quite consistently throughout this game. And it just makes sure that he avoids a second fungal. He just avoids his army getting locked out. Behind this, both players using expansions. The map is cut in half. Okay, let's go 8 base versus 8 base. Let's go. Serral, brave. Okay, calm down. Looking for any kind of stray units. A Tempest, a Mothership. Speaking of, Mothership is spotted. Doesn't quite go for it. Remember, they can't be abducted. Serral somewhat getting cornered, but there is side defense. And he pushes in the right-hand side instead. So committing right down mid, okay. I mean, there's not that many cannons. We'll force a recall. Serral, he pulls away. Again, it's all about these little skirmishes and trying to catch the army out of position. Now, that was a base recall. I believe there's still a Mothership recall. Speaking of, there it is. There's a first fungal. 1 Tempest goes down. He gets a Tempest. He gets a High Templar, and I think an Archon as well. But does recall in time. Despite that, MaxPax bleeding out a couple of units. And now he's stuck at home. Basically, MaxPax, he shouldn't be pushing until he has 2 recalls available, like we just saw. You need those recalls so you don't get caught out. So moving in on the right hand side. Okay. So they said, I don't know if you saw earlier when the clean feed just completely just went dark, but they did restart, and apparently it's good, looking good. I just jinxed it, didn't I? But now we can focus on the cast. Meanwhile, main base goes down, or center base goes down. Nice nothing by Serral. Once again, MaxPax out of position. We'll lose the expansion. And Serral has just been slowly picking off bases, slowly picking off units. Been very efficient, mainly using fungals or trading out some inexpensive army units. And now he has a bank. Previously, I was talking about like 15 minutes ago how the banks were quite comparable to each other, and I was concerned for Serral. Not anymore. He's there. He is him. Up. Catches out 2 oracles. We'll take a status to the face. MaxPax, does he try to collapse on those infestors? Nah, not quite. He backs off. Does back off from here. MaxPax rotating. There are lurkers in position. So he's ready for this, at least somewhat. Yeah. Bars in time. Does borrow. MaxPax looks like he wants to rotate over towards the left. Earlier, Serral he was struggling to spread creep, but now there's creep all over the map. Has gained map control. MaxPax just stuck at home. It's already been 30 foot. I didn't even notice. Getting up to the 40-minute mark. I mean, you think this is anything? No. We haven't even casted on Abyssal yet. Or Amygdala. No, we'll get there. We'll get there. No. Thankfully, Neon Violet Square was vetoed. Neon was vetoed. So we've gotten rid of a potential hour-long game there. We got rid of it. The other maps, though, get ready. Both armies to back off, still posturing. We just see MaxPax ready with one recall towards the left-hand side. So he could try to dive on that expansion. I'm sure his goal here is to distract on the right and then recall to the left. Doesn't want to get caught out. So he sees the mothership. He knows. Going for the oink, he gets a carrier. Not bad. Carrier goes down. MaxPax doesn't commit, replacing the carrier with the Tempest. Both players on a very low drone count, just super maxed armies. So far they're keeping up. Serral, he is taking these extra bases. Again, one of these center bases typically belongs to the Protoss, but Serral has both. At least for now. Does hold the both. Zealot run by SCBoy. Oh, the Burrow Micro. Let's go. I appreciate it. Max actually does commit in. It does push in. The base is going to go down. Nice pickup. Elastic gases have already been mined through here. There's less value in this expansion, but does bring it down. Even the Revelation. 10 drones falling. Nice pickup here by MaxPax. From here, he should now rotate towards the right. Serral getting ready for it. As we should be fighting over this this really last fresh mining base. As it is mainly fresh, mainly untouched. And MaxPax is going for it. Serral, he's waiting for him. I'm a little bit concerned by the lack of static defense at that location. That could be a factor. We'll see. For Serral, I mean. 5 swords being thrown down. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Not too important here. We have plenty of money, plenty of minerals. Yeah, spores are setting up. You can see Serral, he's anticipating an attack towards his natural. Tempest, they get behind the base. We'll see if Serral can save this expansion. He's gearing up. Goes off. MaxPax going for the recall in. Oh my god. Didn't even notice the mothership. Does recall in. Natural goes down. Going for the main. Going for the production. And remember, he has a recall to come back home. How far does he go? Yeah, catching Serral completely off guard. Does race back. That's just coming in. And there's that recall. MaxPax not losing a single unit. Ooh. We'll lose an expansion. But does take down all the lurkers. Yeah, Serral is not looking too happy about that. Now, there was nothing major. I believe as we're seeing here in the production tab, the Spire, the Hydrogen, and the Infestation Pit being rebuilt. But that also means less vision at the natural, which means for the next time we see this, we could see MaxPax diving right into the main, going right for the hive. As the mothership is once again in position. And once again, both recalls are on cooldown, so we have to wait. We gotta wait for them to come back off, and then MaxPax and then he can attack. Then he can move in. He's just perpetually waiting for the recalls. Without them, it's a little bit risky to be active like this. Lings, they just trade against the cannons. I mean, hey, Serral, he's got, what, 8k minerals. He can afford this. Just flooding Lings across the map. Going for fringe bases, going for economies or mineral lines. Corruptors, they're fishing for the mothership. Mothership goes down. Massive pickup. Serral pulling MaxPax apart. Nicely done. Gets 10 probes. All a line of cannons and the mothership. What's happening in the chat? Why are you guys talking about contaminating a cannon? Of course that wouldn't work. What do you mean? What do you mean? The dream. Meanwhile, here come those infestors. Oh, not quite. Nice feedback here on the Vipers. "42 minutes and MaxPax, he hasn't even blinked once. Mate, he is locked in." Has that ever happened to you where you're I don't know, you're locked into a gaming session and then you realize you just haven't blinked in a while and your eyes are just hella dry? That's MaxPax right now. He's set. Yeah, he's so close to sniping that base. Bungle goes off. He does turn around. Catches an infestor. Nice power bomb. Power bomb here on the main army. Force a recall. And that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, almost 5 Tempests going down. Carrier as well. Nice catch from Serral. With that MaxPax does plummet in supply. Has to rebuild. Yeah, that was a brutal catch. And from here, Brutalers, they have access to the natural. Stargate goes down. You see that 3 Tempests and 1 Carrier. And an Oracle. So very nice catch. Now, despite the bank being much lower here from MaxPax, he still has a little potential to outtrade this army. But both players have been just so careful with their engagements. I mean, we've been here for 44 minutes. We could be here for another 44. Serral and Max, they're willing. They're playing it slow. Maybe they got nowhere to be. What about herO? Isn't he waiting? No. He could wait. It's guys, I was scheduled to play in an hour. It's no. What do you mean? Come back tomorrow. We got a best of 7 to play. Ah, okay. We can message herO. We're mate, you can get some sleep if you want. You can. It's gonna be a while. This is only game 1, by the way. It's okay, I'll have a 4-hour power nap and then I'll be good to go. Then we'll be halfway through the series. Oh no. Oh! As we go for the Neurals get broken. Gonna be recalling here on top of the army. Corruptor's out of position. Nice Storms. Lurker's gonna be going down, catching out the Infestors as well. Very nice pickups, and from here we can always recall back. As recall should be available. MaxPax pulling away. Does go around the left hand side. Corruptors are coming in. assuming he has it. Oh. Corruptor's 8. Catch a carrier. And MaxPax, he escapes. Does escape. Does get away. Oh, did I speak too soon? 10% of carrier. Not bad. Picks up a Tempest, picks up a carrier. Will bleed out a couple of Corruptors, but last Serral, he has a bank he can rebuild. He can replace that. He can afford these trades. At the same time, once again, another Ling run by towards the natural. Likewise, Brewlords, they catch out the Archons. Very nicely done. Just out positioning MaxPax. Gets a Fungal Love. Catches one. One Archon goes down. Lings are still wreaking havoc in the main. Forcing MaxPax back. Just creating these opportunities. These little wins here and there for Serral. Again, every unit counts. MaxPax, he cannot max out. Not anymore. He's down to 1,000 gas. And Serral, he might have just done it. Might have just done it here. Oh no! Oh no! Wait, what's going on? That's Serral! I spoke too soon. So, you can see his reaction on cams. Serral, calm down. He's not happy about that. He's not, I mean, does accidentally move command into the army with all of his infestors, and see, that's what MaxPax needs. See, that's the game he's playing for. Yo, let's go. It all worked. He lured Serral in, made him overconfident, move commands his army. MaxPax is back in this. Oh god. Oh no. Not like this. Now, Serral, he does rebuild 8 infestors. 8 infestors, they were just rebuilt. But last time they have less energy. They can still fungal. Oh. Shots going up. Infestors coming in. They do land a fungal. Stasis does catch out the infestors, though. At least 2 of them. MaxPax does get away. Does slip away. Takes out the base on the right-hand side. Denies an expansion. Nicely done. I saw the chat. I saw Max smile. I missed it. I missed it. I'm sure he did. Yo. When he saw those infestors waddling in, his eyes lit up. It's crazy. Oh, speaking of though, Max, as he gets caught. Massive fungals. Recall does save most of the army. But these are missteps that Max says he cannot afford. Again, he's out of gas. It's one and done, his army, I mean. So, pulling away. Does pull away. Lurker's gonna be harassing here towards the right hand side. MaxPax, he's just giving up on the base. Pushing in. Fester's coming in from behind. Oh. So he wants the feedbacks. Well, MaxPax, he wants the feedbacks. Gets an expansion. Base goes down. Serral slips into the main, going for the production. Let's force a warp in. Does force a defensive warp in. MaxPax is rotating back over. He gives up the main. But again, he just cannot push deep onto creep. Not with all these infestors, unless he can catch them out, of course. It's already happened once. True. once again pushing in towards that base. At this one, I do feel like Serral can be a little bit more proactive at this point. I mean, the problem here is that he doesn't know that MaxPax doesn't have a bank, right? He doesn't know that MaxPax, he's broke. He cannot max. He has 0 income, 0 gas income. As MaxPax, he has no gas mining. Serral still playing it safe. Catches the Oracle. Pulls away. Picks up High Templar as well. Nicely done. Torque gets activated. Nice fungal. And with that, if we can just keep landing. And the fungals, they continue. And with that, the final fight here, Serral can commit in. Broodlords, they can just go ham here on the ground army. Feedback's going up. But we're running out of High Templar. Yeah, Serral just dives in. He just commits. He overwhelms, and MaxPax, he will lose everything. GG gets called, and Serral, he takes game number 1. GG, well played. Serral looking a little bit upset towards the end there, especially I would imagine because of the misstep he had earlier. But GG, he will take game 1, and he will kick things off with a win here in the series. Whew. And let's get ready to do that again, because up next we have Abyssal Reef. Let's go. Abyssal Reef is coming up next. Another large map, another map known for turtle play, another map known for maxing out and cutting the map in half. Abyssal Reef does share some similarities here with King's Cove. I would say it takes it one step further though. King's Cove, if you remember, there was a lot of contention around the 4th base, a lot of contention around the 4th base location, and Serral, he was able to deny the 4th base once and get the mineral line twice, if you recall. Here on Abyssal Reef, the 4th base is much more defendable. It's much more secure. The 5th base as well, the 6th base. So when it comes to maxing out and turtling up and cutting the map in half, I do feel like Abyssal Reef is more favored for that kind of style. We'll see. We shall see. As this series is going to be all about endurance. Meanwhile, herO, again, he can just go and he can have a nap. He can herO, he can just go and get some sleep, he can get some rest, have a nap, and then jump back in a couple of hours for his series. Where what I'm getting at here is that he is free to kind of enjoy himself while these two have a brutal best of 7. And jumping in the top left-hand corner, we have MaxPax for Sidestorm Gaming. In the bottom right, we have Serral for Basilisk. As that was only game 1. Only game 1. Let's go. So going for a 15 hatch, going for an extractor trick. Oh, sorry. Extractor trick into spawning pool, into hatch first. Standard opener out of Serral. Likewise, MaxPax setting up back at home as well. And welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. Again, Abyssal Reef is the 2nd largest map of the map pool, 2nd largest only to Neon Violet Square, which is vetoed in this series. And again, your natural, your 3rd base, your 4th base, your 5th base, all very secure here. Your 6th is more exposed, that is true. The 6th base can be more difficult to hold on to. But once we end up in that kind of game state, I think maxed out armies can maintain that. And just quickly touching on that previous game, I do really appreciate how MaxPax was approaching things. herO, I don't want to say he pioneered it, but a couple of years ago, herO was doing the very same thing, where he would be aggressive with one army, pushing in and use the mothership to recall to another side of the map to keep pushing, to catch the defending Zerg player out of position. We saw this a lot on Altitude. That was, I think, back in early 2023, maybe late 2022. But like on the Altitude map pool, did see that a lot. And we saw it used massively here on King's Cove as well. Where Serral was being pulled apart, eventually Serral was able to stabilize and he was able to out-trade his opponent, but for a lot of that game, things were very close and very clutch between both Serral and MaxPax when it came to how efficient they were being and the banks they were building up. But we'll see how players do adjust over time. Now, as a reminder, that last game, because of how exposed the 4th base is, Serral, he was very aggressive and very committed on a 3-base economy, as he was just stuck on Lingbane Hydra a little bit longer. Eventually, of course, he did tech up and did, head towards Hive Tech, but he did commit a little bit harder to Lingbane Hydra. I don't see that happening here on Abyssal Reef, but we'll see. We'll see if Serral does tech faster this time, or if he still stays on lair tech a little bit longer. Teasing Serral is definitely a choice. I don't think that's necessary here for MaxPax. Winding it back, talking about the previous series, it was in the late game where MaxPax and herO did defeat Serral in their respective series in this tournament. Like, it was in late game where Serral did crumble. So I would, if you recall, I said that at the start of the series, and I still maintain that, where that is where MaxPax can thrive. We saw that Serral did take that last game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he will take it every time. And that he will be in the same position as he was on King's Code. So we shall see. As initially we do have the Void Ray opener out of MaxPax, hunting down the Overlords, keeping Serral in the dark. Does keep him in the dark. Getting into his Oracle, getting to a third base. MaxPax does move in, threatens the mineral line. Shouldn't really get much damage done, but again, he's just hiding his tech here, and we could see MaxPax try to rush into SkyToss. We saw something similar out of Reynor earlier today. But that is going to be Nexus into Twilight Council into a Forge. So standard play. Standard timing with the Twilight Council, standard Forge as well. Should be +1, and Blink here from a Protoss player. Nice trades over these Lings, takes out both Zealots. Both Zealots go down, Oracle has to race back home, Void Ray's out of position. And can Serral get the Pylon? Oh, not quite. Pylon does survive. Pylon does survive. MaxPax, he's secure. And Serral, he does go for a safety Roach Warren. This time did not go for an early Evo chamber. He is droning, getting his lair. And MaxPax, he is not going for Blink, he's going to charge. It was a tell that MaxPax, he actually tried to defend that base with Zealots, not with Adepts. So warping his Zealots is a tell, and MaxPax is being more aggressive. Okay. Now, if Serral skips Roach production, if he goes purely Ling Hydra again, then there is going to be a window here where where Serral is vulnerable and MaxPax can punish him. As there is going to be a big timing here with charge and +1 and Archons. So we'll see if MaxPax can catch him off guard. Back at home, +1 range is on the way. Lings are amassing no roaches yet here from Serral. There we go, safety roaches. And this is going to be ideal. Again, Serral, he does need roaches as the army is soon to be upon him. We're waiting for that War Prism. Ah, roaches into a Spire. Okay. Interesting. Hopefully he doesn't bank up too many resources for mutas, as we will need roaches. Prism moves out. Lings say threaten the third. And here come those Archons. Archons morphing in. Bit of a cancel there from MaxPax, which is less than ideal. Does slow him down. But here comes that timing with +1 and charge. Again, very crisp here by MaxPax, hitting in 10 seconds. But again, as we mentioned, thankfully Serral did not go into Hydras. He already has Roaches. But does he have enough? Yeah, he has plenty. Roaches, they respond, they get revealed, and MaxPax, he has to get the hell out of here. He cannot push in. Is going to be forced back. Serral, he defends. Again, he was blindly already setting up Roach production. So good call here by Serral. And MaxPax, he's forced to transition. He starts +2, second Robo. Storm has begun, but remember, these upgrades, his tech is late. And now MaxPax, he's in trouble. As Serral, he's maxing out. Zell drop towards the natural. Prism into the main. Rocks are being knocked down. And what does MaxPax have at home to defend? He's building up 2 immortals at a time, cannon as well. MaxPax, he is vulnerable. And here comes Serral, he's maxing out. He's going for a 3-base all-in. Just straight up 3-base all-in. 66 drones. Serral, he commits. And again, MaxPax, he's in a lot of trouble. He's behind. I mean, the failed timing here puts him in a really brutal position. Storm is not ready. Wild's him away. Zalse go down. Immortals are exposed. There are some shield batteries, thankfully, but they're running out of NG. Yeah, just not enough here to defend. Oh, we got 2 immortals coming in, though. There's the recall. Zalse collapse on the Ravagers. Prism recalls back home. How about the immortals? They're going down. They're going down one after the other. Serral, he has done it. He breaks on through. Breaks the 3rd base. He punishes MaxPax, and this time we're seeing a much shorter game. We're not going to be entering the late game here. Not on Abyssal Reef. Not this time. GG gets called, and Serral takes a 2-0 lead. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. A bold move by MaxPax. Bold move. Again, winding it back, as we were pointing out, MaxPax, he had gone for a big charge timing. His goal, his hope, was to blindly try to counter Serral, hoping that Serral was playing greedy and going Ling Hydra. As we saw, Serral, he went for a safety Roach Warren and made safety Roaches, and he was fine. Like, he had a Roach army already building up. He was able to deflect the initial charge timing, and MaxPax, he just crumbled from there. We saw that Serral, as soon as he saw that he had momentum, he just cut workers at 66, went for a massive Roach all-in. GG. GG, well played. Was able to break MaxPax before Storm could finish, and before MaxPax could stabilize after the failed aggression from the Protoss. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. So I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that MaxPax, he folded, in the sense that, like, his approach to Abyssal was to try to catch Serral off guard, and MaxPax, he was the aggressor instead of playing at macro instead. With that, I mean, it was a big gamble, it was a big risk, and in the end, did not quite work out. And now we're loading into game 3, and this is where I'm really concerned, because this is where Serral can thrive. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. As opposed to King's Cove, as opposed to Abyssal, where you have these more secure bases, where it is known for macro late game, Whispers of Gold is not. Whispers of Gold has a very exposed 3rd, very exposed 4th, short rush distance by ground. You can knock down the rocks, you can reduce the time it takes even longer, also even shorter, and a player like Serral can all in. that's what I'm getting at. All-ins, they hit hard here. And sporting in the bottom right hand corner, we have MaxPax for Psystorm. In the top left, we have Serral for Basilisk. What I'm getting at is aggression is favored here on Whispers of Gold. It goes both ways. Whether it's MaxPax or Serral who wants to be aggressive, it can favor them. We'll see who goes for it first. We shall see. As MaxPax is setting up here on the low ground. Serral, he was in the hyperbolic time chamber. True. After Serral, after he went down in the playoffs, after he went down to MaxPax previously, yo, he took Reynor with him, dragged him into the chamber. He's his Vegeta. It may have been days for us, but it was years for them. Oh, the years. Oh no. And now he's ready. He's ready for the rematch. He's ready for MaxPax. Look, it makes sense. It's all draggable. It's fine. Oh, no. As so far, standard openers. Serral Force Safety, Unnatural, Natural. And likewise, just standard opener here by MaxPax. Settling into the Stargate, and we'll keep an eye on the tech of choice. Basically, what we're looking for here is the timing of the Twilight Council. We'll see if he throws it down before the 3rd base, as the 3rd base is taken, or after. To see if MaxPax goes for something crazy like Glaive Adepts. We shall see. Storm here, we're calming down. Oh, interesting. Serral being a little bit greedier here. So Serral, he skips his second queen. He delays his queen here for a faster third hatchery. That's why he's only making one queen at a time. So, bold move. As the hatchery is already on the way, so a very greedy build here by Serral. Does mean that his queen count is going to be lower, but does make up for it with a faster third base and ideally better larva. Better saturation. That gets turned away. And so far, Serral, he's keeping up. So far, so good. Oh, that's a tumor. Tumor goes down. MaxPax just poking in. Behind this should be expanding, should be getting a third. As the Oracle has arrived. Nice catch here from Serral, though. Yeah, surrounds the adepts. He gets one. He's going for the other as well. Oracle arrives 1 second too late, and this means that the third base is that much more exposed. Without those two adepts, these things, they can come back in. Third base now on the way from MaxPax, expanding towards his opponent. Or taking the triangular third. Oracle takes a lot of hits, gets 2 drones. Does take a lot of damage. But now Serral just droning up. Lings, they move out. As we mentioned, only one adept at home to defend. It's only whispers, nothing tangible. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. They're lies. Ooh, as Serral, he's going for a bit of an earlier Roach Warren this time. Okay. It's going to be a 430, 440-ish Roach Warren timing. So once again, a very safe play here by Serral. And again, it makes sense here on Whispers of Gold. It's so risky skipping Roaches here on this map. As the Oracle barely has 1 HP. No shot. The 1 HP Oracle. He gets away. I'll sip away. Gateway explosion behind this. Tech is done. And we should be seeing, yeah, +1 and Blink on the way. Now, I believe MaxPax is getting up to 6 gateways. We'll keep an eye on him. If he doesn't take his gases, if he throws down 2 more gateways, he could just go for a 3-base all-in. So Oracles, they do sit by. Get 3, 4 drone kills, not bad. As MaxPax is securing himself. +1 melee in production here for Serral. He does have the Roach Warren, but this time it looks like he wants to skip Roaches and go Ling Hydra. The Roach Warren is just for safety, but he's not making any. And thankfully he doesn't need any. Doesn't need any back at home. So far keeping up with the Oracles, getting a 4th base. Roach speed is on the way. Lair is now done. And as we take extra gases, we could soon be seeing that that Hydrogen. New Temple Archives here from MaxPax. Going +1 and Blink into Archons and Storm. Taking gases, MaxPax is not going for a 3-base all-in. We've hit that point, we've gone past it. Which means we're playing out a standard game. Okay. Playing it out standard. As MaxPax moves out, he should soon be expanding. Pushing towards the 4th. Serral, he does make some safety roaches. Trying to keep up. Lings, they move out, they delay the 4th. Nicely done. Yeah, the probe goes down. And for now, MaxPax, he's contained. He's stuck on 3 bases. He needs that 4th. Storm does begin. Serral trying to bait out that Stasis Trap. Unable to, though. MaxPax trading well. Does trade well. Serral coming in from behind. Once again, though, another Stasis does connect. Very nice Stasis. And so MaxPax, he can just keep pushing. Gets a Queen. Queen goes down. Base under threat. Shouldn't be able to get it, but can maybe get another Queen. Going for the roaches. Lings once again. They come in for a strap, but they take another stasis to the face. Oh my god. The stasis traps. Yeah, brutal trade here for Serral. So many Lings go down. But MaxPax, he doesn't take his chances here. He backs off. Backs off. Traded well. That's 52 Lings for one Stalker. Look at the efficiency. Oh my god. One Stalker. One Stalker went down. Ay, ay, ay. So again, just really nice trades from MaxPax. He pulls away. Storm is now done, getting a 4th base, and working towards a longer game state, working towards the mid game. Likewise, so is Serral. Now, Serral, I believe he skipped his Hydrogen. If he threw it down, I did miss it. Instead of going for a Dream Drop, he's crazy. Going for a Dream Drop instead, towards the main. Just committing to Ling Roach Ravager. Rushing into the Infestation Pit. Into the Hive. Serral is almost maxed out, going for a split push. Lings, they distract towards the 4th. The drop lords, they got spotted. They get spotted. Despite that, MaxPax late to respond, late to react. Comes in with a handful of Stalkers. That's not going to be good enough. And Lings, they flood in. There are some storms. Oracle goes down. Massive pickup. Yeah, High Templar as well. Contamination on +2. Lings, they flood in towards the 3rd. And MaxPax is getting torn apart. But not losing too much. Not losing too much here. Losing only 4 probes. Did react well. Did pull away in time. And in total, we'll lose 13 workers. MaxPax holds. Does hold on. Serral behind this. Still doesn't have a Hydrogen. Hive is on the way. The tech is late here for Serral. He was quite committed, and this did not do enough damage. As Serral, he hasn't really been joining up behind this. There we go. 9 drones now finally on the way. Serral, he was very committed. And now MaxPax, he can stabilize. He can stabilize from here. Serral going for the 4th. Last MaxPax, he's in position. Nice storm. Storm goes off. Serral, he has to retreat. Lurker Den now on the way, but again, the Hive Tech and the Lurker Tech is late here. It is delayed for Serral. The droning as well. Now he's up to 81. He's finally got a good economy. He's gotten there. On the flip side, MaxPax has a terrifying army. Remember, there are no Lurkers. This force can break through. He's pushing in. So he has to be so careful with how he engages. Has to respect the storms. Trying to come in for a flank. Hydra's getting called out. Nice pickles here by MaxPax. Zelsager for a run by. Storms here on the Hydras, on the Lings as well. Oh, the stage traps, they pop up. They actually save some of these Hydras. And MaxPax, he's just all over Serral. Again, Serral, he gets caught off guard. Again, the drop did not do well enough. GG gets called, and MaxPax, he does bring it back. Puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. Oh my god. Production team. What's going on? There we go. GG, well played. I think they got caught off guard. But with that, MaxPax does take a game. Again, Serral, he was hyper committed with the Doom Drop. As a reminder, Serral, he did cut workers at 3 base saturation. He did cut tech as well, so he was stuck on, I think it was like 66 or 67 drones. No Hive, no Infestation Pit, no Hydras, nothing else. Hyper, and again, just really solid defense from MaxPax in that last game, despite not TR, but it's been a while. Been a while since we've really seen him embrace that. We'll see where he takes us. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have MaxPax for Psystorm. In the bottom left, Serral for Basilisk. Let's go. Let us go. As again, welcome one and all to El Dorado. We do have gold bases towards the center of the map, towards the center southern half of the map, I should say. And as a result, the players that can mine through those middle patches earlier on and gain access to those bases and take the gold base as a third, take it as a fourth base, rush into the center gold base as well, and have a boosted economy. Likewise, if both players expand towards each other and if both players mine through those patches, then the rush distance by ground becomes very, very short, and you could see hyper aggressive play be very successful on El Dorado. On the flip side, if neither player opens up those minerals, then the rush distance by ground is a little bit longer instead. It can be more difficult to be aggressive, and we could see the Protoss, for example, head towards Skytoss and head towards a fleet beacon into more Stargates. That is viable if that kind of scenario plays out. Otherwise, we'll see. We'll see where our players do take us. For now, just gate expand. Gate expand and decide, of course, standard temperatures for the time being. Nothing too crazy yet. We're just keeping an eye on our players to see if they do mine through those patches. Do we open up the map or do we not? When it comes to the last game, I don't think I'm too fond of the idea of Serral being the aggressor initially. Yes, two games ago, Serral did all-in MaxPax, that is true. But if you remember, that was on Abyssal Reef, and that was after the failed aggression of MaxPax, right? It was like more of a reactive all-in, I should say. Which, again, was a lot more successful, of course. Here, game number 3, the last game, it was Serral being the initiator, and yeah, a lot less success there. MaxPax, he defended beautifully. So I'm hoping that Serral does calm things down at least a little bit more, as we have the initial Stargate for MaxPax. Interesting location, the Stargate behind the mineral line. We could end up opening up Void Ray once again to try to keep Serral in the dark. We'll keep an eye on MaxPax. Meanwhile, Serral, he is mining through those mineral patches, and Serral, he is looking to go for the triangular third. So he's expanding towards his opponent. Likewise, Creep is going to be spreading faster as well. Meanwhile, MaxPax has yet to start opening up that patch. Most likely going for a linear expand instead. Stargate is done, and the Void Ray is on the way. Again, did feel like a Void Ray opener just because of the location of the Stargate. Usually, you want to throw down the Stargate further back if you want to lure the Void Ray. Sorry, if you want to lure the Overlord further in to catch it out with the Void Ray. And a Void Ray opener is just designed to keep the Zerg player in the dark. Doesn't have to be to high tech, but it can be, right? We can go for a faster Twilight Council into Glaives, or go from Void Ray into Fleet Beacon into Skytoss. These are possibilities here. And the goal here for MaxPax is to keep Serral guessing. Keeping guessing, keeping in the dark. Make sure that Serral doesn't know what's going on. Could just be a standard game, but Serral doesn't know. Third base is on the way. Standard timing with the third. Void Ray hunting down more Overlords. And so far, there's no early tech. Just third base. It looks like it's going to be just a standard timing with the Twilight Council and the Forge. Nothing crazy out of MaxPax. Just the Void Ray. Void Ray pokes out. So, fighting for the Zelnaga. You see Serral checking the mineral patch as well. The mineral wall. Ooh, as the Oracle takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. A little bit greedy there by MaxPax. Not quite worth it. Takes a lot of damage on that Oracle. Now, this is actually a bit of a later Twilight Council and Forge. Later than I'm used to seeing. As the third base is almost done at this point. And MaxPax, he was banking on resources as well. Like, he has the minerals and gas for it. So, that feels like a bit of a misstep there from MaxPax. Just a bit of a shakier start from him. As his upgrades are going to be a little bit later than usual. Likewise, Gateway Explosion. Safety Roach Warren by Serral. There it is, plus on and blink. But again, it's going to be finishing up later than what we would expect to see here from MaxPax. By a couple of seconds. Coming into this, after kind of the failed all-in from Serral, we should be seeing him tech up towards Hydras this time, or even Aspire. Could go +1 melee on the way. Shouldn't be committing as hard into roaches. Roach speed is in production though. We'll see if he intends to commit into roach production. Back at home, MaxPax going for this. Going for the Temple Archives. Robo. Storm. Same setup as last game. It's just stock standard play. Is the go-to. Oh, and that's interesting. Serral is going for the Invitation bits before the Hydroden. Interesting. So if the hive begins and if there is no Hydroden, then there is a chance that Serral is going Ling Roach into Ultras. There is a chance. As our eyes are peeled and looking for that Hydroden. If it never gets thrown down, of course, then it should be Ultras. Now, I'm not too fond of the idea of Ultras on this map, but I'm here for it. Sure. we'll see. Oh, okay. Swarm Host, never mind. That is viable on this map. Okay, Swarm Host on the way. Bold move. Now, the reason why we see Swarm Host quite often on El Dorado is because of the terrain. As you can imagine, MaxPax, he did not mine through those minerals. Because he didn't open up his triangular third location, that area is prime for a Nidus and prime for Locust Waves. So depending on how you expand on this map, it can make this more viable here. It's why we see Dark, for example, and Shin go for Swarm Host quite often on El Dorado, even against Terran opponents. Even against Bio-Terran opponents, which is crazy, but it's more viable. Okay. And because of the rush distance by ground, they don't even need a Nidus, they just waddle across the map. MaxPax is being kept busy. Swarmers, they make their way over. They're in position outside of the main. And MaxPax, he has no idea. Ay. He's trading with the army, but here it comes. Straight for the main base. And what can he get? He can go for the base. He can go for the upgrades instead. The mineral line. Stasis goes off. He's going for the expansion. The Nexus is going to be targeted down. The recall might complete, but the base itself should fall. And it does. And very nicely done. MaxPax down to 2 bases. His 4th still in the way. And Serral can just keep doing this over and over and over again. And MaxPax, I mean, what can he do? He can't really punish it. He can't blink over the wall. If he does, he's gonna lose the Stalkers. He'll lose everything. And Serral is almost maxed out. MaxPax, he's supply blocked. Oh no. Not like this. Now, thankfully, Serral is already taking. Hive is on the way. Hydras as well. Lurker Den. It's all in production here for Serral. I almost said Lunker Den. Ah, no. As the Locust Wave just trades here with the army. Picking up a couple of probes. Gonna be 2, 3, almost 4 probes going down. Nicely done. Serral is at 200 supply. Already maxed out. Getting ready for another Locust Wave. Yo, shout out to Rodin18. God, happy God. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time watching the casting, the content, the StarCraft. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you. Oh, nice catch. Once almost goes down. He gets 1. So here comes another Locust Wave. Diving in the army, going for the High Templar. Nice pickup. Templar goes down, Pylon as well. Nothing major. As the Pylon actually survives, never mind. And Serral is setting up a Doom drop. Okay, I don't know if we need to get this fancy. It's a bit of a risky maneuver, but let's go. 6 drop lords on the way. You know, Serral is just taking up, investing into those lurker upgrades. MaxPax is trying to be purely defensive and turtle up into Sky Toss. Fleet Beacons on the way, Immortals are amassing as well. Again, Serral, he might be maxed out, but MaxPax is not too far behind him. Nice storms! Storms on the Lings, Stasis as well. Ooh, Serral taking a lot of storms to the face. Has to retreat. Like I say, once again pushing in. But Serral, he's not really touching the economy of MaxPax. MaxPax, he should be able to max out. support, clearing up these tumors. Oh. Decent storm with the Hydras. Once again, Serral takes the storms to the face. Locust Wave being forced back. And MaxPax, he's stabilizing. When these lurkers come into play, though, I'm not too certain that MaxPax has the best army for this. Yes, there is a Mothership and a Tempest on the way, but I mean that's not really the Skyshot that we're looking for. MaxPax needs more than that, and here come those lurkers. They have arrived. Catching out some of the Stalkers. More Lings rallying in. Oh, these are rough trades from MaxPax. 2 High Templar go down. Massive pickups. So he gets 2 more High Templar. And he might just be able to outscale MaxPax. Supplies are similar, but one is not quite like the other. As he needs more time, he needs more Tempest, more Carrier, more Immortals, more of everything. Oh, let's go. Going for the Doom Drop. Very risky. I don't think we need to do this. Stalkers are ready. And 1 Overlord goes down. 2nd Overlord as well. And a 3rd Overlord. Oh my god. Serral losing a lot of his supply. He's going to lose everything. It's going to be a one-way trip. This was not necessary whatsoever. Every Lurker's going to go down. MaxPax, he trades very well here. Killing every single Lurker. And, Serral, we need to calm down. Well, we did not need to go for that Doom Drop. With that, MaxPax is catching up. Serral, he does remax, shaking his head a little bit on cams, not happy about the outcome of that situation, the outcome of that drop. MaxPax building up more Tempest. So pushing in. Is getting within range here of the mineral line. Is denying some mining. Not bad, getting 6 probes. 6 probes going down. Ling runway here towards the top side as well. He's going for the economy. And does get a couple of workers. Meanwhile, Lurker Save is getting ready. The expansion is under fire. But MaxPax, he defends. He defends top right, but the center base is going to go down. Not bad. So he snipes an expansion. "13 Corruptors on the way. Production in the main is exposed. But this is still a very shaky game state here for Serral. Very shaky. As all MaxPax has to do is just defend and survive. Been doing well so far. Serral taking his half, going into Infestors, maxing out. Getting more upgrades. Oh, Serral, he did end up losing 5 Storm Hosts. Did go down. Serral diving in, catching up the Tempest. He gets 1. Yeah, 1 Tempest goes down. The ground army, where's the support? Yeah, where's the rest here for MaxPax? High Templar nowhere to be found. They get zoned away. 2 High Templar do fall. And that's going to be 3 Tempests going down here. Getting a 4th Tempest as well. Getting 5? Gee, almost. So that was a delayed recall from MaxPax. And so, despite losing that Doom Drop, doing well. Kills the Tempest, catches out High Templar, does pull MaxPax apart. Set it back at home against the Zealot run-by. So still trading well. He's okay. Building up his bank. You know, MaxPax just stuck at home. He has to rebuild his losses, of course. Rebuild his Tempest. Burgers once again going for the expansion. Oh, that microbial. Let's go! That microbial shroud saves the lurkers. And the base is going to fall. There's no saving this. Nexus is harder down. MaxPax, he's stuck on 4 bases. Stormhosts are being cleaned up. And MaxPax, you can just barely hold on here. Morphers falling, the lurker harass is brutal. And sure, Serral, he's been having a hard time pushing in towards the main, but he doesn't need to. Doesn't need to push into the main, doesn't need to doom drop. I'm like trying to tell him like mentally, like, don't do it again. Don't go for another doom drop. You don't need to. It's okay. You're doing well. Oh. So he does catch those stalkers. So we're rotating around. Clearly see MaxPax trying right. No, MaxPax, he has no emotion. What do you mean? Nah. Oh, he's stone-faced. He's good. He's tenacious. So he does catch out the army. Nice fungal. Chloe gets activated, but the mothership, it's going to be targeted down. No more mothership. Tempest, they do collapse you on top of those lurkers, but corruptors, they can respond. And they should be. Nice fungal, locking down the Tempest. Yeah, there's no escape. And the Tempest count should be reset. As there are just so many corruptors. Okay, 2 of them, they survive. 3 of them even. Serral, he backs off. Still good trades, got the mothership, got a bunch of Tempests. And Serral has a bank. He has both gold bases as well. The camera hasn't really panned in that direction, but he's got both golds. Has a boosted economy. Throwing down the Ultra Cavern. And just has to keep denying that center base over and over and over again. Make sure that MaxPax cannot expand. Even going for MaxPax's gold. Oh my god. Serral, calm down. I don't think he can actually maintain it, but he's going for it nonetheless. Going for the other gold. As Serral, he does dive right down the right-hand side. Going for the main. Nice microbial shroud. Once again. Protects the lurkers. Just to zone away the ground army. Nice fungal. Catching out the Tempest. The storms are well placed. Nice spread though from Serral. Corruptors are getting low. Backs off. Respects the slow zone. Blings, they still bust into the main. Going for the reduction, just once again, just pulling MaxPax apart. MaxPax is out of a bank. Running out of resources, going for his own counterattack though. Knocking down a hatchery. Serral is forced to race back home. Is forced back. Landing a fungal. Do we have a recall? Again, just a messy fight here from MaxPax. He's going to get caught out. Does recall at least some of his stalkers. Does recall most of the army, saving some High Templar as well. Save his army, still making more Tempest. Trying to hold on. But really that was like, what, the only time that he ever applied pressure to Serral's side of the map. Serral, he's just been left alone the entire time. MaxPax has been contained. And he's going to get caught out once again. Massive fungal here in the army, locking it down. Nice storms. Storms do connect. MaxPax is going to be able to break out. The Archons, they hold their own. Serral has to back the hell up. Better fight for MaxPax. But he lost too much. And MaxPax just can't rebuild. He cannot rebuild. Lings, they go for a big counterattack. MaxPax forced back home. That's all he had left. That's all he had left at this point. As time is on Serral's side. Once again, Lingza hit the center mining base. Ooh, that's going to be 11 more probes going down. 13 probes. As MaxPax is struggling to defend his bases, Serral, he's already at 200. He's at 200 supply. 3-3 is on the way, kind of splating as well. Serral just getting ready for another push. And he's just peeling off once again to head towards the main. He slips in, the Stargates are exposed. They're going to be going down. Like MaxPax at this point, he just cannot save his main. He can't save it. And again, winding back, it was just great to see Stormers once again here. Again, it's usually a style that I kind of think of some of the Korean Zerg players instead. I associate it with Shin, I associate it with Dark. But it's one of the styles that's very much so viable here in El Dorado, as we were pointing out, just because of the terrain, just because MaxPax did not mine through those minerals. It was just completely wide open, and yeah, it was quite successful. Sure, there were some rough moments to Serral, especially when it came to the Doom Drop. True, just really rough moments, but he was able to stabilize. GG gets called, Serral catches out the army, and Serral takes a 3-1 lead in the lower bracket finals. GG does take a lead. And Serral, he is a one game away. Unamas, one more game is all he needs. Serral being aggressive on Whispers of Gold. But here we go. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have MaxPax for Psystorm. And at the top right, we have Serral for Basilisk. Here we go. Again, one more game is all that Serral needs. Unamas, papi, unamas. And the pressure is now on MaxPax. And again, when it comes to MaxPax, these are his events, right? Like, we speak about this all the time, how unfortunately MaxPax doesn't travel to offline events, you know, like EWC or DreamHacks or IEMs, for example. The events that MaxPax that he strives for, that he really is able to focus on and really display his skill, are events like this. Your Master Coliseum, your Leo League Cups instead. These bigger online events, they're MaxPax's EWC essentially. These are his big events where he can really show off, and he did well for himself. I mean, again, to make it here to top 3 is no easy feat. Bearing in mind, MaxPax, he already beat Serral. He already beat Serral in this tournament. Already achieved so much, but here in the rematch, I mean, again, the pressure, the experience, all weighing on him. So I'm here, standard opener. Likewise, Serral going for his own hatch gas pool. Here we go. Now, when it comes to Amygdala, sorry, I was just stretching. When it comes to Amygdala, welcome one and all to Amygdala here. There are some unique features. Of course, the gold bases, you can take the gold as a third, you can take it as a fourth base as well. The gold can be quite risky to take. Basically, whether or not you can hold on to it is determined by the map control. If you gain control of the map, you can safely expand towards the gold. If not, it is very easy to punish and easy to shut it down. So that is going to be a big point of contention here, I'm sure, between Serral and MaxPax. Likewise, the rush distance by ground is quite long on this map. It takes a very long time to rotate between the top side, between the bottom side. It takes a very long time to back off, to rotate back and forth and hit the southern and northern bases. Because of this, we have seen a lot of late game here on Amygdala. The game does change quite a bit though once the rocks get knocked down. If you can see on the minimap, there are just so many rocks on Amygdala, and they do actually provide for a lot of attack paths once they get dealt with in a longer later game state. So over the course of the game, it becomes a little bit more open. and much more difficult to keep up with rotations of whoever's being aggressive. We'll see if we can get there. We shall see. Again, already in this series, we've seen both Serral and MaxPax attempt their own aggressive builds, with mixed success. So it's very much so on the table. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of MaxPax going for the Oracle. This time, not a Void Ray opener from the Protoss. Just going straight Oracle into a third. Again, winding it back, last game Serral did end up playing and embracing a Swarm Host, but that's a very unique kind of style here to El Dorado. We shouldn't really be seeing it here on Amygdala. It is a little bit less viable, but it was really nice to have seen Serral embrace that, something that I wasn't too sure if Serral would enjoy. It would go for. Is going Swarm Host. Oracle dips in. Does dip in, getting a couple of heals. Behind this, Twilight Council has been thrown down. Forge as well. Yeah, just headed into a standard setup here. Likewise, so Serral. Just droning. Safety Roach Warren has in place. So Serral just calming things down. Making sure he's safe and sound. MaxPax pushing in with a handful of adepts though. 5 adepts in the Oracle, ideally headed towards the mineral lines, and can Serral keep up? This is something that we actually haven't seen from MaxPax at all this series, is early adept aggression and early adept harass. Just hasn't done it whatsoever. I appreciate it here. Once again, threatening a shade. Does commit into the mineral line. And gets 2 drone kills, but only 2 drones for 5 adepts. Not worth it. Not worth it here for MaxPax. Better defense here by Serral. Behind this, he's taking up. +1 range. Hydra Den as well. Into a... Ooh, I was going to say Roach Hydra setup. He cancels the Hydra Den. Wait, what? And then he restarted. Never mind. So, a bit of a misstep there from Serral. It looks like he cancels and then restarts the Hydra Den. So, a bit of a delay, but it's all good. Bring it back. As MaxPax does move out. Once again being assertive. Behind this, MaxPax is getting extra gases, so that means Temple Archives, yep, is on the way. Headed towards the mid-game. MaxPax, he is not going for an all-in. He's taking up. Likewise, Serral is investing quite heavily into these Roaches. Respecting these Stalkers quite a bit. Getting into Ling Roach initially. Hatcher taking a lot of hits, but MaxPax should not get the expansion. Should be plenty to defend. I say that it is getting very low. No shot, MaxPax, he's going for it. He's going for the base. Can he get it? Up, up. Oh my god, one more shot. Barely does not go down. 24 HP. One more shot away. Does survive. The Oracles actually could dive in. They could go for the dive. Do we have another transfuse? Oh my god. As Serral, he does hold on. Base survives. MaxPax, I'm sure, are very tempted. There we go. There's a transfuse. Serral making sure he's safe. Storm begins. And Serral holds. So he holds on. Behind this, Hydra production has begun. I believe there's no infestation bit yet. There's no tech into Hive. He is instead embracing Roach Hydra. Oracles, they come in from behind, but the Queens are in position. And the Oracles is underway. The rocks kill themselves. Yes, there are rocks in the center of the map that do expire at the 758 mark. You can save them with creep. If you can spread creep towards the massive tumors in the center, then that will keep them alive. Just as a heads up. Otherwise, they just bleed out. You know, Serral, he does commit. Pushing in between the bases. Storm is not done. The contamination! No shot. Storm is not done, and MaxPax is not ready for this. He's getting caught out. That Panther down. Serral commits, does dive on top of the third base. The High Templar, they do nothing. There is no Storm. It should be done by now. There we go. 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds, all he needs. Believes they collapse in. The High Templar are exposed. They're going down one after the other. And Serral, he is breaking MaxPax here and now. This should not have happened. The contamination was crazy. And with that, Serral, he's been broken. He has been broken. There's nothing left. A couple of Stalkers, a couple of Slow Lots. Stays is going to be going up. The third base goes down. And MaxPax has been broken. Ay, ay, ay. That was crazy. GG gets called, and Serral, he will take the series 4-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Mate. GG, well played. Serral just committing here into a massive timing, a massive push with Roach Hydra. And what's crazy about that is that was not meant to end the game. That was not meant to kill. MaxPax. He had what he needed to defend, assuming the Storm finished. But because of the contamination, because there was no Storm, he was caught with his pants down. He had nothing to defend. Or I say that he had purely Stalker. He had, I want to say, like 5 or 6 High Templar. They had plenty of energy, but they could not Storm. They could do nothing against the wave of Zerg. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our 2 finalists. We have a best of 9 between Serral and herO. Let's go. This is a rematch. Again, for those of you that were here previously in the group stage of this tournament, herO, he has already beaten Serral once in this event. So has MaxPax. But Serral, he's on that revenge streak here. He takes out MaxPax 4-1. He does redeem himself from previously in the tournament. And can he redeem himself once again here against herO as well? We're here to find out. The downside, as we were kind of alluding to, I was kind of like making jokes about it, but what I was getting at is that herO has the luxury of chilling and watching the entire time. You know, herO, he was already waiting in the grand finals, and that was an intense series between MaxPax and Serral. It is a battle of endurance. Serral, his day is not over. His day is not done. He has another ZVP best of 9 ahead of him. Let's go. Let us go. So GG, well played. Serral does claim the series, and we are going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have our best of 9 grand finals between herO and Serral. We should be seeing a very different dynamic. We saw that more often than not, MaxPax was playing a little bit more standard. I mean, there were some exceptions to that, like the game on Abyssal Reef or the game on Whispers of Gold, true, where we saw something more aggressive and more active, but for the most part, he was a little bit more passive and defensive in his style. That's typically how MaxPax is. herO, anything but. herO, he's in your face. He's more quirky with his builds. He's willing to mix it up, willing to go for glaive adepts, willing to go for earlier Stargate timings, earlier move outs as well, trying to fake out his opponent, if you will, and try to fake out some tech, and also play standard and play macro. herO, he can do that as well. I mean, there's a reason why herO is already in the finals. So I look forward to it. I do look forward to it. We'll see how the finals does unfold. Again, because it's going to be a best of 9, no vetoes. No vetoes whatsoever, which means we're going to be embracing maps like Neo Violet Square, El Dorado, Frostline as well. These otherwise vetoed maps are going to be embraced. Let's go. Again, for now, we're going to be going on that break. We'll see you guys soon after the break with those finals. See you soon. Also, before I forget, big shout out to Lanai, ex Lanai in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Papi. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. I apologize for being a little bit low energy. I did notice I was a little bit low energy for that previous series. I'll try and be a lot more alert, a lot more there for the finals. I think part of it was also the tech issues that we were having, like with the clean feed and with the clean feed going down, like that took a little momentum away. But we should be good. I'm gonna go quickly get some water and get ready here for a night of StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the MaxPax Coliseum 8 playoffs day number 7. It has been over a month since this event has begun, going through the qualifiers into the group stage, into the playoffs, into now the final day of MaxPax Coliseum. Welcome one and all. Of course, your host live VIP. We just wrapped up with the low bracket finals between Serral and MaxPax, and now we are here with the grand finals, best of 9, 0 vetoes. 0 vetoes. All the maps are available here. How often do you see a best of 9, Papi? Oh my god. I think the first one of the patch, to be honest. We're here, we are ready. We have the best Zerg player in the world going up against the best Protoss player in the world. You will not get any better ZVP than we have had here in this tournament. Reynor, herO, MaxPax, and Serral, they've all been facing off against each other throughout the course of this event, and now we're jumping into game 1 of the grand finals. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right corner of Neo Violet Square, we have herO. In the top left, we have his opponent, the Finnish Zerg, Serral. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Papi, it is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be the champion of MaxPax Coliseum. Will it go the way of the Zerg or the way of the Protoss? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a rematch. herO, he has already defeated Serral in this tournament previously in the group stage, but that was the best of 3. That was a best of 3. This is a best of 9. No holds bar. All the maps are available. Those that are balanced, those that are imbalanced, those no vetoes. We're all here. We're ready. Let's go. Let us go. Also, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout out to a super chat. I think one of our first. We don't really get many super chats here on our YouTube stream, at least. So thank you so much. Thanks for the casting. This is a really exciting match. Thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. We do appreciate it. Likewise, we had a couple of subscriptions as well on Twitch. So thank you so much as we jump into the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. For now, we're settling in. Standard openers, we do have our initial gate expand into Cybercore. Likewise, hatch cast pool here by Serral. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. We don't expect crazy openers here on Neo Violet Square. What do we expect? We expect Hyper Greed. This is the largest map in the map pool. There's a reason why Serral vetoed this map in the previous best of 7, because he did not want to play against MaxPax in the late game on Neo Violet Square. But again, no vetoes in a best of 9, so we see every single map for all we can, and as a result, again, this map does favor long late game. Why? First things first, it is the largest map, long resistance by ground. On top of that, defendable bases. You have a pocket base to take the third. You have a defendable third base, linearly, I should say. There's a fourth base as well, fifth base. It is all very much so easier to defend, to hold on to max out on a secure economy. The flip side, though, the downside of this map is how exposed the center of the map is. The center of the map is very wide open. Yes, there are these pink squares. There are these particular machines that do disrupt pathing and movement. That is true, and you can use that to your advantage when it comes to engagements in the center of the map, but outside of that, it can be quite difficult to actually catch an army or even move out as well. We'll see how our players do approach this. We shall see. When it comes to herO here, herO, of course, he is well rested. He was able to enjoy the previous series from afar and just watch it here and tune into the stream. I'm sure he was lurking in the chat. But herO, on the one hand, he is known for being aggressive himself. That is true. Even more so than MaxPax, at least, right? He's known for being aggressive, known for being active, known for mixing up his builds and being a little bit more exploratory with some of his styles as well. That is all true. At the same time, though, herO, he is willing to be macro base. He's willing to macro, willing to turtle up, willing to go into sky toss as well. It isn't really what he's known for, but he is willing to do this, and he's pretty damn good at it as well. That's kind of one of the strengths of herO, is his unpredictability. On the one hand, he could cheese the hell out of you, or he could be hyper greedy and play macro as well. That is also possible. Is also possible. For now, we're just settling in. It is going to be a Void Ray opener out of herO. With this, the goal is to hunt down these Overlords. Similarly to MaxPax. If you remember, MaxPax, he went for a Void Ray opener, I want to say like 2 or 3 times in the series. The goal is to hunt down the Overlords and to keep Serral in the dark. And we could be hiding tech, or we could not. That's the thing here, is that Serral's going to be in the dark as to what comes next. So here he does open up, does zone him away. herO wins. I mean, best of luck. Best of luck with those predictions. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. As I believe they have since closed. have since closed. Behind this, going to be a standard follow-up third base into a Twilight Council Forge, +1 in Blink. Looks like a standard setup here from herO. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. For those that are curious when it comes to the predictions, it is 70-30, 70% in favor of Serral, 30% in favor of herO. Oh my god. Crazy. I mean, bold predictions, bold predictions. I would say it's closer to the middle here. I mean, herO, he is known for having the best PvZ in the world. So, I mean, again, as I mentioned before, you will not get any better PvZ than herO versus Serral. This is also a rematch from, say, earlier last year in Stars War 11, where they faced off in the... Wait, sorry, Stars War 11? It was Max Coliseum 8, actually. 7, sorry. The previous Max Coliseum 7, was also a finals between herO and Serral. So, back to back, they face off in the finals of this tournament. Do love to see it. Here we go. As the upgrades are on the way. Back at home, Serral, of course, going to his lair. Safety Roach Warren here from Serral. I don't really expect Serral to embrace any Roach production, but the Roach Warren's on the way. Nice pick up here on the Overlord. Overlord does go down. herO even going for the Gas Geyser. A little bit of a bold move here as he will sustain some hull damage, but can he bring it down? Looks like he will. Just barely. The Gas Geyser is going to fall. Oh. And can he escape? He can. Yeah, one queen is not enough. And Serral, he didn't rotate with the rest, so nice pick off here by herO, getting an Overlord and getting a Gas Geyser. Behind this, Serral did get the safety Roach Warren, is investing into Roach speed, but what is it really all for? To protect, to hide the Spire. Spire has been placed. Now, this is quite viable here on Neon Violet Square. The reason for this is, as we mentioned, big map. It's a big map here. It can be difficult to scout, and it is a much more easier to traverse between the bases via the air. So there's a lot of potential here for the mass muta of Serral. Mass muta is on the way, or I mean at least harassing muta here from Serral. For the time being, herO's in the dark. He's being active with his stalkers, active with his oracles, but he has yet to check the third or the natural locations to look for any hidden tech. But now keeping eyes on the fourth is where the expansion stalkers, they push in towards the left hand side. Let's apply pressure. Behind this, taking up into charge. Is taking up, getting a fourth expansion as well. He has yet to take into anything like Storm or Archons, just purely Zelda and Stalker for the time being from herO. As well as poke in. Does poke in. There it is. 8 mutas on the way. 8 mutas, that is enough to one-shot probes, or one-shot drones. One-shot workers, I should say. And we do see that Serral, he's not committing any more than that. So he's focusing on his ground army and only going to be investing into a harassing force of muta. And again, so far, unscouted. herO, he's not ready. He has no idea the mutas are coming. Back at home, no static defense. Does have some blink stalkers, that is true. Is poking in. Dreading the fourth. Fourth base under fire. Stage traps are set up. Serral, he baits out one. Baits out the other. Nicely done. There's one station trap left. Another on the way. herO still pushing in. At the same time, mutas, they have arrived and they're going straight for the main. They skirt around the edge. They head for the mineral line. And herO, does he have anything to defend? The answer is no. No static defense. No stalkers either. Probes are going down. And does he recall or does he commit? Oh, that's going to be 6. That's going to be up to 7 probes already. He's not done. Serral, he's not done. herO tries to push on forward. Lings are waiting. There's the recall. But again, it's a late recall. 11 probes already. 12, 13, 15? 20? Okay. 15 workers going down. Very nice damage here by Serral, forcing herO all the way back home. 17 probes. And with that, the damage has been dealt. herO, it isn't just economic damage, but also he was forced all the way back home. He wanted to focus on his attack, focus on his assault, and try to break the fourth base. Alas, it comes to nothing. Nothing comes to pass here. He's stuck back at home. Going to Phoenixes, still no Temple Archives, still no Archons, no Storm, just purely Stalker, Charge Lot, Phoenix. Not a very high-tech army. And again, he can't really move out. herO, he's missed his window. Serral from here can freely drone. He can freely drone up because he's taking as well into +2 melee, into bailing speed, infestation bits on the way. That can be, of course, for Adrenal, for even an Ultra Cavern as well, as I believe there is no Hydrogen yet. So he can try to rush into Ultras. That is an option. Once the Hive is done. Until then, Serral, he is maxed out, looking very comfortable. Mutas, they still just keep herO pinned back at home. As he tried to move out, and now he's racing back. Ay, ay, ay. This is once again being active, but again, he's moving in towards a maxed out army. He can try to take better trades here in the center location with the stage traps as well. It's possible. So he does pick up some of those mutas. Nice control here out of herO. Does move in. And Serral, he does just engage. Gonna be collapsing in. The stage traps, they're okay catching a handful of Lings and a handful of Banelings, but there's still just so much more behind this. As here he does pull back. Once again, the map here working in his favor. Nice control, nice movement, nice placements. And Serral is being punished. Nicely done. Serral gonna be forced back. Whilst they do connect. But here he trades well. He is trading well. Once again, falling back behind this. Second Stargate's on the way. Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. Here he needs more time. But he is trading very efficiently. As once again, Serral, he attempts to surround, but the fights are so awkward here in the center. They're just so awkward. He's going for the mineral line. Banelings is trying to rush past. Nice movement here by herO. Does fully wall off with the Stalkers. And Banelings are denied. Only 3 probes going down. Zelsa hit the mineral line. They at least try to. They go for the 4th base. The 5th even. herO catching up more of the Banelings. Again, just very efficient trades from herO. Very nice control. And carrier production has begun. Now, thankfully, Serral already has Aspire, so he has access to Corruptors. But I believe he has yet to invest into the upgrades. But now just getting into +3 melee, into Adrenal as well. No Ultra Cavern yet. Mutas is still being as annoying as possible. Getting 3 probes, getting 4, getting 5. 5 probes going down. Looks like the Phoenix count was reset. More probes going to be falling. Ooh, herO, he's punished for not having any cannons. No cannons, no shield batteries, and the Mutas, they will scout the main. Yeah, massive moment here for Serral. He sees everything he needs to. At the same time, here comes the main army. herO, he's somewhat in position. Stasis going off. He needs more. More stasis traps on the way. Ling Bang rolling in. He wants the mineral line. Does he get in? It looks like he will. There's just not enough Stalkers. Boys are being pulled away. 1 Baneling does connect. But 1 is not enough. A nice stasis. Okay. A very nice stasis trap. The carrier has arrived, and herO, he holds. herO, he will hold on. We'll lose a gas geyser, but the Nexus does survive. But at the same time, the Mutas! Once again, really, in this game, the Mutas have been the MVPs. They've just done so much damage here. Getting another 15 probes. Ay, ay, ay. Well, 30 worker kills in total for 8 Mutas. And that just takes away any kind of hope that herO had to recover in this game. He has been fighting well. I do have to give credit there, of course. Where herO, he's been controlling his army. Whenever the armies do engage, he has been out trading and out controlling, or I say out just out trading Serral, I would say. But it doesn't matter. Serral, what does he have? He has an economy. He has an economy, he has bases, he has the gold base as well. He can afford to trade. herO cannot. And now Serral, he's going for the kill. Does he have enough? Once again, nice stasis traps. Like, once again, herO, he's going to trade as efficiently as possible. Kite's back. Stasis trap's going to be going up, but Lings, they come in from behind. And they head for the bases. They slip in. The wall is not a wall. herO, he pulls a herO. Fleet Beacon's exposed. It's going to be surrounded. It's going to go down. Massive snipe. No more carriers. And there's that Ultra Cavern on the way that we did speak about earlier. It's taking towards Ultras. Doesn't need to be honest. I mean, just committing to Ling Bane, Roach, Corruptor should be enough to break the expansion. But Serral backs off. He's giving herO some breathing room. Can herO recover? Unfortunately, it's been a lot of losses here. If Serral, if he gives him too much time, if herO is able to establish a 5th base, then sure. But it's easier said than done. As at this point, herO, he needs Serral to make mistakes. He needs him to slip up, to make mistakes, to overextend, overcommit. Nice stasis. Once again, the stasis traps, they do well. Catches out the Lings. Banelings, they don't trade amazingly against the Stalkers. You roll in. Things are going to be cleaned up. Corruptors into the main base. I think you just go for the Nexus. Go straight for the main. And even though here he's holding onto his 4th, his main base falls. His main base does crumble. And at this point here, he's all in. Completely all in, is moving out across the map. You could argue that these Corruptors, they're somewhat dead supply. True. There are Ultras on the way. They do not have a +3. They don't have +3 carapace. One carrier goes down. Nice catch from herO. Taking off more Corruptors. And he has to just commit. It's just all or nothing for herO. He cannot macro out of this. Let's see what he can get done. I believe there are 2 Ultras to defend, soon to be 5. Boys being pulled away. Gold base is going to go down. We can see Serral just going for a massive counterattack. He doesn't have to engage. Some Archons on the way. He forces a recall. Okay, here he races back home and he will hold. But that means that Serral is going to be, I mean, he's fine back at home. Did lose the base, but Serral saves the drones. Serral, he's still very much so comfortable. herO moves out. Still, that was impressive. Here he killed the base, he traded well against the Lings. You have 3 Ultras diving in. There's a slow zone. Chlor gets activated. No Immortals with the army. 1 Ultra goes down. Does he get the other? He gets 2. And he's going to get all 3. herO, he will take this fight, but he will lose all the Skytoss army in the process. The carriers. The mothership goes down. herO chases down what little is left. Behind this, 8 more Ultras in production. Jesus. 8 more Ultras in production. That's a lot of Ultras. And without Immortals, Serral, he should be able to overwhelm this army. So, like, with 8 Ultras, he should be fine. As long as they all attack at once. As this singular Ultra should be targeted down. Oh, the Transfuse! Keeps alive a little bit longer. herO pushing in. The 4th base goes down. herO, this is all he has left. Oh, the Transfuse! The Ultras, they refuse to go down. They keep going. They're immortal. GG gets called, and Serral takes game at number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Serral will take a lead in the series. What I'm most impressed by and a little bit scared by is that Serral, he was ahead that entire game. If you recall, like, remember, the Mutas, they killed 30 probes. They killed 30 probes. I feel like the fight should not have been that close. Like, here, he was controlling very well. He was controlling very well here with his army, with his Link Stalkers, with his Archons, with his Skytoss as well. It was impressive what herO achieved with what little he had. The reality is that, of course, as the game progressed, he had no good answer here to these larger maps. Maps like Neon Violets, Abyssal, King's Cove as well. Mutas, they can do quite well, so we'll see if we do that again. I mean, typically in a series like this, we don't want to rely on a certain style too often, too frequently. So Mutas, they did well in game 1. We might not see it for like another 3 or 4 games. So getting into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have herO for Weibo Gaming. And in the bottom right, we have Serral for Basilisk. Here we go. So again, I don't expect Mutas 2 games in a row just because we expect a player like herO to adapt, to be more adept at scouting, at, of course, transitioning, at responding, of course. So we'll see how Serral will adjust here, loading into Abyssal Reef. We shall see. So now herO, he does force the unnatural natural. This graphic always gets me. Just Xiaose and F91. Apparently they're Goku and Vegeta. I guess. Why? I don't know. Oh no. The question becomes, when it comes to the SCBoy production team, like who are the other members of like the Dragon Ball roster, you know? Who's Bulma? Who's Krillin? I'm looking at like the observers, I'm looking at the admins, I'm looking at like Sarutobi or Moku. I'm looking at XY. XY, he's gonna be like Master Roshi, right? He's oh no. I love you, XY, I love you. Those who don't know, he does cast them every now and then, XY and Max said, for example, they jump in every now and then. XY known for being the... Well, at least he was one of the oldest, like, active pro players. How old is XY? Like, we say that. He's like in his 30s, right? Hold on. XY. Like, is he old? He's 30. Oh, he's okay. He's 37. He's almost at 40. Okay. I think he's one of the older active players, and they'd always poke fun at him for it. Now that we're settling in. Much love for XY. Much love. Big fan. As we are going to be being active here. So far, standard opener is going to be a Stargate opener out of herO. Just Gate expand into Cybercore into Stargate. Likewise, Serral now getting his own third expansion as well. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Now, Serral, I believe he does delay some of his Queen production in favor of this faster third. But outside of that, should be secure. As it does threaten the Shade. And Serral, he's able to keep up. Oh, we do commit to the Shade, though. Here he slips in, trading with the Lings. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. Does go down. A back and forth trade. 1 and up for 3 Lings. I would say a better trade for Serral. As herO did overextend. I was just a little bit shocked that he actually shaded into the main. Now, upon losing the Adept, that does mean that the third base of herO is more vulnerable. It means that there's that much less to defend the third base and is vulnerable to a Ling run by. Speaking of Lings, do hit the third, but only 3 Lings. herO should be fine. Ooh, as the pylon is exposed. And can he force a cancel? Not quite. There's that one Adept to defend. Oracle moves out, gets across the map. This time it is not a Void Ray opener. As a reminder, last game we had a Void Ray first out of herO. This time Oracle into a second, into a third Oracle, most likely as well. As he wants that egg, he does get it, does force a cancel, not bad. Cancels the Overlord, gets a larva as well. Nice damage here from herO, pulls away. Likewise zoning out to that Overlord. And back at home, the expansion is almost done. We should soon be seeing a Twilight Council and a Forge. Yeah, Twilight Council and a Forge. Because the tech is as quote-unquote laser. Oh my god, never mind! I was about to point out how late the tech is. The shark, get out of here. But we are rushing into Sky Toss. Bold move, herO. Bold move. Okay, let's go. I mean, hey, World Abyssal Reef again, large map. Second largest map in the map pool. May as well. Station trap here towards the third base. Oh no! Ooh, that was a late reaction, but he does pull away in time. That was crazy. Oh no, he's going again! Oh my god, it's gonna finish! Ooh, catching out 3 extra drones. Not bad. Just do it again. He's doing it again! He's not... Someone stop this man! Oh my god! Getting another drone! herO, calm down! Oh my god. And as herO is keeping Serral distracted, what do we have across the map? Fleet Beacon is done, second Stargate's on the way, and again he's rushing to, I would imagine, Tempest, but could be a carrier rush as well. Oh boy. If you recall, we did see Reynor attempt to do this, and if you recall, at the time, Serral was going for a 4-minute lair into a Ling Hydra all-in. This was in the previous broadcast during day 6, during the lower semifinals of the event. And Serral, he was able to all-in the hell out of Reynor and shut him down as Reynor was off-racing his Protoss. But here, I was saying, double Tempest or maybe double carrier production, but again, no, those. One of both. One of each. A carrier and a Tempest. I'll be honest, I haven't seen that before. I'll be honest. Usually it's one or the other, not both. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh. Interesting. So here he's revealing the first Tempest. So it was Tempest first into double carrier, and I believe that Tempest is about to be revealed, intentionally so. Could be mistaken though. I think there's a Tempest in the center of the map. As Oracles, they poke in, they get 3 drones. Is that a Tempest on the left? Like outside of Serral's expansion? Am I crazy? Or did he cancel the Tempest? No, that's it, right? Like the observer's not looking at it, but I think it's at the natural. Carrier gets revealed, so Serral knows. So he does confirm. And yeah, I believe that Tempest is wreaking havoc at the natural at the moment. Letting say poke in. Like my eyes are just staring at the minimap, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's got 2 drone kills. The Tempest kills 3 drones. He's popping off. Show us the Tempest, por favor. So, just pan down. It's right there. You can hear it. You can hear it off screen. You can. No. There we go. Tempest did get 3 drone kills, and I think killed an Overlord as well. At least from what I could gather looking at the minimap. Did look like an Overlord had fallen. Meanwhile, the Queens are within range, and hopefully here he pulls back with the Tempest. Oh no! The Tempest! No, that should have happened! Oh, the Tempest goes down. It was an A move. That's a very expensive loss there for herO. The Tempest for 4 drones. 4 drones was a good start, but alas, does leave the Tempest on A move, does leave it unattended, and does go down. At the same time, Serral is here to force a cancel, denies the 4th, and Serral is going into Mass Corruptor. 10 Corruptors on the way. Ooh, Overlord speed as well. Curious. What's the Queen count looking like? As we may see a dedicated move out here from Serral with Corruptors and Queens. Depending on the Queen count. Oracle's a poke in. Serral's got 81 workers. One of the Queens is not going to go down. Clutch Transfuse. Oh! Catching an Oracle, barely not. Lasso is just massing on more Corruptors, more Roaches. Creep is spreading. And herO is going to be stuck at home. We did mention this at the start of the series, how herO, he is willing to embrace late game and embrace kind of a maxed out unit composition, and that's where we're headed here. He's not here yet. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. Now, the downside of this carrier rush, as we're kind of seeing here, no blink. There's no blink, there's limited stalkers. The first base goes down, Nexus falls, massive pickup. And again, there's no mobile ground army to keep up with these Corruptors. It's just purely sky toss, really. There's a handful of gateway units, but really they're just there for show. And Serral is maxed out. We did mention earlier that Overlord speed had completed. Overlords are here to spread creep. Queens are pushing in. And it's all or nothing for Serral. He's here to break herO before he snowballs out of control, before he maxes out. Can he pull it off? Void Race on the way. There is 1 shield battery here. There's a lot of pressure on that 1 shield battery. Carriers, they do trade well initially. Picking up wings. Going for the Queens. Corruptors are a little bit further back. Trading with Interceptors. 1 Void Ray is going to be going down. Oof. That Void Ray does fall the piles, though. They don't quite connect. First carrier does go down. But it looks like herO, he is holding on. A second Void Ray falls, but the carriers, they maintain themselves. They shut down the ground army. The Corruptors, they back up. And herO, he is holding on to that 4th. And behind this, just reinforcing with Mass Void Ray. I believe herO does not have Flux Veins, so his army is still very immobile. So he rotates over, going for a +2. He's going to get it. Again, this army is so slow. +2 is going to be denied. Massive pickup. The Voiders are speedy boys. I think they do have Flux Veins. My apologies. Flux Veins, I believe, is resource. Despite that, out of position. +2 does not complete. But herO at least holds on. And he's maintaining his economy. You can see the supplies evening up. Ooh, Serral, that Hive. I'm referring to the Hive. The Hive is very late. The Hive is late. Serral, he was hoping to end the game with that push. And as a result, Serral, tech-wise, he is falling behind. That is concerning. So, late Hive tech as a result. Referring to Vipers, referring to Corruptors. I'm sorry, referring to Broodlords, I meant to say. Thankfully, the Corruptor cannon is still quite healthy. Meanwhile, this Skytoss army, it's turning into a death bull. It's turning into a death bull of an army here. And how do you deal with this? Typically with spellcasters. I'm referring to Vipers and Infestors. Vipers with their abductions and specifically parasitic bombs are ideal against massive Void Ray. Void Rays, what they're vulnerable here to is they're prone to stacking. As you can kind of see here, like they're very prone to stacking up. So power bombs are ideal here against mass Void. This is also usually why when you're playing this kind of late game composition, you do want to avoid Void Rays. Like, you would ideally have a ground supportive army with Archons, with Storm. The problem with doing what heroes, or what kind of embracing the composition that heroes up to right now, is that because it's purely Skytoss, then Serral's army doesn't really have to be too complex. We don't really need too many Lurkers or Ultras or Broodlords. Like, you don't really have to diversify the army too much. You can just hyperfixate on Spellcasters and Corruptors to shut down hero. Just hyperfixate on anti-air. So I would say that this late game composition from hero is a little bit less than ideal. It's a little bit subpar. Could still work out well, don't get me wrong, but it does make it a little bit more one note with how Serral has to respond. As he's throwing down just a wall of Spore Crawlers. The Queens are here for Transfuse, Corruptors as well. Vipers, they're ready with their power bombs. Now from the side of hero, as soon as we see those power bombs, he has to be as quick as possible when it comes to splitting. He has to split, he has to pull away and pull out the power bombed unit to avoid that splash damage. It's going to be difficult if he gets fungal. I mean, that's what Serral's hoping for. He's looking for a big, like, fungal power bomb combo to completely shut hero down. That's where hero would need ideally High Templar to feedback, but again, there's no High Templar, so there's no feedbacks. Oh, the yoinks! Gets one, gets two, gets three. Three carriers going to be going down. Massive pickups. As we get another yoink and another carrier. I mean, three in total. So very nicely done. Now we get the Templar Archives for hero, but again, these High Templar are very late. Storm has begun, and he does need as many High Templar as possible, again, to zone away the Spellcasters with feedbacks and to also zone with Storm. So I was initially critical here with Hero's army, but over time, like, he is refining it. Like, it is getting better here with now some High Templar. Now Tempests are on the way. Eventually more High Templar and Archons, and we're getting there. Just in his own way. Meanwhile, this is the strength of Abyssal Reef. We spoke about this at the start of the game, but now you can see it in full force. Specifically, this 5-base setup. The hero, calm down! Oh my god. He was killing his own probes to free up supply, but he accidentally clicked on the base. So just calm down, hero, calm down. Aye. Leave the base alone, just kill the probes. As what I was getting, oh yeah, so we have the 5-base setup here, which is very fortified, very secure. As you can see from here, again, the 6th base, that's more exposed. This base here, it is more wide open, it's more out in the open, I should say, more vulnerable. Serral can try to take a fight here. He's sharking around, looking for a way in. This is kind of the big point of contention, is the 6th expansion. At least on Abyssal Reef. Meanwhile, Serral, he has incorporated a couple of Broodlords. Not too many, just 5. Meanwhile, here he just throws away his sentries. Doesn't need them. I'm still not convinced by Hero keeping these Void Rays. I do feel like they're hurting him a little bit more than helping him. But, yeah, I don't know. I've seen many a game where I just see these Void Rays just evaporate real quick. Like, with a couple of well-placed power bombs. It can look ugly. Until then, though. Oh! Nice feedback. Nice feedback on one of the Vipers. And again, this is what he was hoping for. Trying to catch out the Vipers ahead of time. And true, if he can catch out those Vipers, then the power bombs are going to be non-existent. Oh, the piles! Oh my god! Very nice catch. The fungal into the piles. Void Rays get shut down. And more Void Rays getting thrown away. Hero being very assertive here. He's pushing in. Does catch 2, 3, 4. Oh, gets every single Infestor. Every Infestor goes down. Very nice pickups here by Hero, making off with the otherwise lost Void Rays. He killed what, 5? Yeah, he killed 5 Infestors there. For almost nothing. For the Void Rays earlier, I should say. So you're poking him once again. Poking him with a Tempest. So going for the microbial shroud. Let's go. Just trying to buy time. Corruptors flanking for the right-hand side. They're coming in. Going for the abduction. They go for the dive. They get one. One Tempest goes down. Ooh, bit of a misrally there from Serral. Thankfully, only one infested this time. Flashback to Serral versus MaxPax on King's Cove. Not again, Pappy. Not again. Not on King's Cove. As he does land one good fungal, cashes out the Observer. Observer goes down. The Spore line is being dealt with. Change things as well. You can see the High Templar leading the charge. Looking for feedbacks. Looking for storms. Here come the fungals. Ooh, fungal does connect. The vials. Oh, barely not. Nice feedback on the Queen. Once again, herO being very adventurous with his army. Does feedback the Queens. Queen's going to be going down. And he's committing. Where are the Broodlords? Broodlords a little bit too far back. Here come the offensive feedbacks. Oh my god, once again. But there's still 3 left. There's still fungals remaining. Ultras, they dive in. Feedbacks on the Vipers. There's a fungal, but 0 power bombs. And herO, he's shutting down this army. The feedbacks were crazy. The base does fall. Going for another as well. Serral, he's in trouble. Bases are going down one after the other. 23 Corruptors on the way. Corruptors are going to dive in. There aren't really many Archons, so Mass Corruptor can overwhelm this army. Without Archons, the Corruptors, they can pop off. They're diving in. Yeah, they just commit. They get one. One Tempest so far. Archon is on the way. Just the one Archon. But here, he kills 2 bases. 2 bases, 14 drones. Serral being forced back. Again, he barely has any infestors left, just pure Corruptor. And he commits! Ultra diving in, mass storm of the Corruptors. But is there any more splash damage? It looks like there isn't. The Corruptors, they will overwhelm. They should shut down the entire Skytross army. I say that the Mothership holding strong. Corruptors are going down. No shot. herO, does he take the fight? There's barely any Corruptors left. They're so low. One more storm. Barely not. No more storms left. Corruptors, they clean up the Skytross. The Carriers, the Tempest, the Void Rays. herO, he plummets in supply. Again, if only there were either a couple more storms or a couple of Archons underneath the army. With that, Serral does take the fight, does burn through his bank. And herO, how does he remax? Mass Carrier. Interesting. Okay, so we have 6 Carriers on the way. A couple of Immortals, bearing in mind that we have Ultras and 3 more Ultras in production, so Immortals would be ideal. But I believe herO only has the 1 Robo. So herO, he's only making 1 Immortal at a time. His production is not set up for this. Doesn't have the production he needs. And here comes Serral. Serral, he has momentum. He's moving out. herO, he has too many probes. Trying to throw them away. Yeah, you could argue that this high probe count was hurting herO as well. As instead of these workers, he could have had even more High Templar. This is actually transferring, but it's fine. It's fine. As we do see Serral pushing in. And again, momentum is on Serral's side. After winning that fight, he can now knock down this base. herO just cannot engage. No with Carrier. I mean, Tempest would be ideal here, but he has none. And he's still making more Carriers, by the way. I mean, it's a very brute force style that you don't really see too often. There's less finesse involved with Mass Carrier. Just because there's less micro ability, they just have to commit that much more as their range is lower. Carriers, they're moving in. At the same time, Ultras, they knock down top right. The base is going to fall. 15, 7, 20 probes going down. Nice feedbacks. Storms as well, but here come the power bombs. And once again, Serral should clean this up. There's just no answer to the Corruptors. They dive in, they shut down the Carriers one after the other. That's 3, 4, 5, 6 Carriers going down. And they just keep going. Getting another Carrier. There's 3 Carriers left. And Serral, he has a bank. He can rebuild. The Broodlords are exposed. True. Broodlords are exposed. We can see herO now going into Void Ray, which will help. That was 19 Corruptors for 8 Carriers. And Serral, you can just remax. You can just remax from here. I mean, I say that Serral, he's also burning through his bank as well. True. Bear that in mind. Serral, he was losing bases earlier. He doesn't even have, or he doesn't have the highest worker count either. As here, his answer to Mass Corruptor is going into Void Rays again. I do want to reiterate, though, that a big reason for this, I'm pretty sure, is because here he doesn't really have the production set up for anything else. Like, he doesn't have a high gateway count. So he just has to commit into all the Void Rays. Which would have been better sooner. It's a cloak. Trying to force his way in, but we do land a massive fungal. Yeah, fungal goes off. And here, he's much more exposed here. Yeah, this fight does scream desperation, as here he just gets fungals to death at this point. The fungals, they just don't stop. Oh my god. Here he does get on top of some of these corruptors. Some of these broodlords even. But the corruptors, they collapse in, they clean everything up. And Serral, he will take this fight, and he will take and extend his lead in this series. And here he did well getting to the late game, and he was looking very good when it came to knocking down those bases earlier, but GG gets called, and Serral, he takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. I do feel like a lot of that game came down to the initial lost fight for herO. If you recall, herO, he was able to max out and he was killing bases. If you recall, everything swung in herO's favor when he feedback, what was it, like 6 infestors? He had killed like 6 infestors. He had snowball out of control, pushed in, killed 2 bases, got 2 mineral lines. But after that, he ran out of steam, and Serral, if you remember, he remaxed with 26 corruptors that were in production alongside the corruptors he already had. He just went mass corruptor, and he was able to shut down the initial army. And after the first army of herO fell, he never really recovered. He never really recovered from there. It was just stumbled his way, you know, into a longer game state and never quite built up to that point once again. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Serral takes a 2-0 lead here in the best of 9. Takes a 2-0 lead. I do want to give praise here to herO, and again, he played well up until a certain point. It did seem like he did either overextend or unfortunately just wasn't really prepared for the Mass Corruptor reinforcements from Serral, which caught him a bit off guard, and with that, his army did crumble. With that, we're getting into Game 3. It's going to be on Frostline. Oh boy. Okay, so we spoke about Frostline in the previous series. If you recall, I believe it was vetoed in a Serral versus MaxPax. Frostline does favor aggressive builds, unlike on Abyssal, where we saw a more secure base setup, less so here on Frostline. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have herO for Weibo Gaming. In the top right, we have Serral for Basilisk. Now, Frostline is a large map, true. It is a large map in the map pool. There's a lot of bases to take and a lot of wide open spaces, and that's the problem with with Frostline. It's a little more open. It's a little more open. The 3rd and 4th base are very isolated from each other. They're very isolated. There's multiple angles of attack into the 3rd, into the 4th as well, especially with that center location, that center attack path. So it can be quite difficult getting into a late game situation on Frostline. I say difficult, it's very rare. Very rare that we get into like a maxed out split map kind of setup here. It's very much so a rarity. And the game often does end sooner than that, just because those bases are so exposed and so vulnerable, aggression is favored here on Frostline. Despite the fact that it's a large map, the base is just so difficult to defend. So we'll see who's going to be the aggressor here. Is it going to go the way of herO or Serral? Now, we haven't really seen herO be too assertive in this series yet. He is more than happy to go for something like an 8-gate all-in, but at the same time, because of the nature of this map, I'm sure that Serral's going to play safe. I'm sure he's going to play safe. I don't see Serral skipping roaches. I mean, he didn't at all against MaxPax. I don't see him doing it here against Serral either, against herO either. Like, very often in ZVP, to be more efficient, more often than not, we see Zerg players cutting corners. They cut corners, they skip their Roach Warrens, they skip their Baneling Nests, they rush into Hydras. This is a very common thing, but we have not seen that at all in several series against MaxPax and in series here against herO as well. Just really safe play out of Serral, typically. So we should be expecting that here as well. now we have our openers. Calming things down, settling in. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of a herO. Should just be a Stargate into a third base. Really, what I'm going to be paying attention to from the side of herO, at least, is the tech. The Twilight Council. The Twilight Council timing for herO. Last game, of course, there was no Twilight Council for at least a very long time. Did open up with a carrier rush, or 10% to carrier. It was crazy. We'll see if herO does go back to something more standard, something more aggressive. We could see Glaive Adepts, for example. Glaive Adepts can be quite effective here on Frostline. 3 gate, 8 gate, 3 base, 8 gate all in, likewise as well. But again, I don't expect Serral to cut corners, so it's going to be difficult to catch him with an all in. We'll see though. As herO, he opens Oracle, should be expanding. Likewise, threatening with a Shade, keeping an eye on Serral. Just poking in. Does poke in. Will commit to the Shade. Bold move, as there are plenty of links to defend, and with that, herO is going to get caught out. These Adepts, there's no escape. He's going to be cleaned up. Yeah, both Adepts will fall. The third base is going to be that much more exposed, and herO, he will lose the Adepts, and Serral will gain map control. Moves out with the links. Does move out. Running past the Adept. Headed towards the third. Or even towards the natural. As herO takes the northern third base. Does expand vertically. Additional Oracles on the way. And there's no Twilight Council yet here, so it looks like it's going to be a standard setup. If it was something more aggressive, we would have already seen a Twilight Council by now. So it should just be Forge into Twilight Council into +1 and Blink. Looking like a standard setup here by herO. As there's that Twilight Council. And we are looking for the Forge. Meanwhile, Serral, he will skip the Roach Warren. We'll get a safety Bailing Nest at least. But does skip the Roaches. Oracles, they get eyes on the Eva Chamber. He confirms +1. With that, here he should confirm. Or, I mean, typically when you go +1 like this, you do typically skip the Roach Warren. So here he should be somewhat aware. That's moving out. Doesn't commit to the Shade. Gonna be 6 Adepts in total and the 3 Oracles. And can herO get into a Mineral Line? Can he bust in? Does at least force a cancel. Not bad. Cancel the expansion. Threatens to dive into the natural. That's a lot of lings, but that's what the Oracles are for. And after they pulse out beams, 1 Oracle gets started down. Nice pick up here by Serral. He does get 1. And the Adepts, they should be cleaned up, as they barely do not shade. So nice defense here by Serral. That was an Oracle, 8 Adepts for 23 lings. So at the same time, just recovering, droning up, layers on the way. Remember, no Roach Warren, so it just looks like lings into Hydras. I mentioned before that Serral, he has not gone for this style and he has not skipped Roaches at all today, either against herO or against MaxPax until now, until Frostline. Oh, nice stasis though. Very nice stasis. Stasis catching out, what, a third of the Mineral Line and a Queen. Now, because he's skipping Roaches, Serral, he is a little bit more vulnerable early on. Stalkers are moving out, and here he can try to threaten a push. So here he does rebuild that 3rd Oracle. Stalkers, they get an Overlord. Oh, 1 Stalker gets caught out. God, Siri just terrified me. There we go, 4 picks with that. Goes down, nice kill. Nice pick off here from herO. Gets the 4th base. and pulls away. And again, a big reason why he could do this is because Serral, he's only relying on Lings. Only Lings and Queens. Until the Hydras are now popping out. And now Serral has a more secure army. I think when I said Serral, my phone thought I was talking to it. I think. God damn it. Every time. You're not him, phone. You're not him. Ah. So herO does push in. Headed towards the 4th. Likewise, things are getting ready for a surround. Yeah, they're coming from behind. herO has to get the hell out of here. Does pull back. So far, does avoid the surround. Oracles, they do help. That's still a lot of Lings, though. The Stalkers, yeah, they're getting shut down. Has to pull away. Thankfully, not too many losses for herO, but still a better trade for Serral. From here, Serral, he's maxing out. Serral, he's cutting workers here at 73. That's just under 4 base saturation. Purely Lings, Banelings, and Hydras. Do you see what I see? I see no tech. There's no Infestation Bit. There's no Hive. There's no Lurkers. It's pure maxing out here on Ling, Bane, Hydra. And Serral, his goal is to break his opponent, to break herO. We spoke earlier, the bases are exposed on this map. They are, and Storm is not ready. The High Templar, oh my god. Calm down, High Templar, they're ready in 10 seconds. 10 more seconds. herO needs a little bit more time. 5 seconds away, Storm is not done. Oh, and can he land them? Can he land? He can. Ooh, Hydra's getting called out. Ling Bane towards the 4th. There are a couple more Storms left. Bailey's rolling in. Oh no! They do roll in. Oh my god, that was a clutch stasis. Very clutch stasis. They were about to connect. Barely pops off in time, but still the mineral line's going down. The base as well is exposed. 15 probe kills. herO, he will hold, but this is still a tough hold. A tough hold for herO. Again, the stasis went off as the Banelings were literally in the face of the High Templar. That was crazy. herO, he defends at a cost of 15 probes, but does hold on. Now going for his own counterattack. And Serral, he still doesn't really have any further tech. He's rebuilding, remaxing. Yeah, he gives up on the base. He pulls away, he knows he cannot hold that expansion. Just not enough Hydras. And herO, he counterattacks. Going for the 4th. 4th base is going to be shut down. Thankfully, Serral did evacuate. Did evacuate in time, going for another Ling counterattack. Does barely miss the High Templar. And herO pulls back. Does pull back home, forced to recall. High Templar still very exposed. Oh, he wants them. He wants them, and he gets one. He gets one High Templar, going for the other as well. Barely does not get it. Still nice catching for Serral. And again, Serral, he's still stuck with this Lair Tech army. And herO, he can take this fight. He can take this. Storms, they're going to be good against all things light here. Against Lings, Banes, and Hydras. Serral has to pull away. Meanwhile, Banelings to roll in. They head towards the mineral line. herO does pull away in time. Serral goes for another run by. And Nami's going to be clashing. A decent storm. Oh no! High Templar exposed. Massive storm on the Hydras. But the High Templar go down. Back at home, we do have a defensive warp in. And with that herO, he should be able to defend. No more storms left, just Archons. They do tank a lot of shots. They tank a lot of Ling Bane. Last herO is being forced back. Still better trades for herO as Serral, he does target down the probes. And 9 probes going down. Very nice target firing out of Serral. Getting the most he can out of those Lings. And herO, can he commit in? Still just stuck at home, defending against the Lings. This time he's ready. Now finally Serral's teching, but this is late here. He's going for the Infestation Bit, Lurker Den into Hive Tech, into Hive upgrades. Until then, Serral, he's vulnerable. And here he can fight back. He can pull this off. Is this the beginning of the comeback? I mean, the armies are still being active. But it's the High Templar. Oracle goes down. Nice pickup. Does full. So chasing herO down. Where are the storms? Where are the High Templar? We need them. Serral collapsing in. herO trying to come in from behind, but that's what the Banelings are. And they just crash into the Zealots. Very efficient trades here from Serral. Zealots go down. herO out of position. Storms, now they rotate, but now top left is exposed. There's nothing here. Nothing was left over. Forced to recall. Banelings take it in. Oh my, the stasis. Once again, the stasis saves the probes just barely. I'm hoping herO pulls away in time because those Banelings are there. They're still primed to get damage done. And there it is, so who's just buying time for lurkers. 10 lurkers morphing in. The Banelings, okay, pulls away. Does pull away, thankfully. Banelings rolling in. herO should be able to defend. Likewise, had templates exposed. Serral gets one. Does get a High Templar. Likewise, fighting back against herO. And again, the win condition for herO was to try to break Serral before lurker tech. But now there's 10. Now there's 10 lurkers on the map. And hero's army isn't really built to deal with them. Lurkers are revealed. herO going to be forced back. He has a handful of immortals that will help. True. Nice storm. Hydra's going down. The lurkers are going to be exposed. Is there detection? Oh, there's not. Do we have a relation? They're getting one. One lurker goes down. Banelings, they crash into the mineral line. This time they will connect. And observers, they have arrived. But is it too late? One immortal going to be going down. Barely not. Oh, herO, he can keep pushing. And he has to. He has to keep going here. Back at home is going to be Scribble. Dives on top of the army. He dives on in. Takes down the lurkers. Just barely. It's a rough fight. Oh, guys, not. Oh, God, no. Doesn't work out. Does not work out. herO losing everything. It was a bold move. Diving on the lurkers. But alas, everything goes down. The Stalkers, they crumble. And Serral, he takes it. Oh, I mean, the storm, though. Massive storm in the army. Massive storm goes up. Reinforcements on the way. There's, what, 2 lurkers left. There's barely not enough, though. There's barely not enough for herO. Bleeds out the observers. Races back home. And Serral holds. Wow, Serral, he barely holds on. Again, that was a crazy blink. But herO was desperate. That's the thing. herO, he was very desperate there to kill Serral. He knows that he's being outscaled. And he was so close. He was so close. Now the lurker count is building back up. Now 5 more lurkers on the way. Immortal gets caught out. Serral, he has a better economy. He has a higher drone count. He can rebuild. He can remax. And it does feel like the longer this goes on, the better it is for Serral. Here, he had an opportunity. He had a window. Barely didn't break through. Storm's going up. Zoning Serral away. The Lings, they trade well anyway. And the Lunkers, they're here. They've arrived. There's a lot of storms, though. Storms spawning up on the Hydras. But there's just not enough hero support on the ground. Hero just doesn't have the supply for this. Lurker's going to be harassing. Ooh. Massive shot going off. So he rotates. You can see here, yeah. Not looking too happy about this game state. Cleans up the lurker, but alas, Serral goes straight down mid. Goes straight for the natural. Yeah, High Templar exposed. He gets 1, 2, 3. High Templar go down. Massive pickoffs. And here he's going to try to force his way out. Force him morph in those Archons. The Immortals, I mean, they do get some decent damage here, but these are just expensive trades for herO, throwing away everything to break out. And GG gets called. He runs out of steam. There's nothing left, and Serral, he will take a 3-0 lead. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very tense game. Very tense game. Very back and forth as well. I mean, on the flip side as well, that's why we appreciate Frostline, because the bases are less defendable. It made for a lot of fights. There was a lot of fights, a lot of engagements between Serral and herO. Very back and forth, very tense. It came out. I have never used Siri. Never. And here you go. In the bottom of the quarter, we have herO. for Weibo Gaming. In the bottom right, we have Serral for Basilisk. I don't know, I've never felt the need to. Smooch. Just wants to be noticed. It's like, I could be useful to you. It's like, nah. Don't need you. Here we go. So from here we are going to be settling in. So far, we do have our initial hatch gas pool out of Serral, likewise gate expand out of herO as well. Nothing crazy, no early gases, no early spawning pool either. Oh, actually, Serral going for a delayed gas geyser, only slightly. So nothing too crazy here. And also welcome one and all to El Dorado. Once again, one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. El Dorado can lead to some very interesting kind of base layouts and kind of game states as well. For those of you that recall, for those of you that were here for Serral versus MaxPax, you'll know that Serral, he went and he embraced Swarm Host on El Dorado. That is very much so viable. The reason for this, depending on how the Protoss player expands and depending on where they go, if they do leave a certain area of the map unattended, like this southern half of the map, for example, if they don't mine through, if they don't expand, then it is a prime location for Swarm Hosts to unload their locusts and to head into bases. Likewise, in a similar way, in a similar kind of style, if the Zerg player also doesn't expand towards their opponents, then the Protoss could try to rush into Skytoss, rush into Tempest, for example, to take advantage of that location of that area and try to lay siege upon the bases from a more kind of safer zone on the map. Likewise, short rush distance by air means that Spire and Mutaplay can hit a little bit faster. Short rush distance by ground means, ground-based all-ins can also be a factor if they expand towards each other. On top of all that, we have the goal bases, of course. There's 3 goal bases on the map. 1 for each player, 1 in the center as well. And Serral does expand towards herO. Okay. Just mine through the patches, expands towards the Protoss. And I would imagine herO is going to be expanding away from Serral. Would imagine. Best of 32. You don't use Siri, you clearly use Serral. Ah, true. I wish. As I've said, do shaded. Taking out 2 lings. Not a bad trade here from herO. Shading into the main. Once again, trading with lings, but shouldn't get any economic damage here. As the first adept gets surrounded, and the second is soon to be the same. As Serral, he will shut this down, takes down both adepts. Third adept has arrived, but a little bit too late to support. Does go for the mineral line, but should not get a drone. Oh. As Serral, he does defend. Does hold, shuts this down. Oracles are now on the way, making the way towards the natural, towards the third. Adept does shade, gets a drone. Oh my god. Okay. Gets a worker. Not bad. Still, I'm sure, hoping for a little bit more, as that was 8 lings and 1 drone for 3 adepts. Oracle heads towards the main. Serral's in position. And here is zone back. Oh no! But does find a drone. Does find the third base unattended. More oracles on the way. Oh my god, and that is a fast Twilight Council. That is a Twilight Council before the third Nexus. herO is finally doing what he does best. It's time to go crazy. Oh my god, setting up for the gold? No shot. Regardless, I believe that's going to be setting up for a proxy location. We have 3 gates back at home, 1 already done. It's going to be a 4-gate setup here for herO, potentially a 5th gate as a proxy to reinforce across the map. What's it going to be? Charge, adepts, blink. I'm leaning towards either glaives or charge from the side of herO. We'll see. Third base now on the way. Show us that upgrade. Adepts morphing, and there it is, glaive adepts. There we go. Glaive adepts to herO, and he is setting up that proxy location. I believe up to 5 gates for now. So 5 gate glaive adepts. And if Serral cuts corners, he could be caught off guard. I mean, we could see herO snowballing out of control, but Serral, he is getting a Roach Warren. If you recall, last game, Serral did skip his Roaches on Frostline, but not here. Not here, not on El Dorado. But this location is so good. So basically, you can see that based on the SimCity of Serral, he's getting ready to wall off. He's getting ready to wall off that natural. So if it was something aggressive like Glaive Adepts, then he could wall off the natural base itself. Stays in the main. Just one drone. But because of the proxy location, herO, he actually has access to the third base and access to the natural from another side, which does not have any SimCity. And here we go. The Adepts, they have arrived. They get across the map. They shade in towards the natural. Lings, they do engage. There's Queens in positions as well. The Queens are ready. Drones so far, not many worker kills, but he's shading into the main, and GG gets called. Serral, he's not ready, not in the main base, and herO, he fights back. Let's go! GG, well played. A very cheeky build out of herO. I believe 5, could have been 6 gateways, could have been a 6-gate setup, but regardless, if I recall correctly, I believe Ultralove may have been vetoed in the previous series, but we didn't get to experience it. No, sorry. I believe Ultralove was the ace match. It was game 7 for Serral and MaxPax, which we never got to. But Ultralove is a smaller map in the map pool. It is a smaller map. As a result, aggression can be favored, but there are other factors coming into play. As in the top right-hand corner, we have herO for Weibo. And in the bottom left, we have Serral for Basilisk. Yo, herO, he's vibing. He's bouncing. Let's go. Let us go. But yes, welcome on to Ultralove. This map has a shorter rush distance by ground, that is true. But on the flip side, also defendable bases. There's a ramp coming into the natural. There is a choke point coming into the third, choke point coming into the fourth as well. There's a destructible tower that you can knock down and just fully wall off that third location. So there are certain defensive features. But because of the short rush distance by ground, we have seen a lot of Zerg players go for all-ins and go for German taxis. I don't know if Serral is one to really go all-in. He's been mainly playing safe. If you remember Serral's series against MaxPax, there were some games where Serral did commit. I'm thinking of Whispers of Gold, for example. Whispers of Gold is the game where Serral, he went for an all-in and it fell on its face. So maybe not as wise to commit to aggression here, which means we could see a longer game. Could see a longer setup here. We'll see. My eyes are going to be on Serral to see if he does spice things up. I mean, he's far enough ahead in this series where he can afford to play aggressively, even if he isn't or even if it is a risky play. He can take a risk. Clearly, hero's willing to. Clearly. The smiling assassin. Exactly. Let's go. From here, we are going to be settling in. Interesting location with the pylon, by the way. Did you see that? The pylon is behind the natural mineral line. Hello, herO. What's going on? Is going to be a Stargate opener. Now, based on this Stargate location, it could be one of two things. I'm feeling either a Void Ray opener or an Oracle opener where you keep the Oracle at home. Okay, never mind. Based on the rally, looks like he's hunting him down. Oh, that's actually the Gateway rally. Okay. So this looks like potentially an Oracle opener. Creator does this, where he goes for an Oracle, he banks it up back at home, gets a second Oracle, and makes it look like it's not a Stargate opener, and then the Zerg player skips and delays their spores, and then they get caught off guard. That may be the option here for herO. I'm making that assumption just because the Stargate is so far back. Otherwise, it could just be a Void Ray. We'll see. We shall see. As it is going to be the initial Oracle here from herO. And I think we're looking at the rally there. So I think the Oracle is just rallied across the map. I think it's just standard play. Based on the rally. Yeah. So it did hide his Stargate, but so far looking like a standard build. Just Oracle into, I would imagine, a third base, into a second Oracle as well. Nothing too crazy. Likewise, Serral getting his third. He's getting his third base, droning up. The Oracle is revealed to the Overlord, and here should be expanding. As he will hunt down the Overlord here with that Stalker. We'll hunt it down. Supply blocking Serral, at least for a moment. Actually, quite a hefty supply block, not gonna lie. So Serral, he's gonna be trapped. Another Overlord is under fire. This time herO did, of course, not open up with additional depths, with a Stalker instead. Got one Overlord, not quite the other. Pulls away. Behind this, Twilight Council into Forge. We'll see if herO goes for a charge base opener or blink. We haven't seen any charge builds yet out of herO in the series. Has yet to take in that direction. As the depths are moving out. Shading across the map. Safety Roach Warden has in place here for Serral. herO so far doing well here, clearing up all this creep. Takes down the tumors. Pulls away with his main army. Twilight Council is done. And show us your tech of choice. There it is! It's going to be charge and +1. Again, there's a reason why we brought this up. Mainly because this time the tech was earlier than normal. Usually it's a little bit more delayed here in regards to the production of the third base. So +1 in charge for the first time this series. And this is going to be a bit of a timing attack here from herO. It does have a timing with +1, with charge, with Archons behind this as well. Should be taking into a Temple Archives. 4 more gates on the way. That's a 6-gate setup so far for herO. Getting up to 8 gateways. So remember earlier how I said that we should be seeing a Temple Archives and Archons? By going up to 8 gateways, this might just be a charge all in without any further tech. Oh boy. Here we go. That's gonna be a lot of zealots. It's gonna be a lot of charge. It's basically gonna be a 3-way all in. Oh boy. As charges are gonna be amassing. Thankfully, thankfully Serral is going to be taking into Roaches. If Serral was only going purely Ling into Hydras, he'd be in a lot of trouble here. He would be in danger. But a couple of Roaches are popping out. Still droning up though. It's only a handful of Roaches. herO, he can still pull this off. Waiting for reinforcements. He is taking gases, so here he's taking up. Or he should be. There we go. Double Robo as a follow-up. Okay, so mass charge lot into double Immortal production to deal with those Roaches. And here we go. The army has arrived. Zelsei dive in. They get us around here on the Roaches. Roaches are going down. Massive pickoffs. And there's not many Roaches left. We're down to what? 4 Roaches. Yeah, boys are being pulled. And FSA shut down the mineral line. And herO, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. He gets 8 drone kills. Shades into the main. More drones going to be going down. The Zealots are going to be cleaned up. But the economic damage here is what's important. Getting what? 12. Soon to be 13. 13? Up. Getting another Roach. There we go. 13 drones going down. Shades towards natural. Zelta catch the Queens. Queen's getting caught out as well. And here he's pulling Serral apart. And behind this, remember, he should be making and amassing Immortals. Immortals should be building up. Zelta pull away. 19 drone kills. Oh, this is getting out of hand. This is becoming game-ending damage. Getting up to 19. Oh, a little bit of miscontrol there, targeting down the Queen. But geez, look at the Zealots. There's just so many of them. Oh my god. They hit them. They hit the ramp. Flash Transfuse keeps the Queen alive. Zelta pull away. They're hoping to fight out in the open. Zelta peel off towards a 3rd, towards a 4th as well. Roach is getting caught out, catching even more drones. And again, here he just has to buy time for his Immortal production. He's just trying to buy time. Ooh, throwing away some Zelto. Has to be careful. If he bleeds out too much, he will trigger a counterattack. As Zelto just run past the Roach. They just don't even care. Queen goes down, 4 more drones. The Zelto just rush into the main. Oh, and Serral's just being pulled apart. More drones falling. And now that's he goes like too soon. No, the 3rd base is exposed. And the question becomes, how many Immortals? How many Immortals are back at home as Zelta just keep wreaking havoc in the 3rd, the natural, the 4th? They just keep going. They don't stop. They never stop. Oh god. The mass charge lots. And I believe we should have at least 2 Immortals. 4, Jesus. 4 Immortals, and now double Colossus production. Blink is almost done. +1, of course, has completed. And here he is perfectly safe back at home. And this is the kind of game state where herO thrives. Just catches you with his pants down. And is just in control for all this. He thrives in the chaos path. This is herO. Serral is trying to redrone. Serral, he's down in the economy, down in workers. As I mean, drones are still going down, by the way. Over at the 4th base, that's going to be 7 drone kills. 8 drones even. herO going double Colossus into double Disruptor. He's just getting a bit of everything. Just why not? Just why not at this point? A little bit of everything. Nice contamination here. Does delay the Disruptor. But that may not matter. At this point, herO, he can just push out. He can just go for the kill. herO, he has an insane army. And I'm going to be very impressed here if Serral can hold. So he's amassing roaches. I believe he has a handful of Ravagers. There we go. Ravagers have a mass. Knocks down the tower. Buys time. Against Serral, he just has to buy as much time as possible for more roaches. Burrow on the way. Tunneling claws as well. First Disruptor has arrived. Roaches, they get across the map, but there's Zealous to defend. herO, he shuts down the harass. Moves in. Miles, they do graze the army. Ravagers from behind. It collapses on the forces here, going for the Colossus. Never goes up. Ooh, big connection. Okay, yeah, they do connect. GG gets called as herO does overwhelm, and herO, he fights back once again, taking another game. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. He had gone for a Doom Drop. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Green Protoss, herO. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, Serral. Here we go. As again, both players did ask for a moment. They did ask for a break. Did need a moment to kind of take a breath, clear their heads, and get back into this series. Go. As Serral does go for the 15 hatch, just in time. Does place a hatchery. And with this, Serral going for, I would imagine, a hatch gas full opener, and likewise herO going for a standard opener himself. Now, winding it back a little bit here, I don't expect herO to go for the same builds too often here in this series, so I don't expect like another 8-gate charge all in like we saw previously. I don't expect another cheeky, like, what was it, like 5 or 6-gate Glaive Adepts. Usually I don't think it's as wise to kind of rely on that too often. What haven't we seen so far? We haven't seen an 8-gate Blink all in on 3 bases. True, we haven't seen that. We have seen herO attempt to rush into Sky Toss. We saw that on Abyssal Reef, if you recall, like rushing into Mass Carrier. What haven't we seen? We haven't seen a DT-based opener. A Twilight Council opener in general, we just haven't seen from herO yet. But they are viable. They do put a lot of pressure on the Protoss to get damage done, but definitely a possibility. We haven't seen any Archon drop play, for example, either. We'll keep an eye on herO. Here we go. Oh, the Zealot print. Sometimes you don't need to complicate things. You know, we don't need to go to late game and go into, like, you know, Sky Toss, Carrier, Tempest, Void Ray, High Templar, Archon, Immortal. No. Just make Zealot. That's all you need. That's all you need. Just make Zealot. As herO is going for the Stargate. Stargate opener back at home. herO pulling away. Imitate the Zerg to beat the Zerg. Yes, Swarm Toss. Swarm Toss. Can work well. So now we do open up with the initial Oracle. Second Oracle's on the way. So just Oracle opener into a 3rd base. Everything looking normal from the side of herO so far. Really, our eyes are on the tech. Once again, do we go for an earlier Twilight Council? Do we go for a later Twilight Council? Do we delay the Forge? Do we not? Our eyes are on herO. Interesting placement with the Pylon. Further back in the main. What's yours win rate with Mass Carrier? I mean, that's a very specific thing that you're asking. Like, we have seen herO beat Serral with Skytoss before, if that's what you're curious about. Ooh, as here he barely does miss the larva, but will deny the Overlord. Not bad. Does deny the Overlord. Going for the Twilight Council on the Forge. This is a slightly earlier Twilight Council. I'm curious if he's going to charge again. Not necessarily into the same builds, but we'll see. Additional Stalker to reinforce. We'll keep an eye on him. Is it going to be charge or blink? Let's find out. Let us find out. Meanwhile, safety roach formed by Serral once again at the 440 mark. There it is. +1 and blink. Okay. +1 and blink here from herO. No charge this time. Not again. As I get the way to characters. Yeah, for sure. herO does dip in, pulls away. And likewise, Serral, he's going to be going for the earlier Evo Chamber. Evo Chamber into +1 melee. This should just be into a more longer game state here. Getting in towards Lair Tech, getting in towards Hydras as well. We could see something crazy and see Serral rush into a Spire. True, that's possible. I hope not on this map. I feel like it's very risky on Whispers of Gold. As herO moves out. Does move out ahead of time. Now, this is a risky maneuver by herO, bearing in mind that Blink is not done, but he has 2 Oracles to support his army. So he's knocking down Tumors, hunting down Overlords. Nice pickoffs here by herO. And he's relatively safe to do this. As long as he doesn't push too far into creep. So far, so good. Third Oracle has arrived. Serral is massing up a lot of Lings here. Lings are amassing. Infestation bits on the way before the Hydra Den. Interesting. Now, this should not be for Swarm Host. Not this time. Again, it'd be crazy to go Swarm Host on Whispers of Gold. Lings, they collapse in. They almost get us around. herO getting caught out. And Serral, he's just going to be committing here. Yeah, it does commit with the Queens. herO, he blinks away. 1 Oracle does fall. And herO, he does stand his ground. Forces back the Lings, forces back the Roaches. herO, he does hold. Serral going for a counterattack. Yeah, Infestation Bit is done. Going for the Hydra Den. This feels a little bit... This is interesting from Serral. Again, the Infestation Bit feels really early. Just really early here for an earlier Hive. We'll see if we can make use of it. There we go. Hive is on the way. 7-minute Hive. Jesus. Okay. Okay, I see you. Just really fast tech. With this cell, he can rush into Lurkers. True. We'll see if we can get there. So being active. Here, just reinforcing with more Stalkers. Is poking in. Takes down the active Tumors. Lings, they get us around. They should force a cancel. Nice pickup. Base is denied. herO pulls away. The Oracles that are here to support. Nice stasis though. Very nice stasis trap. Serral does take it to the face. Behind this is that Lurker Den again. Fast Hive into fast Lurkers. Really risky play here by Serral because he's vulnerable before the Lurkers arrive. But he's going to have a big power spike with those Lurkers. Can he get there though? As herO, he is poking in. Once again being forced back by the Lings. Ooh, he might be forced to cancel once again, leaving only 1 Stalker to defend. Just focusing on this push. Focusing on the 3rd. Or the 4th even. Lings, once again, they counterattack. Ooh, Bio connects. But here he defends the base. Does defend the 4th. And here he can just keep pushing in. Lurker Den is done, but no Lurkers yet. As 1 Oracle goes down, stasis goes up. The Oracle's getting very low. And here he does get surrounded. Rough losses here for herO, bleeding out a lot of stalkers. They're bleeding out too much. So many stalkers going down. A very chaotic fight here from herO. And Serral shuts down the army, and now he can morph in lurkers. Pulls away. Oh, there's a revelation on the army. But there they are. 5 lurkers. 5 lurkers on the way. And herO, does he notice? Did he spot them? Alas, he's just not ready. Doesn't have immortals, doesn't have archons. Just purely blink stalker. And he needs to get more damage. As lurkers, they have arrived. And here he just can't push in. And now he throws down a robo. A very late reactive robo here from herO. Starts up the robo into observers and immortals. Until then, Serral, he's perfectly fine. This was Serral's win condition. Just survive until lurker attack. And he did it. He has done it. Here he's been stopped in his tracks, going for a second robot, now into a Templar Archives. Again, this tech is just so late for herO. He's even going to be forced to recall. Recalls back home, links into the main. herO racing back. Serral, he's gained map control. Moving out towards the 4th. Does take a massive stasis. Oh my god, the stasis traps. Stasis traps, they do pop up. Serral pushing in towards the 4th. And there's just nothing here. There's barely an army here. herO trying to keep up. Link Hydra getting to the mineral line. Lurkers are a little bit far back, but they're pushing in. So they are moving in. Still trading well. Their boys are being pulled away. 10 probes going down already. And he's just been outscaled. He's just been outscaled. Again, as you mentioned, Serral took a chance rushing into lurkers this game. Remember, it was a 7-minute hive, which was crazy. And now the lurkers are here. And there's just no answer. There just is no answer. herO is being bullied back. Diving the army. Oh no! He blinks in. Blinks into the lurkers. He loses everything. GG gets called. And Serral, he will maintain his lead. Taking another game. Getting up 4-2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Serral, he does extend his lead here, and now Serral is on match point. He's on match point. One more game, one more leads us into Game 7. Let's go. In the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have herO for Weibo Gaming. In the bottom left, we have someone we have as Serral for Basilisk. He's an animal. Ah, true. An animal. I mean, I'm hoping for a longer series here. As always, I'm greedy. I'd love to see a game 8, potentially even a game 9. The dream. Regardless of how this goes. Oh my god. I'm okay. Sorry, just my throat getting a little bit sore. I mean, it's been a long weekend. It's been a long week, I should say. Like, last night we were casting for 12 hours. We casted the House Galactic Battle for over 12 hours. And today it's been 7 hours. Jeez. It's been a 7-hour cast. We're okay. I've got my tea. We're good. It's now. We're settling in. Again, standard openers. When it comes to ley lines, again, short rush distance by ground, it's as long as, I believe, Ultra Love when it comes to the length of the map from side to side. Likewise, the bases are a little bit more exposed, a little bit more vulnerable compared to Ultra Love. There are ramps coming into them, that is true. There's a ramp coming into the 3rd. There are ramps coming into the 4th as well, so you do have that point of elevation to defend. But despite that, the ramps are still a little bit wider than on some of these other more defendable maps like King's Cove or Abyssal Reef. So the ramps are a little bit more open, and likewise, because of the rush distance by ground, we could still be very assertive here on ley lines. We'll see. It's kind of like a middle of the road map, actually. Like, Dead set in the middle. Not as extreme as Whispers of Gold or Frostline. Not as large as your Abyssals or your Neo-Violet Square. We're settling in. Are going to be settling in here. Once again, a Stargate opener out of herO. Been a while since we've seen him open up Void Ray. Curious how he does approach this. Likewise, Serral showing us that, again, because he has a little bit of breathing room here in the series, he's willing to take risks. Last game, just rushing into Hive, rushing into Lurkers. Could see that again. Could see it again. Best of 9? Yes, yes. Best of 9 finals. For those that are just now tuning in. No vetoes. No vetoes. No hold bars. Best of 9. Serral's on match point. Don't ask one more game. Serral, he will be our champion. Just needs that one more game here. He's so close. So close. And again, it's not been an easy tournament. Serral, he's already lost to herO previously in this event. He lost to MaxPax as well. Had a shaky record against Protoss as of late. But clearly tonight he's been upset. He's been angry. Oh my god, there's 2 drones going to be going down. That's because here by herO. Gets 2 drones. And that is an earlier Twilight Council. Hello. Okay, early Twilight Council out of herO. Now, this could be one of 2 things. Either Glaive Adepts. It could just be a rush into Glaive Adepts, into additional gateways, into just a mass Glaive Adept timing. Or this could be Fast Blink. Fast Blink into something like an AK setup here. AK3 base all in. What does herO go for? Show us what you got. And there it is, Glaives. Glaives are the answer here for herO. Now, this is not an all-in. Bear this in mind. This is not an all-in. This is 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. This is designed to get economic damage. It's designed to catch the Zerg player off guard, give the Protoss a lead economically, and head in towards a longer game state. This is not meant to end the game, but this is meant to give herO an advantage. An economic advantage. Meanwhile, across the map, Serral, he does play safe. Roach Warren has in place. Lair is now on the way. So Serral, he will have the tools to defend, but it comes down to how fast he reacts or how quickly he scouts what's going on and confirms what's coming his way. As you can see here, the Adepts are building up in the main and the natural. Are building up. Lings, they poke in towards the 3rd. They get nice around. No shield battery. Uh-oh, no shield battery where the Oracles. Oracles also not in position. Extra Adepts are revealed. And just like that, Serral, he scouts. He knows. Roaches, they start immediately. Now, Serral, he just droned up, so he actually doesn't have a lot of larva. Only 3 roaches on the way. Here comes a 4th roach, and you can see Serral is walling up. You can see on the production tab, he's walling up his natural completely. Oh my god, the stasis! Stasis went off. Queens are exposed. He gets 1. 1 queen goes down. We'll get a 2nd, a 3rd queen as well. There's no transfuse, and the queen count is going to be reset. Massive pickoffs. The wall is open. The wall is open. The stasis is going off here on a roach. And there's just not much to defend, but he does barely wall off in time. Whew, that was close. Serral, he does wall off. But the roaches are still getting caught out, leaving out a roach after roach. And herO, he still hasn't dealt critical economic damage. He killed, what, 5 queens? He's going for the expansion. He shades in. He said, the wall's open. The wall is wide open. Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. Does he commit? He does not. He wants the base. He wants the 3rd. He's going to get it. Or will he? Roaches, they do respond. The base is getting very low. More Adepts have arrived. Attempt to shade in. Stasis. Oh, the stasis! Stasis goes off. Roaches are going down one after the other, and the base is going to fall. Not just the base of roaches as well. Very nice. We got some back at home. We need Immortals. Immortals need to build up. The base goes down. More Adepts. More Adepts. See, previously we had a game where herO, he just made nothing but Zealots. Here, nothing but Adepts. That's all you need, Papi. That's all you need. GG gets called as he pulls Serral apart, and herO, he fights back once again. GG. I'm telling you, you got Protoss players like MaxPax, you got attempted Protoss players like Reynor as well. They're just trying to complicate things too much, mate. Just make Mass Adept or Mass Zealot. That's all you need. Yeah. GG, well played. Now again, it was just really unfortunate. You can see Serral shaking his head here, not too happy about the outcome. Once again, there was a lot that did go right for herO in that game. First things first, if you remember, Serral, he was droning. If you remember, he was droning at the time. When he saw the Adepts moving out, he didn't have a lot of lava, so he only made 2 roaches. He didn't have the lava to make any more, as he had just made drones. When the Adepts got across the map, they caught out the Queens. The Queens getting caught was brutal as well. There was 5 Queens getting caught out, no transfuse. The stasis traps, more importantly, were insane as well. Stasis into the mineral line, stasis on the roaches, stasis on the army. The stasis traps did actually allow the Adepts to snowball out of control and to survive the initial roaches and to overwhelm them as well. GG. GG, well played. A lot going right there for herO, and that leads us into game number 8. Game 8 on Amygdala. Now, Serral, he's still on match point. Serral still only needs 1 more game to be our champion. herO, this will go 5 times 4 with. But here we go. We are getting into our next game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have herO, Weibo Gaming. In the bottom left, we have Serral for Basilisk. Let us go. Whew. As we are going to be jumping into game 8 here. Welcome one and all to Amygdala, by the way. Welcome one and all. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool. It is a larger map. Likewise, it is also a more defendable map as well. In a way, it can be quite difficult to be hyper aggressive on this map and try to be assertive and hit the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th base. It can be quite awkward rotating between the bases. So I'm curious to see if herO does try to take this a little bit slower and more defensive, or takes a different, more aggressive approach instead. Again, herO, he has had more success being the aggressor here in this series. Whether it's going for the charge all in, the Glaive Adepts as well. Whether it's catching Serral with his pants down. And that typically has been where hero's been thriving. True. Has been popping off. We'll see if we can catch him again. Get some rest. Jesus, but no. Sinistro, shout out to Sinistro, by the way. Shout out to Sinistro. Obrigado. Fala, galera. Mate, if I don't cast, who will, papi? I have to cast. I have to. Yesterday we had a 12-hour cast with the House Galactic Battle. Today we still have OSC King of the Hill. Tomorrow I'm casting. Enki had like an invitational, and he gave me the replays. So I have another cast in like 7 hours. 7? No, 8. In 8 hours time from now, I have another cast. I gotta be there, papi. I gotta be there. Who will? Pala, papi. We also have the War DTV Monday tomorrow as well. Into the Pegasaur Monday, into OSC casting for the OSC Season 12 Championship. What else do we have this week? Little League Cup, yeah, true. I forgot about it. We have Little League Cup, Alima League, Tenacious Turtle Tussle, the Pondcast, Fire Grow Cup. Let's go. Let's go. January. But now there's Stargate opener out of herO. Serral preemptively knocking down these rocks. Interesting. We'll see if he takes the gold base as a 4th. Can be quite difficult to defend that location, but we'll see if Serral does gain map control. As the rocks are being knocked down. Oh, at least initially. Behind this, Oracle is on the way. And again, here he's been having a lot more success being the aggressor so far and trying to catch out Serral. But it is more difficult to be the aggressor here on Amygdala. It is more difficult. So herO, what do you have for us? What do you got? Oh, hello. If you recall, this is what I thought that herO was going to do previously on Whispers of Gold, right? Wait, was it Whispers? Never mind. I was going to say when he was, when I thought he was going to be banking up his oracles, but the oracle just moves out. Just moves out across the map. 3rd base is being thrown down, and we're settling in. It's easy. No, I'm not tired. I'm not tired. It's just My throat is a little bit sore. A little bit. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'll be fine. Oh, and for the first time this series, Stargate opener into third base into a robo. This screams Archon drop. This screams, let's show us what you got. Robo into Twilight Council, into a Templar Archives, into Forge, into Charge, into High Templar, into Archons. Let's go. This is something that's been very trendy. If you've been watching the Polish scene, you would know that Mana and Cristiano, and even Creator as well, they come to mind, have been embracing this build. It's interesting to see herO embrace it at least once in this series as well. Once the Twilight Council is done, we are expecting a Templar Archives, we are expecting High Templar and Archons. Also, I'm assuming that the Robo is going to finish up and we're going to be seeing a War Prism first. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing a War Prism. Ooh, never mind. Observer. This is not an Archon drop. This is, we're rushing into Colossus? Okay. I see you. This is different here. This is a little bit old school. If you recall, this is a build that Showtime used to go for this back in the Altitude era of StarCraft. This was what, like 2022-ish? Like 2022, 2023. Interesting, going for an earlier Robo. With this early Immortal production into early Colossus production as well. We rarely see this nowadays, especially in the latest patch. Because of the change to the NG Overcharge, we see a lot of Storm. We see a lot of Storm, a lot of Archons, thanks to the benefit of the NG Overcharge as well. It's a lot more rarer here to see Immortal into Colossus in ZVP. Just because, as you can imagine, the NG Overcharge doesn't really benefit this army. So you have my attention. That's a second Robo on the way for double Colossus production. Extended Lance is in production as well. And again, Showtime used to do this build non-stop in this matchup, where he would just build up, and I believe Showtime would push with +2. He'd push with +2 and 4 Colossus. He'd have 4 Colossi. It'd be crazy. And if the Zori player was already up to Lurker Tech by then Showtime would just back up and just go into Skytels. Would just throw down Fleet Bean and just macro up and just turtle up and just go into Skytels from there. So that is going to be an option available here to herO as well, as he's building up his Colossi. Second Robo is done. And more Colossus on the way. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this plays out, just because, again, this is very much so. This is very out of meta. Very out of meta here. Very old school. When I say old school, I mean from a couple of years ago. Not too long. And interesting. So typically this hits with like 3-4 Colossus and +2, but that is going to be +1 armor, not +2 attack. Okay. So here he is mixing it up here. Going into Chargers. Meanwhile, Serral, he is amassing up a lot of Roaches and Lings. Catching at the army. Serral is going to be cutting workers earlier on. 74. Just under 4 base saturation. Serral, he's maxing out. At least looking to. Spire is done. 7 meters on the way. Ooh, this is scary. Because of the build that herO is going for, there's no blink. There's no blink. There's no Archons. There's no Storm. The anti-air here for herO is very limited. And I am very concerned here as to what the mutas are going to pull off. As herO is going to be pushing and mutas are on the way. Here poking in towards the expansion. Lings, they try to come in for us. Around the Colossus is exposed. The Colossus, a massive pick of 1 Colossus goes down. And with that, herO, the wind has been taken out of his sails. I don't know if he can just keep pushing. Losing 1 Colossus is brutal. Mutas that have arrived. herO, I mean, he has to go here and now. But Serral, he's maxed out. As we mentioned, Mutas ate the main. Stalkers, they do reinforce. Oh, my apologies. Blink is done. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought it was +1 in charge as an opener. It was +1 in blink. Okay, okay. He can defend. We're good. The length of the broadcast is setting in. It's so I do apologize. Was a blink-based opener. Lings are coming from behind. They do come in. Roaches as well. The Immortals, they're going to be exposed. Yeah, they're abandoned. One Immortal goes down. Nice blink here. Does save the Colossus at least. And can he keep pushing? Ooh, Biles do connect. With the arrival of another Immortal, though, I mean, here he is gaining ground. And these mutants are not really getting too much done. Hero pushing in. Doesn't quite commit. Back at home, mutants get 5 probe kills. Again, not too much economic damage. Here he's still maintaining his economy. Still on 3 bases. There is no 4th. True. Here he's quite committed here. Prism is on the way. That's a lot of roaches. As Serral goes for the dive and he wants 1. Doesn't get it. Barely not. Colossus barely survives. As they keep poking in. Bailings, they crash into the Stalkers. Colossus once again exposed. 1 Colossus goes down. There's 1 left. There's just barely anything left here for herO. Barely a backbone to his army. He's got 1 Colossus, no more Immortals. No Disruptors, of course. Just pure Blink Stalker and 1 Colossi. He is trading efficiently, but there's just a sea of Zerg, a sea of roaches. Biles, they do connect. Here he's able to reinforce on the front lines. Trying to break through. Mutants, they hit the 3rd base once again, getting 5 more probes. The base is going to fall. But time is on Serral's side. All he needs is just buy time. Just buy time, back off, take it slow. Build on more reinforcements. The pressure's on herO instead. He comes back in. Hits the natural. 12, 13, 14 probes going down. These mutants, they have paid for themselves. So, backing off, getting the gold. So his economy is still, I mean, very much so in form. And herO was all in. Here, he has no 4th. He has no 4th expansion. He has no economy behind this. It was all or nothing for herO. He had to end the game, and he didn't. And it looks like now he's forced to expand with such a late 4th base. He's down to 42 probes. No. Down to 42 workers. Another 5 probes going down, and here he's all in. He's completely all in at this point. Does have a Disruptor. Can he connect? I believe a 2nd Disruptor has arrived. Nova goes off. Not bad. Grazes some of those roaches. A couple of roaches do go down. Another Nova will connect as well. Not quite. The splits are too good, and so he will overwhelm this army. There's almost nothing left. Biles, they shut down the Colossus. Disruptors go down as well. There's 1 Disruptor left. And Serral, he can chase us down. And here, also not looking too happy there on cams. Does shake his head. Mutants, they hit the natural once again. As Serral just pulling herO apart. Here, he risks it all with the all-in. I smite. Let's go. He wants that Nova to go off. He wants the Nova. Show us the Warp Prism. As here he does chase back Serral. Oh, Nova goes off. And it will connect. Disruptor goes down, and that's going to be a GG gets called. And Serral, he will take the series. And Serral is our Masters Coliseum 8 champion. GG. I'm loving the graphic here. It's great. And Serral, he's out of there. GG, well played, Serral. He will take it. We'll win the best of 9, by the way. Whew, went the distance. We did have a back and forth. Serral, he took down MaxPax 4-1 and took down herO 5-3. Was more of a back and forth here, but Serral does take it. GG, congratulations here. I do appreciate that it was a series, by the way. herO, he did struggle in some of these longer games, but was able to catch Serral off guard multiple times in this finals. In the end, though, Serral proved to be a little bit too much. He proved to be too much. GG. Also, Serral gets his revenge. We spoke about it earlier. herO and MaxPax, they did threaten Serral here. You can see back in day 4, MaxPax took down Serral 3-2. herO also defeated Reynor, and herO defeated Serral, in the group stage. So Serral, he was shown to bleed in this tournament. He actually had to fight his way down from the lower bracket. As you can see, he had to take down Estrella, take down Reynor, take down MaxPax, and then finally herO at the end. So it was not an easy road here from Serral but Serral does redeem himself. GG, well played, congratulations, Serral is our champion here, and a shout out to herO for making it to those finals. And I don't want to take away from herO either, because sure, Serral looking very confident in those finals against herO, but when it comes to herO's performance here previously, I'm shocked he took down MaxPax, not gonna lie. MaxPax, he has the best, he's known for having the best PvP in the world. Despite that, herO, he knocked MaxPax down in a very dominant series in the upper bracket finals. herO, he took down MaxPax, he took down Reynor as well, took down a plethora of players in the upper half of the bracket as well, so had a very good performance, but did fall to Serral in the end. I mean, again, Serral, he is the best Zerg player in the world, so if you're going to fall to anyone, no shame in going down to Serral. No shame whatsoever. GG. And with that, congratulations. That is going to be us wrapping up our broadcast and our coverage of MaxPax Coliseum. It has been a very, very long day of StarCraft, and a long month as well. A lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft did occur throughout the course of January and even December as well. And we are not done, by the way. We are not done when it comes to these big premier events. There is still Little League Cup. If you have not been watching, there is another major online event happening. Little League Cup does continue this week. It continues in 2 days on the 21st. The 21st is day one of the playoffs of Little League Cup. So if you're curious, if you want more of these top players facing off against each other, we're going to be featuring Dark, MaxPax, Reynor, Serral as well, herO, Clem, and many others in the Little League Cup. So, you know, these players, they still have more matches ahead of them here. But regardless, congratulations to Serral. Again, is going to be our MaxPax Coliseum champion. But we may have another rematch of these two in Little League Cup as well. We might see another rematch, as there's still another big premier event on the horizon. Also, I mean, shout out to SCBoy. SCBoy, they are the organizers of WTL, of World Team League, and of MaxPax Coliseum, and of Stars War 11, and many other events. SCBoy, we had some sad news last month in December. They did announce that WTL was going on an indefinite hiatus. World Team League is on a hiatus, and I mean, again, that's a big loss here for the online tournament circuit, but SCBoy said that they did still want to run tournaments. Big events like this, big individual events, less so team events. So World Team League is on hiatus, but that means that we're going to be seeing more consistent MaxPax Coliseum and maybe another Stars War 11 and other big events as well. So this is what SCBoy are going to be focusing on, and honestly, it was a really fun event. Really fun. I appreciate that they had interviews in the playoffs for the lower brackets. I wish we had some pre-game interviews for the finals and some pre-game interviews for the for the lower bracket finals as well, and the upper bracket finals. That would have been nice. It would have been nice to have heard their thoughts coming into these matches, their thoughts about their previous rounds and performances as well. I don't know if there's going to be a winner's interview. I don't think so at this point. Let me just double check. May have just lost our players. But regardless, it was a fun tournament. I do just wish there was a little bit more content just outside of just the games themselves. We had some interviews, that is true. Would have been nice if we had some more though. Just some you know, extra flair for our players. And yeah, it looks like we are going to be wrapping up here. We are going to be wrapping up. So GG, well played. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes, actually. I mentioned before that our broadcast has not yet come to an end. Hold on. Okay, we're good. We do need a few moments though, because do you know what comes next? OSC King of the Hill. OSC King of the Hill is now about to begin. I say about to begin. It actually began a couple of hours ago, and apparently they're 2/3 of the way through. So we're going to be catching and casting the tail end of OSC King of the Hill. If you're curious, what is OSC King of the Hill? It is a weekly open tournament. I say open tournament. It is a weekly OSC event with a unique format, a King of the Hill style format instead. So we're going to be going on a short break. I need to set up all the overlays, set up all the assets, and then when we come back, we'll have our next cast, will have the OSC King of the Hill. See you guys in a couple of minutes for some more StarCraft. Otherwise, if you enjoyed, check out, of course, our social medias, !socials in chat, !Patreon as well. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We'll see you guys next time. Everyone's still waiting on EWC? Yes, everyone's still waiting for EWC. But regardless, we'll have plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings. As always, big shout out to Blake Goodoo's for the bits. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you. Take a shot. Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this. But yeah, we're going to be heading off for a couple of minutes. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you guys soon for OSC King of the Hill. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just wrapped up with the Masters Coliseum broadcast. Masters Coliseum 8, the finals did just conclude, and we are back. The StarCraft does not end. It continues. It goes all night long, baby. Let's go. Let's go. As we are jumping into the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 197. For those that are curious, this is an this is a King of the Hill style format. The way this works is that we have two players duking it out. The winner will stay on. The loser is eliminated from the tournament, and we move on from there. And here we go. And here we go, we are jumping right on in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala. We have the current King of the Hill. Where's my... There we go. We have the current King of the Hill. We have the Mexican Zerg player, the Red Zerg. It is Cham. The current King of the Hill with 9 wins. With 9 wins under his belt, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. Representing Team Little Fairy, it is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. As a reminder, this is a best of 1. It's a best of 1 between these two players. The winner stays on. The loser is gone from the tournament. Let's go. When it comes to the Road of Cham and the run has been going on, we will be going into that after this game. We're just jumping right in. I just needed some time to get things ready. Did need some time. We're good to go, though. We are good to go. Whew, as Shameless is going to be opening up with a gate expand. Standard opener out of a Shameless. Meanwhile, Cham going for a hatch gas pool. Standard openers all around. Yo, it feels so weird. I feel so free controlling the camera. It's liberating, vibe. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Ay. Again, when it comes to Masters Coliseum, it's all done via clean feed. It's all done via different kind of production setup. So we are not in game, so I can't control the tabs that are being shown, or the production, or the camera itself, or zooming, or the fanfare. We're back. Let's go. Let us go. For now, standard openers. And Cham, he is typically a very aggressive player. Very aggressive player. He's not really known for standard play, not really known for macro play either. So for him to be on this run, I mean, I feel like best of ones, they really favor him. I feel like they really do favor him. And I'm happy to see Cham once again. Again, Cham, I would love to know the stats. Shout out to Eddie, by the way. Eddie, he's the admin and the organizer of the event. I'm curious to know, when was Cham's last OSC King of the Hill? Because Cham, from my understanding, has been very inactive for quite some time. Cham, he would play in some OSC events, don't get me wrong, he'd play in them every now and then. He would play in WTL as well, but Cham hasn't been as active as he used to be, right? Back in the day, a couple of years ago, Cham, he would play in everything. Cham was like, he was like the old Star Killer, where Cham, he would play in every single online event, he'd play in everything he could get his hands on. And then he stepped away. I say stepped away. He took a bit of a break, right? He didn't compete as often. He wasn't as active as he used to be. But now he's back. Now he has been active once again. If I recall correctly, I believe Cham's return was the Euthermal 2v2 tournament. I believe the 2v2 event, which was, what, at this point, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, Cham, he returned to play with Special. And after that 2v2 event, Cham, what did he play in? He played in the Pigastar Monday, and now he's playing here in OSC King of the Hill. So it's great to see Cham return. It's great to see him back once again, back in form, reinvigorated, revitalized. He's motivated once again to compete, to play. He's back. Let's go. He's back and he's in form. We'll see if Shameless can knock him down. Shameless, while Cham has been a little bit less active, Shameless has been playing in everything. Shameless, he's been on that grind. He's been improving so much here over the past year of 2024. Shameless, he has been the rising star, and I do think that he's a good contender to bring Cham down. But now Cham getting into his third. Just getting his third base, joining up, hatch gas pool, Oracle opener here at a Shameless. It's on Shameless to try to punish the greed, or punish his opponent and pick away at those workers. The Oracle has arrived, but so far going to be zoned away. So far, Cham, he keeps up. He shuts the Oracle down. Oh, we'll get one drone. Does get a drone, does get 2 larvae as well. Gets 1 even. Some damage, not bad. Does get a couple of pickoffs while Cham is still droning up. He lost Cash, King of the Hill, 171. Oh, 171. And we're here at 197. It's been a while. It's been a while. But great to see him back. Great to see Cham return. As Oracles, they rotate over towards that third base. They can one-shot, they can, and they will. 5-6 drones going to be going down. Very nice damage dealt here by Shameless. Gets 6 workers, pulls away. Behind this, Shameless going into his own Twilight Council, Forge, and Robo follow-up. Standard follow-up here to Shameless, 82 +1 and Blink, I would imagine. So far, so good. Shameless is holding his own. Cham still recovering, going for a Lair first before any other tech. And there it is, Lair into Roach Warren. The big brain bouts. True, yes, you're not wrong. We did coverage during the Bondcast, but yes, Cham, he's been playing a lot of big brain bouts. Roddy's been putting him up against like I want to say like Cham versus like Fiant, Cham versus like Baby Marine, Cham versus maybe Hydra. Like I think I want to say like maybe four like big brain bouts. Like he's been playing in a lot of them actually, like for whatever reason, which is cool. Do appreciate it. We've been calling on him to do Hermine versus Cham in Big Ring. That sounds like an interesting matchup, not gonna lie. I mean, they're both big, true. To be fair, like I don't think Roddy has been giving Cham enough credit when it comes to his opponents. Like give Cham like, I don't know, give him like a Serral Kappa. Give him Eva, true. Give him Eva. Give him Eva. That's what we want. Give him some Eva. Cham, so Eva wants it as well. Eva as Protoss. Ah, let's go. Cham versus Mana is a good rivalry for sure, for sure. Yeah, Cham is playing in the OSC mid-season playoffs. Meanwhile, you see Shameless getting across the map. Chargers have arrived, catching out the Queens. The Queen's going to be going down. Massive timing here for Shameless. I assumed it was going to be +1 on Blink, but no, it's +1 in Charge instead. And Cham, he is struggling. He's going to be cutting back. He does survive here against the main army. What about the expansion? What about the bases? What about the economy? 7 workers going down. Shameless, he should preserve the Archons. Even reinforces. Going for the Ravagers. Yeah, Ravagers are going down one after the other. Massive catch here for Shameless across the map. Shamey knocks down the base. Oh, he was going all in. Shamey was going all the miles. Oh my god, massive. He gets both. He gets both the Oracles. Massive connections. Does force a recall. But Sham, does he have enough? The Archons, they are back. Shield battery coming in clutch. Saves the Archon. Oh. Nice dodge here on the Biles. And Shameless, he will overwhelm. Across the map, 19-20 drones going to be going down. The economy is crippled. And Shameless, he defends. He shuts down the all-in. He defends. He attacks. He does everything. And Cham, he's running out of steam. He had a crazy win streak here so far, and he's still completely all-in, but even more so. And Shameless is on 77 probes. 4th base on the way. Shameless building up. And Cham, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for the Zerg player. Ah, I was ready for the 10-game win streak. I was here for it, Pappy. I was here. Is it my fault? Maybe. Oh no. Why did I cast? Not like this. As we do force field the army. Massive catch. Roaches, they get locked down. Oh, where are those also? We need reinforcements. Cham trying to catch out the army. Immortals are exposed. The first Immortal is going to be going down. Ooh, nice save. Hopping up here at a Shameless. Saves the Immortal. One of the Archons does fall, but GG gets called against Cham. He runs out of steam, and Shameless, he will end the win streak and take his first win of OSC King of the Hill 197. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shameless as he does take the win here over Cham, and he is our new King of the Hill. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Also, very quickly, let's catch up on the bracket, and let's catch up on what we've been missing here throughout the course of the OSC King of the Hill. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves as we switch our teams over here. And from the top, again, we are quite a ways through the event, quite a ways through at this point. We have Cham. He took down Geralt in the... That's a big win. Champion took down Geralt in the first match of the night, took down Lunacy as well. Geralt, Lunacy, Hon Mono, GG Machine, Nigract, Baby Marine, Middle VK, Hatsu, Shino, and Shino towards the end, getting 9 wins in a row. It does fall at the hands of Shameless towards the end there. Shameless does bring Cham down, and with that, Shameless is our new king, but the question becomes, who will rise up to challenge him? Who's it going to be? GG, well played. Who are we missing, by the way? We've gone through at least some of the Polish Protoss players. We still have players like Christiana, for example, Mana as well, Rodzin, of course. When it comes to the Terran players, we have already featured Nikract, Homono, and Baby Marine. I don't know if Milky Cow is an OSC Elite member. Milky Cow is another option. We could see Iba. Iba could step up to the challenge as well. Iba. Ay, ay, ay. They may not play since LAN was yesterday. No, true. We don't know how hungover they are. I mean, you say that. Geralt played. Like, Geralt, he was the first one here, so we'll see. We'll see. Geralt, he was a part of this. I don't know if the other Polish Protoss players are available. Don't know if they've been drinking or not. If they still are, it's possible. Give me Serral for my Protoss. He doesn't get you. Geralt, he is an animal. He's a grinder, Bob. He plays in everything. He's a beast. We love it. Geralt, the new Zest? True, true. Geralt, his wife could be in the hospital. He could be giving birth to his child. He'll still be playing in a tournament in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Geralt, he has his priorities. He knows. He knows. The StarCraft. Let's go. As it looks like we have our next contender. We are heading over to the Americas region here. And it looks like we have a PVT coming up next. Un momento. Here we go. Okay, so down goes a Zerg player, but we do have a Terran to rise up instead. As we switch our scenes over, Shameless, he does advance on the face-off against... Oh, not Serral. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Against Percival. Percival, the Korean Terran. Here we go again. Percival, he did recently return to the competitive scene as well. Percival, he did retire for a time. He stepped away from the game, but in December, Percival did return. Did return to StarCraft, did return to competitive play. It's been great to see the return of Percival here, but how does he compare to Shameless? Shameless, who has been grinding this entire time, who has been on the rise, has been looking very good as of late. Very good. Let's go. Beyond, not yet, not yet. I'm sure we'll see Beyond at some point, I'm sure. We'll get there. But again, we are towards the tail end of the tournament. I do apologize, but again, this event did begin while we were covering the finals of Massive Coliseum. So we missed out on most of tonight's matches here. I would have loved to have seen Cham versus Geralt. I'm sure it would have been a banger of a series. Homeowner versus Cham would have been amazing as well. Cham versus Nikract, GG Machine. I mean, in general, just it's always a lot of fun with casting Cham. He's a great guy. Great guy. And again, typically a more aggressive player. I mean, we saw it in the last game against Shameless, where Cham, he was attempting to go for his own Roach Queen walk across the map on Amygdala. Map was working against him, and of course, Shameless did hit first. Also, shout out to some players competing for the first time tonight. Lunacy, he was playing here in OSC King of the Hill for the first time. Same with Shino as well. So we did have some debuting players earlier. Last King of the Hill, we got the famous American Terran Estrella. True, true. Did get the best Terran in the Americas. True. Even better than Clem. Confirmed. Kappa. Aye. Oh. As it looks like our players have chosen their map. Ooh, and we're going to be loading into one of the older maps in the map pool. We're going to be loading into Gresvan. Let's go. When it comes to the format, again, these are best of ones. These are all best of ones, King of the Hill style. But we also have an extended map pool. OSC, they do have the regular maps, but they also add in some of the older maps voted on by the players, voted on by the cachers and community members as well. And Gressvan is one of them. Gressvan, of course, was in the map pool back in 2021. It's been a couple of years. Been a couple of years since Gressvan has been around, and now it's back. I hope we saw. I had enough Gressvan, not gonna lie, but you know, we're back. It's okay. It's back, and we're able to embrace a slightly older map here. I say slightly. It's still like kind of in the modern era of StarCraft. Not from too long ago. Not too long. As our players are setting up. And again, I hope you all had a great time here tonight, especially when it comes to Master Coliseum. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty worn out. I might reschedule the Enki cast just because I'm a little bit worn out after this weekend. It's been an intense weekend of StarCraft, so I might reschedule. For those that are curious, Enki, he hosted a Christmas Invitational not too long ago, and it did not get cast in English. It was only cast in Spanish. So Enki was kind enough to share the replays with us, and I am wanting to jump on that cast eventually to cover those matches, but maybe not today. Might slip in a little bit. Maybe a little bit. We'll see. As we are jumping into our next match of the night, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gressvan, we have the blue Terran player from South Korea. It is the new challenger himself, Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the current king of the hill, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Go. Again, Shameless, he is the new king, was able to bring down Cham and his reign of terror, of course. The terror of the Zerg, and now it's time for the Protoss. It's time. Aye. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Prediction time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of one. Will it go the way of Shameless or Percival? Coming into this, I do favor Shameless. I do favor him. Again, there's a lot of hype around Shameless when it comes to his growth as a player and his current state of play as well. Percival, I still have a really hard time judging how he is as a player. What I mean by that is that if this was Percival in his prime, you know, a year ago, I think I would favor Percival. But because Percival has been on hiatus for so long, because he's been inactive, he's still leveling up. He's still regaining his he's still regaining his lost skill from his time away from StarCraft. So I'm not too certain as to what his form is. We did recently cast Percival against Mana in Lima League. They did face off. I believe it was against Mana. And Percival did have a strong showing. But we'll see if he can replicate that here against Shameless. For now, economic opener. Single gas, racks expand. Yo, Terran? Mate. I spent the whole how long have we been live? I spent the last 8 hours casting purely Zerg and Protoss. Like what is this? What? It's not a bug, it's not an alien. What's going on? What am I looking at right now? It's crazy. Terran. We're back. It's refreshing, and it legitimately caught me a little bit off guard. Let's go. It's been hours since I've casted a Terran game. It's been a day. We've missed you. Let's go. As Reaper is going to be zoned back. Behind this is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Shameless. And the question becomes, how many gateways? How many gateways? How aggressive or how economic is Shameless going to be? Again, welcome one and all to Gressvan. This is an old map from a couple of years ago. Was a very prevalent map of the map pool and known for macro. The reason known for late game situations. The reason for this is because of how large the map is. A very long resistance by ground. Very defendable third base. Defendable fourth base as well. We just have seen many a late game on Gressvan, and we could get there again as well. It's possible. And typically greed and economic builds are the go-to on Gressvan. Can be difficult committing into aggression. Eva. Did we really miss Terran? I'm already missing my PvPs. Ah, true. I know you love that matchup. You love it. Oh, the Protoss. Eva. Mate, if you're playing tonight, you better play Protoss. Just saying. Just saying, Eva. Better be Protoss. For now, Percival does go for the dive, headed for the mineral line. Workers are somewhat lining up. One probe going to be going down. Two. Oh no! Oh my god! Does get 2 probes, and thankfully not much more than that, as the Hellion gets cleaned up, and Shameless will defend. Shameless does hold, losing 3 workers in total. Percival gets a full scout, gets eyes on the tech of choice, but it's only 2 gateways. 1 gate in the main, 1 gate in the natural, 2 gate blink into a third. Very economic build by Shameless. Just rushing into a faster third base, and going to be skipping out on warp ins and just having and working with a very small army. So economic build here by Shameless. Back at home, Percival is getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. Tech labs are set, and we have our initial tank production, and Raven as well, I would imagine. So Percival just setting up here on 2 bases. Wouldn't mind drop here across the map. Oh my god. Does connect. 3 probes going to be going down, and can he escape? Ooh, not quite here as the Stalkers are trying to keep up. Blink is done, but the Widowmine will get away. Oh, barely towards the top left-hand corner of the map. Just barely. 1 more shot would have gone down. 1 Widowmine does survive. Not too bad. Getting 3 probes for 1 Widowmine so far. But alas, unlikely for this Medevac to escape, as it's 1 shot away from going down, so should not make it into another mineral line. Shouldn't, at least. We'll see. We'll see if Shameless otherwise gets distracted at some point, and if Percival can free that Medevac. Oh! But now going for the Observer, does catch it. Nicely done. Observer goes down. Observer does full. Remember when it was like 11 probes? Oh, those are the days. Those are dark times. Shameless moves out. Behind this, going for a very gateway heavy composition, not going into Colossus or any Robotech yet. Instead, headed towards +1, charge, and a massive gateway explosion, committing here to a swarm toss style, as 6 gates are on the way, 8 gates in total. 8 gateways for Shameless. Percival behind this just building up with 2 bases, getting the stim, tank production as well, securing himself, and eventually getting a 3rd TC. As that is going to be 2 more Raxes on the way. Hello. Throws down extra Raxes, no command center yet here from the Terran player. And you have my attention, Percival, is he going to commit? Shameless is spots the army. Oh! Raymond taking some hits. And Percival, do we commit here to a 2-base all-in? Are we going to pull the boys? I'm mainly referring to these Raxes and the fact that we're not really set up here for add-ons. And yeah, there we go. The boys are being pulled. Percival, he does commit. And it's all or nothing. Either he kills Shameless or he dies trying. And Shameless, so far, he has not scouted this. He's not aware. The Observer was sniped. Prism moves out. And the Prism, it is going to be chased down. Stim is available. Oh no, he misses. The SCVs. Not quite aware. Back at him, what do we have? Shield Battery is now on the way, but very late. There are some force fields though. Sentries are ready, force fields are available. Massive missile goes up. Strips away the shields. And the base is going to go down. There's no saving this. Nexus does fall. Mineral line is exposed. Zealots catch reinforcements though. Massive pickups. Tank going to be going down. But Percival, he commits. He's going in. Pushes towards the natural. Gateway under threat, boys. Oh, they do overextend. A couple of SCs get thrown away, but again, that's going to be 3 tanks. That's a lot of tanks. When they're within range of the Robo. Yeah, the Immortal, it may not pop out. Yeah, it's not going to. The Robo does fall. And Shameless, he's up against the wall, but he's coming in for a surround. Again, very patient play here by Shameless. Does commit, comes in from behind, dives on top of the tanks. Oh, a little bit mistimed. Yeah, a little bit mistimed here. Tanks, they hold their own. Zealots, they melt. And Percival, he's done it. He breaks on through, takes out the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Immortal as well. There's nothing left. No shield battery, no energy overcharge. 1 Immortal, a handful of Zealots. And that's just not enough. GG gets called. And Percival, he does snowball out of control. Percival will take down Shameless and be our new King of the Hill. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Percival does take it. Very nicely done. Again, Shameless, it took him a little bit too long to realize that it wasn't all in. By the time he did, I mean, he had no shield by every setup. His third base was completely exposed, was vulnerable. Ideally, Shameless would have liked to have engaged ahead of time to slow down the army, to force a siege, maybe even force field to slow down the army even further, but alas, was not able to. And with that, Percival takes it. GG. GG, well played. Percival does snowball out of control. And with that, we have our new king. And where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Who is our next challenger? Los Angeles. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, the grapes. Not like this. Not like this. As Percival does take the win here. And we only have a couple more contenders remaining. Only a couple more. We have our next player stepping up to the ring. It is going to be a Protoss player. The Ukrainian Protoss up next. Percival versus Night Phoenix. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, not Nightmare. So we are setting up. Vetoes are underway. The way this format works for this best of one is that the current reigning king of the hill gets one veto. So Percival gets one veto, and then it is going to be challenger pick. So Night Phoenix will have the rest of the maps available from then on forward. Where are they taking us? Bet all day for Spear. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Like, check Discord. Oh, what am I looking at? Oh, I saw you earlier. No, no. That's impressive. You know what that is? That's potential. That's potentially my potential. If only you committed. Best Protoss in Europe. You could challenge Clem for the title of Best Protoss in Europe. Unironically. Ah, no. 6.2k peak. Protoss. As again, we are still setting up here for our next game. Setting up. And we might just go on a short break here. Again, my throat is killing me. Might just go on a short break where we are looking for our players. And again, we're kind of nearing the tail end of the event. I believe we have, what, 3 matches left? Let me just double check. Let's have a look together. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. Scrolling on down here. Percival and Shameless. And we still got more. We have 4 matches remaining here. 4 players left to go. Night Phoenix, of course, is going to be stepping up initially against Percival. Behind this, who have we yet to cast, actually? Iba. We still haven't seen Iba. True. Jumi. Where's Jumi? Este Jumi. I haven't seen Wayne, Yang Yakov. True, there's some other CIS players that have yet to really show themselves. Bian. Always. Este Bian. If he's awake, I'm sure he'll step in. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break here. Just waiting for our players. If we can't find Night Phoenix, we might find a replacement instead. So take this time to enjoy yourselves. Get some water, get some snacks, get some food. Drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we will have our next best of one. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with our 12th match of the night of the OSC King of the Hill 197. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our contender. We have our would-be usurper from the land of Ukraine, representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing himself, currently teamless, but he is the reigning King of the Hill. It is Percival. Here we go. Again, the TVPs do continue. Percival, he just knocked down Shameless. He just fell at the hands of Percival. Now we have another European Protoss looking to stand in his way and knock him down. Night Phoenix, also known for more aggressive builds, is what I will say. Not necessarily known for more standard macro play, but definitely known for being in the face of the Terran. He is known for it. We'll see what he does bring to the table. Probe Scout going to be moving out. And once again, Percival opening up with a single gas geyser. Rax into CC on the low ground. Now, as a reminder, this was Challenger pick, so Night Phoenix has chosen Whispers of Gold to be the battleground here for their match, and as a result, I mean, this map is known for being a smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground, more aggressive as well in nature. So my eyes are on Night Phoenix to see how he does open up, if he plays standard or not. I'm not expecting standard play, I'll be honest. I'm not expecting, like, for example, you know, Blink-based opener, Twilight Council, 2-gate Blink into a third, no shot. Which is the opener that Shameless had gone for on Gressfun, if you remember, if you recall. Shameless had gone for a very economic build, which did fall to the 2-base all-in. Here on Whispers of Gold, we expect something very different out of Night Phoenix. SCB Scout dips in. And dips out. Back at home, Percival just going for his own factory follow-up. We'll keep an eye on the Raxes. We'll keep an eye on whether or not Percival goes for another 2-base all-in. I mean, they can hit quite hard, especially on small maps like Whistles of Gold, true, but at the same time, I don't really expect Night Phoenix to be as greedy here. Speaking of, Night Phoenix is going to be opening up with a Stargate. Okay, interesting. I would say this is a bit of a greedy maneuver here. Stargate play and Phoenix play especially can be quite vulnerable. You can be quite vulnerable early on to early game pushes. So bold move here by Night Phoenix, opening up Stargate into, I would imagine, Phoenix, but potentially Oracle instead. We'll keep an eye on the Protoss, as the Adept does threaten the Shade. So far, Percival does keep up. So far, so good. Oh! SCB does get away, diving into the bunker. Night Phoenix delaying mining time, waiting for those reinforcements. Marines and Hellions are on the way, and until they pop out, this Adept will maintain control of the natural. Reaper races back home. Hellion has arrived. Night Phoenix does not get the SCV, but the second Adept has arrived, and we'll go for the Reaper. Oh! Gets the Reaper. Reaper goes down. Gets one. Doesn't quite get the other, but not a bad trade. As Adepts say, recall back home just in time. They get a Reaper, they get an SCV. They pull back, and back at home we have a Phoenix production. Interesting. Okay, it's going to be a Phoenix follow-up here by Night Phoenix. Percival back at home going for a Widowmine drop follow-up here. Similar to the previous game. It's quite similar. Hellion dives in, does not quite get too much scouting information during the vision, and Percival, I believe, has no idea what's going on. Has not seen the tech. Doesn't know Phoenixes are on the way. Doesn't know. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah. My apologies. Predictions are open. They are open in the chat. Oh, the mine shots! Boom, massive connection. Mine shot goes off, but the medevac does go down, and the drop is denied. Nicely done here by Night Phoenix. Diving into the main, forcing a cancel. Again, the Cyclone Viking on the way. Percival had no idea that Phoenixes were coming out, and Percival, he's on the back foot. But for those of you in Twitch chat, predictions are open for the next couple of minutes, so I do apologize for forgetting, but they are now open. Get in while you can for this best of one. And so far, the opener is favoring Night Phoenix, is favoring him. Again, the big reason for this is because Percival had no idea what was going on. Drop gets shut down, and now he's stuck at home. is going to be trapped back at home. And Knifey is going Phoenix Colossus, actually. The Robo is done, and the Bay is on the way. The White Shot! White Shot goes off. Gets a Phoenix. Nicely done here by Percival. Very nice setup. Forces back the army. The Bay is halfway done. Third base on the way. And Knifey needs to get a safety Immortal. The Immortal is here. Has a semblance of an army to work with. As Percival, he's sharking around, looking for any stray Phoenixes. He's looking. Oh. He's looking. Not again. The mind shots. Time and time again, they just keep connecting. They keep going. Then the mind shot goes off. Thankfully, the Phoenixes are still alive. Scan reveals timing at the third base. Percival is aware. And behind this, Percival is expanding. Unlike the previous game where Percival went for a 2-base all-in, this time there is a third CC, extra Raxes, extra add-ons as well. We are gearing up towards the mid-game. Here we go. Gearing up. Spinach going to be landing. Percival getting secure. Nice pickup here. Catching a Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. And behind this, Knifey is just building up a greater army. We're getting into Colossus. He has already got 1, soon to be 2, then into 3. And Percival should be stuck at home until his upgrades do complete. I'm referring to Combat Shields, Concussive Shell, 1-1. Until then, Knifey is looking quite comfortable. He's chilling. Big chilling. He's diving towards that natural. Getting 2 more SCVs. Keeping Percival busy. Oh, let's catch a Phoenix. Not bad. 1 Phoenix goes down. Percival is looking to move out. Likewise, Knifey is going for a gateway explosion. The ground army here for Knifey is still quite lacking. He does have Colossus, that is true, but the support for the Colossus is, again, not quite there. Just waiting for those gateways, waiting for warpins. As warpins are kicking in, Percival, he is being active. Just with the drops, though. 16 Marines and 2 medevacs. They threaten to move out, but so far, Night Phoenix does get eyes on them, does force them back. So far, good map control here by Night Phoenix. And Percival is still just building up. Ghost Academy is done, making 3 ghosts at a time. Oh. Spotting the army. I believe, with the scan, does not see the force as Night Phoenix does move out. It's pushing towards the third base. Percival getting in position. Vikings in the main. Ready for a War Prism. And the army gets spotted. Army is spotted here. Oh. Vikings a zone away. Catching a Phoenix. The Prism is exposed. And the War Prism is going to go down. Massive pickup. Nice EMP. EMP on the sentries. Have force fields, they still pop up. And Night Phoenix sees in trouble. He has to back off. Again, without that Prism, no reinforcements on the front lines, has to retreat. Getting a 4th base. Percival moving in. Oh. Tanks, they get caught on siege though. So yeah, tanks get laid to siege. Tank Boy's still going to be going up. The Colossus are going to be going down. He gets 1. Oh. Gets 1, gets 2 as well. Yeah, just not enough support. Where are the Phoenixes? Phoenix count was reset. Vikings, they shut down the final Colossus. Big Swipe's going to be going up. And does Percival have enough? Vikings have to land. Not even. There we go. They do land in Percival. He is breaking through. He's snowballing out of control. Takes down the pieces, the Colossus. The tank count still looking very strong behind this. And even with these ults, even with the surround, even with the friendly fire, it's not enough. Once again, tanks a little bit late to siege. Ooh. Despite that, the Biofuel reinforcements have arrived, and Percival, he does a GG. Good luck in the next round, and Percival will take down another Protoss. GG. Ooh. Percival, he will maintain his crown here on top of the hill and takes down not just Shameless, but Night Phoenix as well. GG, well played. Big win here for Percival, as it does take down Night Phoenix. Again, a very different kind of style here. Game 1 against Shameless, Percival did go for a big 2-base all-in, and he pulled the boys. Here in Game 3, it was a late scout and a late response to the Stargate play, but really nice setup back at home. He was able to fortify himself, he minimized losses, didn't really lose many SCVs to the Phoenixes, even punished them more often than not, and from there he just snowballed out of control with a big 3-base move out. Did catch Night Phoenix a little bit out of position out on the map. It was brutal for him to fight within tank range, within, what was it, like 5 tanks? It was crazy. The Colossus, they went down real quick. So a bit of a rough start to the fight, and from there, GG, well played. Percival does take the win, and now we are getting ready for our next matchup here. We have our next contender. We are done with the TVPs. Up next is going to be a Zerg player. Up next is going to be Percival versus Young Yakov. Oh boy, it's going to be a Terran versus Zerg instead. Let's go. Again, Young Yakov is another player that has been on the rise over the past couple of months. Of course, he's been around for a long time, but Young Yakov did step away from the game at the start of 2024. Did step away, wasn't as active, wasn't competing too much until halfway through the year, where he suddenly gained interest once again. You know, he returned to us, and since then has been looking very good, very strong. He's been improving a lot here, and I would be favoring him coming into this, but at the same time, I haven't seen too much of Percival's versus Zerg. Haven't seen too much of his TVZ. Does he make it up? I hope not, but we'll see. We're here for it. No. We are going to be here for it. Oh. And so now we are going to be settling in. And once again, Vitos are on the way to determine our next map of choice. Oh boy. Now, Young Yakov, we will most likely be featuring him this weekend as well, as Figro Cup is going to be over the next week or so. That is, of course, at the end of January. I'm sure Young Yakov is going to be all over that. Of course, did recently defeat Wayne in a ZVZ, but that was a different matchup. And again, I'm curious to see how Young Yakov compares in a ZVT. We have been casting him against players like Nickrat and against Milky Cow, more players of his own region. But against Percival, I'm ready. I'm excited. Show us what you got. Show us that Terran versus Zerg action. As we are jumping into our next game. Into our 13th best of 1. Ooh, and again, it is going to be challenger pick. Young Yakov once again going for Gressvan. I mean, I'm sure a lot of these players have a lot of fun memories on this map, but it was played out quite a bit. But again, is known for its longer macro games. A lot of bases, wide open spaces. Features that we don't really often see anymore. Not in the current modern iteration of StarCraft. Not anymore. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gressvan, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. Now with a 2-game win streak under his belt, the current king of the hill, it is Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the new challenger, the would-be usurper. It is Young Yakov. Yo, shout out to Jimmy in the chat. Oh my, Jimmy, where have you been? Why haven't I seen you in this tournament? Ay. Jimmy, Iba as well. Good to see you. Good to see you both. Hope you're doing well. Potential opponents for either of these players in the next round. It's possible. We'll see. But now that we're calming things down, we have our initial hatch gas pool standard opener here from Young Yakov, I would imagine. Percival also opening up as well. And again, I just haven't seen too much of Percival's Terran versus Zerg. It's been mainly against Protoss. So we'll see if he does play Bio, if he plays Mech. I'm sure these two do not often play, as Percival is native to the Korean region and the Korean server. So I'm not too certain how familiar they are with each other. Too certain. Catching up. Yakov is really good right now. Of course. Very good. Based on their recent performances, I think I might rate Young Yakov higher than Wayne. Especially because Wayne has been less active, but it's hard to say. Maybe more matches required. But I do think they're both quite comparable. At least currently. Quite comparable in skill. Until then, we have our initial opener from Young Yakov. And Percival will confirm. Does dip in, does confirm. Also, hello, ARJ Skater. Oh my, it's been a while. Good to see you. Good to see you, Pat. Good to see you. Quack. Quack. Percival dips in. Does dip in, does confirm. Just standard opener. Gets eyes on the gases, make sure there's no crazy early Roach Warren or Bane Bust or anything like that. Reaper dips in as well, dancing with the army. Percival being a little bit greedy here. He wants the Lings, and he shouldn't get them. Young Yakov pulls away in time. Oh, does pull away, does save his Lings, and does zone back the Reaper. As Young Yakov does, of course, inject. No creep tumor yet. Behind this third CC before Starport. Economic build here by Percival. We're calming things down. Despite going for an all-in in game 1 against Shameless, here we do see Percival just calming things down and getting into something more macro, more economic, in towards a longer game state. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. True. You're not wrong. Wayne did take down Classic. Yo, that was a crazy series, by the way. we were fortunate enough to cast it, but yes. Wayne and Classic, they had a best of 5, which did go to game 4, if I recall correctly, and was very intense, very intense, very fast. 4 games between the two players. What I'm getting at, a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression between Wayne and Classic. Was solid. Was definitely solid. As Young Yakov, he commits quite hard here to this Ling run by. So far, it does go by unscattered. Hellions move out. As Percival moves out, Lings, they're moving in. The national base is exposed. Marine is going to go down, and the SV is one of the workers. They're going to be pulled away. That's a lot of economic damage. Percival, he's racing back home. SCVs are going down. And this is just so much damage already. Getting to 9 SCVs. 9, 10, soon to be 11. Likewise, Hellions, they do kite as best they can. But this is too much. 14 SCV kills. Can he get 15? He gets the Hellions. He gets 1. He up. Barely does not get the second. Barely not. But a Hellion and 14 workers, just like that. Young Yakov takes a massive worker lead. Baliness on the way. More Queens on the way as well. Percival, of course, opening up Banshee with a faster 3rd CC. Can counterattack, but the pressure is on. The pressure is on as Percival, he's borderline all in at this point. As the economy's in shambles. It's in shambles, man. What do we have? We have 5 Hellions. 5 Hellions and 2 Banshees. They have a lot of work to do. Have a lot to get done. They do head and they do rotate over towards the 3rd. Queens are keeping up. To zone Percival away. It's going to be zoned back. Young Yakov once again setting up another Ling. No shot. No, not again. No shot. There's nothing at home. The Hellions are out on the map. The Banshees as well. There's what? 2 Marines to defend. No, and I'm getting deja vu as Lings, they just overwhelm the Marines. Workers going down once again. The run-bys, they just don't stop. Hellions, they race back home. That's another 4 SCV kills, 5 SCVs. Workers at Percival just cannot afford to lose. Not again. Not like this. 5 more workers. Banshees, they get across the map. They do get some drone damage. Not bad. They get 3 drones, but this still pales in comparison to what's going on across the map. Going for the queen. Queen does fall. Banshees towards the main. Going for another queen as well. Uh-oh. They take a lot of damage. And Jakob, he does respond. That's another 5 drones. Not bad. Not bad damage here from Percival, I mean. But he needs more. Does need to get more done. As young Jakob, he double expands, getting a 4th base, getting a 5th as well. Taking all his bases. Joining up. Likewise, Hydra Den on the way, so he's going into Lingbane Hydra. And Percival, he needs more of the same. I mean, he was able to get 5 workers with his Banshees. That's a good start. He needs more. Whether it's with Banshees, Hellion Runwise, drop play. Macring back at home is not going to be good enough. Here he goes. Here he goes, going for the drop. Does move out. At the same time, young Jakob getting ready for his own Baling Runway as well. Baling speed is almost done. Percival, you can threaten the mineral line. Going for the queen. Dusts him in. Queen goes down. Nice pickup. Here does target down one of the Balings. Good target firing. Meanwhile, there's not really many workers to kill here. Balings, they get shut down. Nice defense here by Percival. Just not enough. Oh! From Jakob. Really not. Jakob building up back at home. Has drawn up to 88. He's gotten up to 88 workers. And despite the economic damage that was dealt earlier, the supplies are looking relatively similar, only for now though. Now that Jakob has drawn up to 88, I mean, now he can just commit here to everything else. Commit to just purely Lingbane, Hydra production. And Jakob, he's soon to max out. He's soon to just snowball out of control. There's still a small window here where Percival can trade. It can trade and get damage done. Ooh, nice target firing. Once again, Percival with the control. Does target down, what, 4 or 5 Balings. Very nice. 9 in total. As he is getting ready to move out. Again, trying to be proactive. Meanwhile, there's 24 more Lings on the way. Balings are morphing in. 2-2 as well. Percival moving forward. Does find the Balings. But again, there's just not much support here for these tanks. Just a handful of Marines. Oh, does take some Balings to the face. Hellbats do morph in. And Jakob, he's just biding his time. Just building a more army. Waiting for the opportune moment. Speaking of, tanks are exposed. He gets 1. 1 tank goes down. Baling connects. It's the 2nd tank as well. At the same time, Jakob just going for a massive counter attack. Oh my god, the Marines are here though. The Lings get thrown away. Not bad. So many Lings get thrown away. And Percival, he has momentum. He's pushing in. He's pushing in. Banshees hit the 4th. Main army towards the 5th. Base is exposed. Drones are going down. And Jakob, he does plummet in supply. Percival, he's back in this. He is back in this. Catching all those Lings. Trading with the Lingbane. Lurker Den just now starting up here for young Jakob. Needs more time. Percival pushing forward. Up. Jakob just trying to buy time. Going for another run by. This time it's successful though. This time he does get in. And plus into the natural. Getting on top of the 4 CC. Getting a kill. Forces a cancel. And cancel the expansion at the same time. Percival, he will knock down the 5th. Trading a base for a base. And once again, Jakob just being as safe as possible. Just trying to max out. Building up his army. Potentially missing some injects here. As young Jakob, he has a large bank, but he has yet to max out. As Jakob is running out of larva. No injects. How many queens? Only 4. Yeah, low queen counts. Missed injects. Jakub having a hard time maxing out. And Percival, he has potential. Things from behind, they run into Hellbats. Very nice trades. Percival moving forward. He's going for the expansion. And he does get it, and the base goes down. Here, Percival, he backs up. Black guy's moving in towards the top side, getting another expansion. And he's just pulling Young Jakub apart. Oh my god. Again, Jakub just having a hard time maxing out, hard time keeping up. Ooh, massive connections though. Baden's they crash in, full medevac goes down. Very nice catch here from Jakub. And he still got this. As Jakub, he does shut down the army. Lings, they flood into the middle line. Not again. More SCVs are going down. 11, 12, 13. Just once again, crippling damage here. As Lings are in the natural and the third. And Percival, he can't afford these losses. Not like this. He had some nice trades. He had some nice moments sniping bases, but not like this. Despite sniping bases, he has no economy. Down to 30 SCVs. And the Lurker army is here. The Lunkers have arrived. Getting Jakub had to max out. And he's just pulling Percival apart. He can't keep up. Not anymore. And here come the Lunkers. They go straight for the third. Even came some of the production. These are somewhat lair-tech Lurkers. They have range. They Hydra from behind. Tanks are exposed. And then Jakub, he breaks Percival. GG gets called. Young Jakub, he dethrones Percival, and he's our new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played, Young Jakub. He does claim the win here. It was an interesting game here. Initially, Young Jakub, he had a massive lead sniping or breaking through mineral line after mineral line, had a massive economic advantage, and then Percival did bring himself back into it. He was down in the series, down in the game, but he was able to make a game out of it himself, catching bases, getting mineral lines, sniping queens, trading well against the Lings. Overall, some nice moments there from Percival, but still not enough to overcome the deficit that he was playing from, and in the end, GG. GG, Young Jakub does claim the win. And the question becomes, who's up next? Oh, we have the answer to that question. We're heading over to the European region. Up next, it's going to be a ZVP here. It's going to be a Zerg versus Protoss between Young Jakub and one of the lovely players in the chat. It's Jumi. Let's go. Not Iba yet. Este Iba. Can we get Cham replay casts? Oh, potentially. I mean, it looks like a lot of really good matches, to be honest. We could try to collect the replays, maybe. But if we did, I don't think I'd cast them today. We've been live for almost 9 hours. I don't know if I can do 2 12-hour casts back to back. I don't know if I have it in me to do that. I don't. No. So settling in. Yeah, fair enough. Even I have my limits, Pappy. Even I have my limits. No. Oh. As it looks like we have our game. Have our game. Oh my god, and it's been a while. It's been a while since we have loaded into this map. Once again, it's another map from the extended map pool. We just did cast on Gresvan, but now we are loading into Romanticide. Here we go. Get Romanticide. I believe, if I recall correctly, was from the map pool before Gresvan. It was after Eternal Empire and before Gresvan. Welcome, one and all, to a very aesthetic map to Romanticide. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing himself, the current king of the hill. It is young Yakov. And you know what time it is. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Jimmy, he was giving credit to young Yakov earlier in the chat, and coming into this in a full series, I would favor young Yakov for certain, but it's a best of one. It's a best of one. Anything can happen. And even though Jimmy, oh my god, Jimmy, calm down. And even though Jimmy was giving young Yakov a little credit, do you know what happened recently? Do you remember what we casted not too long ago? The OSC Challenger bracket. Jimmy, he was the one that brought down a laser to qualify for the OSC Season 12 Championship. He had a crazy performance against a laser, had a very impressive run, and mate, if Jimmy can take down a laser, I can see him taking down young Yakov. I can see it happening, but again, best of one. It's a best of one. Anything can happen here. Only one shot, one chance is all you do have. You have to put it all on the line. Let's go. Oh. The 1 minute 30 GLHF time. Let's go. Let's go. GG. Ah. Ah, no. As from here, standard opener, going for the gate expand into Cybercore. Likewise, young Yakov, hatch, gas, pool. So far, so good. As we're calming things down, embracing Romanticide. Oh, of course, welcome one also Romanticide. Again, this is a bit of an older map. I want to say like 2022, maybe 2021 era and circa of StarCraft, of EPT. It is a very large map, known from macro games as well. You can very easily split the map in half. There are some certain choke points and attack paths here towards the center, which can be quite difficult to break through. Likewise, there is a high yield gas geyser expansion in the center of the map with a ramp coming into it, also a very defendable location. I recall many times in a split map scenario with Skytoss and Zerg and being in this position. Likewise, there's only one attack path towards this southern base, so it can be quite easy to fortify and just wall up and wall off. So we could be here for a while, as young Yakov, he's rushing to an early Evo chamber into fast +1 range. Now this typically means we're going to be seeing lings into Hydra production, into a lair. That's typically what this means, but we'll keep an eye on young Yakov. We'll see if he does go for something more aggressive, something more committed. As I believe this is melee before ling speed. Oh. Hello. Okay, so this looks like a ling flood. If I recall correctly, I believe once young Yakov has the gas for it, he can actually line this up and have +1 and ling speed finishing up at around the same time into an all-in, potentially. I'm just a little bit shocked here that yeah, ling speed is yet to be researched. So much earlier than normal, much earlier here. There we go, ling speed is on the way. Behind this, Jimmy going to be opening up Stargate into Void Ray, not Oracle. Void Ray is in production. And my eyes, they need to be on young Yakov here. Now, he is still mining gas. This tells us that potentially Bailey Nest. What are we going to be sending this gas on if we're not going for an all-in? But now just joining up, saturating his bases, throwing down spores. A Void Ray does reveal itself. Jimmy does move out. He's moving out, hunting down those overlords. 4 more overlords on the way. Upgrades are about to finish. No lair alongside this. And young Yakov is still just droning up. Droning into a Roach Warren. Are we just gonna rush into like +1 range here? Like what's the plan? What's going on? There it is, 20 lings in production. That's a lot of lings. And young Yakov does cut workers here at less than 3 base saturation. No gases at the natural, no gases here at the 3rd base, only 1 gas in the main. And this should be an all-in. It should be an... I say that, it's taking extra gases. It say shade in. They threaten a shade. Layers in production. Young Yakov, he is droning up. Never mind. What just happened? I'm just so confused why we committed into +1 melee so quickly. It was insane. Maybe he was expecting Jumi to be more aggressive. It's possible. I mean, Jumi is being aggressive, don't get me wrong. Charge on the way, +1 as well. There is a charge timing available for Jumi. Yakov getting the center expansion. But yeah, going to range. Let's go. As we're settling in, a big shout out to Digits in the chat. Pappy God, thank you so much for the donation. We don't often get donations or tips on the channel, so thank you so much. We do appreciate the support. Thank you for the weekend cast. You're welcome, Pappy. You're welcome. Hope you enjoyed the content. It's been a very, very intense week for us, especially the weekend, I suppose. As, again, yesterday we had a 12-hour cast, over 12 hours, and here we're getting up to that point as well. It's been intense, but I mean, it's been worth it. It's been some amazing games, amazing StarCraft here. Always great to see and catch up with players like Percival, Young Yakov, Jumi as well. A great way to kind of cap off the weekend. So embrace these players, especially on some of these older maps. As the High Templar gets surrounded, massive pickup, High Templar goes down. Behind this, Jumi going double Robo into double Immortal production, and likewise Spire is on the way. Both players going in their own directions here, and we are indeed droning and macroing up. Despite the fast pulse on melee, we're getting into a bit of a more standard game state here. Stasis going off. Ooh, late reaction out of Young Yakov will be caught out with 3 drones. But I believe Jumi has yet to confirm what's going on. But he does scouts. Does check the natural and does get eyes on the Spire. He sees, he knows the Spire has been spotted. Has been scouted, and Jumi, he's aware. Second Stargate on the way. Phoenix production has begun. Storm in production as well. Jumi's getting ready for the mutas. Now, Young Yakov, he knows he got scouted. He knows he was spotted. Does he cancel? Does he let it finish? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Yakov, he is still amassing his Roach army. Hydrogen is now done. Spire, it looks like it will complete. Yakov just securing a side of the map. Likewise, Jumi going for the expansion, but there are plenty of roaches to defend, and this base should be saved. And Jumi being forced back. Zelt's getting caught out. And behind this is going to be 5 mutas here from Young Yakov. Now, 5 mutas, that is enough to one-shot probes. Is enough to one-shot. So just a harassing force of mutas. You know, FSA shaded towards the third base. Young Yakov out of position. Shaded, getting 4 drones, getting up to 5, 6. 6 drones going down. Going for a 7th drone here in the main. Doesn't quite get it though. Yeah, barely not. 6 drone kills. With that, Young Yakov again, that of course high yield gas geyser droning up to 80, now taking up into Hive, into Lurkers as well, getting ready for that later game state of Hydra Lurker Viper. He's getting there. Until then, Jumi is going to be stuck on the back foot. And Roach moving in. Plenty of Immortals to defend. Nice Storm. Jumi, he is holding. Storm's running back once again, and again, this choke point is brutal. And Yakov cannot break through. Again, without knocking down these rocks, it's so difficult to really engage here in the center of the map. And there's a reason why we saw so much late game here on Romanticide. Board rate does go down, but that's a lot of dead roaches. Jumi just going to be engaging. It looks like mutas weren't really made. There were 5 mutas earlier, but... Oh, they went down. wait. What happened? Okay, apparently they got thrown away. Mutas went down. The mineral lines are safe and sound. Jumi, he's holding. And he's catching up. He's catching up a supply. Going for the fleet beacon into Sky Toss. Overseer does confirm. Young Yakov getting another expansion. Backing up. But he committed quite hard there. There were so many roaches that went down. That was 20 roaches in that assault. And now he backs off, taking up into Lurkers, what did I say? Lurkers are on the way. Tempest production has begun. Yakov, he is aware. He did see the fleet beacon earlier. So he is aware he's on the timer. Slings a threat and a run by. Jumi's still just building up his Death Bullet army. He's got so many immortals. Oh my god. Now, when it comes to a ground-based army like this that Young Yakov has, Mass Immortal can break through. 100%. Can break through this defensive line of lurkers, depending on the angle of attack. We're looking for a little bit more wide open area to spread out, to avoid splash damage. If Jumi can pull that off, he can take the fight. Can win this. Young Yakov is maxing out. Tempest are revealed. Yakov going for a split push. Oh, the token Swarm Host. Let's go. We'll take a storm to the face. Double prism? Wait, what? Double prism on the way. Tempest are able to shut this down. Going for the lurker. The lurker's too full. The double prism is going to be finishing. Let's go. Jumi moving in. So back the army with their storms. Classic can't quite break through. Not like this. Not with half his army. Nice storms nonetheless. But Lassie has to back off. He has to retreat. Big launch here from Young Yakov. Takes down an immortal. Gets one. Gets two. And trying to get three. Barely won't be able to. And Jumi has the high ground. More reinforcements have arrived. Here come the Tempest. And he has detection. He will clean this up. Young Yakov overextended. He should not be here. Losing every single lurker. As one lurker barely survives. And Yakov barely holding on, getting up to 90 drones. And Jumi is not solving. Where are the prisons, by the way? What happened? Okay, they're out. War prisms have arrived. Prism into the main. And Yakov, though, being kept busy, does shut it down. And that means the base is going to fall. There's no saving this. Hatchery should go down. Things coming from behind. To come in. See Jumi reinforcing with more Archons. Warping in 3 Archons at a time as well. Aye. It's going to be forced back. That is a cancel. Jumi turns back around. Just moving in, looking for an abduction. Going for the Tempest, he gets one. Oh, but the storms are brutal. One Tempest goes down. Storm connects. Yakov pulls away. Now what's scary here is that Jumi, his army has been slowly maxing out over time, and by the time he gets there, he will have a more effective army, more efficient army here, compared to Young Yakov. As we do see Jumi has almost reached his final form. He's almost there. Could do with more Tempest, as he's making 2 Tempests at a time. Once again, Storm popping up. Sending back the army. With no major connections. Nothing major yet. Young Yakov taking up towards the Greater Spire, towards Broodlords. But Jumi, he has now finally maxed out. Took quite some time, but he got there. Go to a maxed out army. Can threaten a dive. How many Tempests? 6. 6 Tempests so far. Mothership's on the way. Stormite is going to be dealt with. Jimmy looking for a way in. As he has that revelation. Does move forward. This space is exposed. Lurkers are not where they need to be. Nice zoning storm. Zoning back to the Zerg. Lurkers, they go for the dive. Once again, the storm zones away. And Jimmy doesn't have to commit. He's shutting down storm after storm. Pulls away. Can just always rotate once again. As Jimmy pulls back. And Yakov reinforcing here with now Infestors. It's called Kindness Plating on the way. Oh, gets a kill. Let's get a kill in the hatchery. Moving in. Pushing into these Zerkers still not going to be easy though. This location is so defensive. So the army does recoil towards his offside. Mothership goes down, but he dies with all of those Corruptors. And Corruptors take a lot of hits. Nice trades. Lurkers are coming in from behind. Where are the storms? Do we have any storms left? It doesn't look like it. Lurkers are pushing in. Nice moving here from Jimmy, but it's going to be a one-way trip. There's no escaping out of this. It's going to try to. Lurkers, they pour in. Massive shots going up. Jimmy's getting caught out. He's going to get surrounded. This is not it. This is not the play. From here, tries to recall back home, but he leaves behind some units. And leaves too much behind. Oh, at the same time though, not bad, getting 16 drones. 16 drones going down. The tech as well. The Ultra Cavern, the Lurker Den. Okay. Jimmy maintaining a greater economy. He's on 75 workers. Killed a lot of drones. Took down some bases. And Jimmy can remax. Can remax. Is vulnerable though. Oh! There we go. Throws down the storms. Shuts down the Ultras. Oh, I keep saying, oh, the Lankers. God. The Lankers, happy they get shut down. And Jimmy, he's going to be the first to max out. He has a bank. And young Yakov does not. Again, Yakov is running out of resources. Running out of a bank. Tempest coming in. Yakov, he is exposed. And he collapses in, just collapses on the army. Corruptors, they go for the dive, but the ground army just crumbles here. No more Lurkers, no more Hydras. Corruptors, they do shut down the Tempest, but what about the Archons? What about the ground army of Jimmy? Jimmy just said it. GG gets called, and Jimmy breaks on through. He will take the game, and Jimmy is our new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played, Jimmy. He will claim it here again. Very nice trades and very safe play out of Jimmy, just slowly getting his third base, his fourth, his fifth, his sixth, just slowly building up over time. We did mention it, but Young Yakov was playing very committed, very aggressive with the earlier upgrades, and he was not able to really make use of it. He was trying to be active and trying to be in the face of Jimmy, but Jimmy was just defending very well, very nicely, and was able to just pull Young Yakov apart from there. GG. GG, well played, Jimmy. He's our new King of the Hill. And the question becomes, who's next? Who is up next here? Who is the last challenger to rise up against Jimmy? As exclamation mark B in the chat, if you guys want to have a look back yourselves, I believe this should be, yes, this is the final best of one of the tournament. The final chance here to be the last remaining King of the Hill. Now, the way this works here is that whoever is last standing in the tournament, whoever is the last player standing, will be invited and will be given the option to be the starting player for the next OSC King of the Hill. They have the option to be the starting player. Oh, let's go. And we have them. We have the final player here. It's going to be a rematch here of the Ducklings Showdown. For those that were here at the start of the year, you would know that we did have some show matches to kick off 2025 and to wrap up 2024. And one of those show matches was a best of 9 between Jumi and Iba. Let's go. Let's go. We have the final series here of the night. The drama, the history between Iba and Jumi is there. And we're here to capitalize on it. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. Jumi versus Iba. Really the only way this could end. The only way. We go. This time, not a best of 9, but, you know, a series nonetheless. Let's go. We're here for it. We are here for it. Hold on, I have to message them. Hi, yeah. But looks like they're getting their videos going and getting their match underway. Now the question becomes, is this a PvP or a PvZ? That's the real question here. Iba, he of course does play a lot of his Protoss instead of Zerg. His Zerg is his main race, but he has of course been having a bit of an identity crisis, has been playing a lot of Protoss as well, is quite good at it. So you could argue that certain Protoss matchups are actually better than his own Zerg matchups as well. Definitely there. The king of our hearts versus the king of our brains. Oh, what is that? Who's who? No. Who has the heart? Who has the brain? Not like this. Do either of them have the brain? we got a lot of love for Jumi and Iba. A lot of love for them. Aye. But now they're setting up. They are setting up. And we will soon have our final game of the night. We actually just posted the Duckling Showdown VODs on our YouTube channel. They were posted a couple of days ago. So you can catch up. By a lot of love, we mean a whole K-drama scenario. Yes. For those who do not know, there is a lot of drama between Iba and Jumi. They were 2v2 partners. And everything was all good and all right in the world. They, of course, were competing together, playing together, and then one fateful night, Iba, he cast Jumi aside. He cast him aside. He did play. Just despite the history between them, did start playing 2v2 events with another person, with another player, and what was Jumi to do? What was he to do, Papi? Just didn't even matter anyway. He was cast aside, left all alone. Smurge, Papi, smurge. So heartless. And now we're back. We're facing off here in a best of 1. And it looks like we have our finals. We have our final races here. It is going to be a PvP. Let's go. Not PvZ. The Protoss. Jumi joined Young. He did. He joined Young Jakob. That's what happened. He found someone better. A replacement. No. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the current king of the hill. We have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, with 1 win under his belt. It is Jumi. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have at one point a Zerg player, but here he is a Polish Protoss player from the UK, from England. It is Iba for the Platinum Heroes. Oh boy. Here we go. The PvP is upon us, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Oh no. As Jumi did come out on top in the Duckling Showdown, he did end up victorious in the best of 9. And they did play PvP in the middle of that as well, but it was a back and forth, and oh my god. It was a back and forth. And we'll see if Eva can avenge his fallen Zerg. His fallen Zerg comrade. Question mark. I mean, now he's Protoss, to be fair. Is Protoss. Oh no, true, true. The shade, Pappy, the shade. Yeah, he's cast away his Zerg facade. Nah, no Zerg, not anymore. He's Protoss. Always has been, always will be. The Protoss. Here we go. No, you'd rather play late game win to lose. I love that strat as well. I know. Too real, too real. We've all been there. Late game win to lose. Feels bad, man. Este Jimmy and Eva. But we're settling into not a PvZ or PvP. When it comes to PvP, oh no. Eva, where did the Protoss hurt you? Where did he hurt you? Not like this. But again, a big reason as to why he has been playing Protoss here, has been improving quite a lot. When it comes to PvP, I'll be honest, Eva is usually not really aggressive. He's not really too aggressive, assertive, or all-in. Typically more mid-game oriented. Except Serral. True. No. Skill issue. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yeah, he's usually not too assertive. Usually we do see, you know, natural base into a third base, into a solid economy, into the mid game, into mass stalker aggression. What I will say is that a lot of the skills, or a lot of the micro skills of Eva do translate, so he actually has really good blink control. It's terrifying. Do they not? No. I mean, they're setting out their hallucinations. Hallucinations moving out, getting rid of what's going on. Again, just 2K setups. Oh, the shark! I mean, we were talking about how Eva usually doesn't all in anyway in this matchup. Oh, he's, yeah. Confirming. He doesn't. He doesn't. It's like, yeah, that's why they suck, because you don't all in. And not wrong. Not wrong. From here, Jumi going for his own Robo follow-up. Now, with a Robo, typically we should be seeing a more defensive stance out of Jumi. This leads into Immortal production. Speaking of, there it is. Immortals are amassing. As Jumi, he is down in Stalkers and down in Blink. It's going to be Blink here from Eva, Immortals from Jumi. So from here, Jumi should just be building up his Immortal count, getting a third expansion, and just building up from there. Getting up to 2, 3, 4 Immortals before moving out. From the side of Eva, it's going to be on him to gain map control and to be aggressive, be assertive across the map. Third Nexus on the way. Blink as well, as we settle in. And again, Jumi, he's going to be, for the most part, stuck at home. I say that is 4 sentries, though. Oh, let's go the Hallucination Prism. He's moving out. As he moves out, Eva moves in, and this third base is very exposed. Doesn't check. He's distracted. He's distracted here by the army. Eva, he turns around. The third base gets saved. He saves a third. Is this where Jumi recalls? Is this where Jumi moves in, then just recalls back home? He commits. Force fields in. Lock him down. Ooh, but who's locked in with who? As Jumi, he just fights up the ramp. Does push in. Takes out the Stalkers. Going for the sentries as well. Army coming from behind. The Immortal does catch out the Stalkers. And Jumi, he can commit. And he can commit in. Does reinforce with slow lots as well. Souls have arrived. Just a very chaotic fight. The Immortal is going to go down. But still, Jumi might just have too much. So just waiting for those warpins, waiting for reinforcements. Jumi moving in towards that third base. Shield batteries out of energy. Eva barely holding on. He's barely holding. Dark Shrine on the way for Jumi. Oh. Going for the expansion. And trying to go for the third base. Force fields are available. And he does try to focus down, but alas, he has some wasted DPS here, but he does hold. Does save the expansion, forces Jumi back. See in chat, last team they played, Eva, KoTH, and Jumi played together. They did. That was after the showdown. That was after we had mended the relationship. But now it's on the fritz again. Now it's like we had like a big like couples counseling session during the Duckling showdown, and Jumi and Eva, we brought them back, and then they got to play in that 3v3. It was beautiful. It happened. It happened. And then they split up again. They not again. As Eva does hold on, does save the base, getting his fourth, getting fully saturated. Likewise, Jumi has a comparable economy here. Not just that, but here come the DTs. And that's towards left-hand side. Dark Templar are warping in. They're massing up. Dark Templar are available. Likewise, Jumi rushing into Disruptors. Base on the way for those Disruptors. Eva in position with the Observer. Does spot the Dark Templar. Eye steps in. Does step in regardless. Going for the Immortal. Is on a move. There we go. Going for the probes. Probes going down. Other DTs, they hit the third, or at least they should. Just one Dark Temple for now. Does recall back home. That's some decent damage, getting 4 probes. 4 workers. Jumi back at home, just getting his own 4th base, building up Archons. The bay is now done, and we should soon be seeing Disruptors. Disruptors should be on the way. Young love, so volatile. Ah, no. It's fine. They'll find each other once again. It'll be fine. Oh. Jumi does move out. At the same time, Eva going for a massive counterattack does hit the natural. Deep out of the gateways. Not bad. Disruptor is on the way. Jumi, it looks like he does have enough to break through, though. Getting himself the 4th. Does rush into the mineral line. At the same time, Eva coming in for a better angle. Does come in. Catching out some of the Zealots. At the same time, Zealots, they do warp into the main. Probes are going to be going down on both sides. Yeah, mineral lines are falling. 20 workers and 8 and 17. Oh, Jesus. Out of the production is under fire. Pylons going down. Everything getting depowered in the main. And Jumi, he races back home. Does race back, cleans up the Stalkers. Both players also the workers here, but alas, the production is denied the upgrades as well. And Jumi, he just keep warping in. Can't keep going. And now Jumi forced back. Probe counts are actually very similar. 60 probes against 58. Similar economies. But Jumi is catching up with +2. Well, I should say exceeding him. +2 is almost done. Gateway's getting repowered. Jumi does have the supply lead. And he can move out once again. Just a very chaotic style here out of Jumi. Going for random move outs. Warp-ins into the main. Is getting out of hand. And now he's got Disruptors. Eva is aware. Does spot this. Is aware of the Disruptors. This time there's a cannon in position. GT gets shut down. Cannons were ready. There's R setting up. again, Jimmy does have a lot more potential with his force just because of the disruptors. He's got 3, soon to be up to 5 disruptors. And what does Eba do? How does he answer that? For the time being, he's stuck with his own Charge or Archon composition. Warp Prison towards the natural. Going for the cannon. And going for the cannon, going for a massive Zealot Warp in. Eba moves out. And Jimmy, he does not overreact. On the Nova, massive connection. Takes down the Zealots. Passes on there by Jimmy. Drop towards the natural. Jimmy, he responds. And he can engage with the main army. Nova goes off. Once again, connects in. And you can't split, not with Archons. They're too thick. They're too wide. Jimmy, he breaks through. Back at home. Warps and DTs. No detection for Eba. Does kill probes though. 19-20 probes going to be going down. And the economy of Jimmy is in shambles. And he's got a counterattack. But now staying back home. As the pylons, the gateways are being depowered. We'll eventually clean this up, but I'm a little bit surprised that Jimmy has yet to move out. He's still stuck at home. Waiting for his Colossus. Colossus are on the way. Jimmy down to 60 probes, down 20 workers. But Eba's army is lacking here. And Jimmy still has potential. And there we go, he's moving out. Jimmy finally does move out. He's got how many disruptors? He has 5. 5 disruptors for Jimmy. Eba might have the better economy, but it may not matter. Not here. Not anymore. Jimmy moves out. Brings him into the main. Going for the cannons. Cannons getting picked up. Going for the warp in. Jimmy towards that 5th. And Disruptor have arrived. Nova going to be going up. Decent connection. Takes down some Zealots. And more Zealots going to be going down. There's still, what, 3 more Novas? And mainly on Zealots. Zealots are going down, one after the other. Novas are on cooldown. And now it's just Archon versus Archon. And with that, Jimmy, he should overwhelm. Oh, we can just keep going. Now Jimmy waiting for those disruptors, waiting for the reset. Oh! So those who connect, Delta coming from behind. And all good defense here for Jimmy. Is getting caught out, disruptors are falling, and anyway, he comes in for the surround. Wow, the warp ins, they do surround, they shut down, they force the recall. And Eba, he can go, he can just keep pushing. He has momentum. Send it, Pappy, send it. Back at home, no disruptors, just Colossus. And without disruptors, I'm not so sure that Jimmy can hold. And Colossus, they can trade somewhat well. Swipes are coming in. Okay, Eba splitting up his Zealots. Zones the army away, going for the expansion, does force a cancel. Eba pulling back. Getting his own bay. Eba backs off, Jimmy can recover. Another Zealot run by. Guess another 5 probes. Guess another 5 workers. Threatening a dive. Double Robo on the way, going up to triple disruptor production. Let's go. Eba's catching up. Going Mass Disruptor. Still just a very shaky game state. So Jimmy was ahead, but upon losing all of his disruptors, now slightly behind. Eba is the first to max out, but we do see Jimmy here with 4 Colossus. Jesus. Zell drops, they just continue. They keep going. So also get another 9 probes. Eba moving in. Yeah, but the Gateway Army pushing into 4 Colossus. It's not going to happen. The swipes are brutal. Nova goes up. Jimmy, he can take the fight. And where are the disruptors? Where are the disruptors for Eba? Does need more time. Jimmy chasing him down. At the same time, Zealots, they are cleaned up back at home. Ooh, Nova goes up. Massive connection. But Eba, he needs more. Needs more connections here. As Jimmy is breaking through, takes out the expansion. Nexus is going to go down. Well, looking for a better angle. Never goes up. No major connections. Collapsing in the army. Colossus are being targeted down. But Jimmy looks like he should have enough. Oh, nice Nova. But he breaks through. The Colossus, they stand strong. There's still 4 Colossus here. Ay, ay, ay. 4 Colossus moving in. Oh, shows the Novas. Attempted splits. Emphasis on attempted. Takes Nova to the face. Up to 4 disruptors. Catching out the War Prism. Jimmy pushing towards the bases. As Eva does shoot first. Takes out the disruptors. Colossus are exposed. Neva's not seeing it going up, but not the connections he's looking for. Still a very close fight. And Jimmy, he barely comes out on top. Pushing into the mineral line, going for the rovers themselves. Up. Into Nova. Not bad, takes down the Archon. The Archons do fall, but alas, these 4 Colossus, or these 3 Colossus even, still just raining down the army. And just getting so much damage here, pushing towards the 3rd. The 4th even. Expansion should go down. Jimmy, his reinforcements are delayed. And late reinforcements. Colossus are trying to hold their own. GG gets called. They barely do. And Jimmy, he breaks through. And Jimmy, he is going to be the final OSC King of the Hill King of the week. Of week number 197. GG. He is the reigning King of the Hill. Congratulations here. A very tense and very back and forth PvP here. There were moments for Jimmy, moments for Eba. I do think that Jimmy, for the most part, was in control of this game, but there were some rough fights here where he got surrounded. He lost all his disruptors. Eba did fight back quite well, actually, and made for a game. And GG. It's one of those matches where I would love an extended series between these two, but last a best of 1 in the end. And Jimmy does claim it. Jimmy does take the match. GG, well played. GG, well played. With that, Jimmy does, or I should say, is going to be invited to the next OSC King of the Hill. He's going to be invited as the starting player for the next OSC. Whether or not he accepts that invite, yet to be determined. We'll see. We'll see when he is available and when the next OSC King of the Hill is going to be made live. Again, keep an eye out on the social medias for when the next OSC King of the Hill is going to be taking place. We sometimes do cast it ourselves here on the channel, but at other times it does go the way of Steadfast or Chicken Man, Dave Testa, Wardy, so many other casters that get involved when it comes to OSC events. So do consider following OSC. They'll tell you. They'll tell you where and when the next event takes place. They'll tell you when. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. Again, it's been a long cast, a very long cast. It's 5 a.m. here in Australia. It's 5 a.m. It's been a 9.5 hour cast, and we're going to be wrapping up here for the evening. We were going to be casting in 6 hours. In 6 hours time, we were going to be live with an Enki replay cast of the Enki Christmas Invitational. But because we did just so much casting here tonight, and because I'm a little bit fatigued, we're going to be putting that on hiatus. So we're going to be moving the Enki cast to another day, which means our next broadcast here on the channel is going to be in how many hours time? Hold on, let's do some math. No. Our next broadcast is going to be the Wardy TV Monday. Wardy TV Monday is going to be in what, 15 hours? 19 hours time. So we're going to go and get some rest. Oh, sorry, hold on. Sorry, 18 hours time is going to be the Wardy TV Monday. So we're going to go get some rest, and that'll be our next broadcast. Again, we were going to be casting in around 6 hours, but I think for now we're going to be putting that on hold. We'll take it a little bit easy coming into Monday, a little bit easy, and we'll most likely reschedule the Enki cast for Friday. Friday does look a little bit more open for us. So it should be Friday instead. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I hope you guys enjoyed the weekend and the week of StarCraft. I believe we might have an updated calendar or schedule graphic. Not quite. But regardless, the next cast is going to be 9 p.m. KST for the Wardy event, followed by everything else. We have Pegasus on Monday, we have the Little League Cup throughout the course of the week, we have a Lima League, Tenacious Turtle Tussle, a Fire Grow Cup as well, and of course the Enki replay cast. We'll get there eventually, so plenty more StarCraft to come. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for watching, thank you for the support. We're going to be heading off for the time being, and we'll see you guys next time. Stick around, we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's double check. Upper Tree is still Upper Tree is still doing his subathon. Who else we have? We have Showtime, Juggernaut Jason. We could give some love to Jason, true. Could give some love to Jason. I am so tired. Who else do we have? Wooman 12. True. Wooman, he raided us. He did raid us the other day. Would be nice to share the love. Until then, we're gonna be getting some rest. Until then, we're gonna be heading off, and we will be back tomorrow for some Wardy TV Monday. Until then, thanks for watching. You can follow us on all the social medias. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings, and likewise, you can check out our Patreon. Shout out to OSC again for hosting this event, and for of course hosting the OSC Championship, which is of course currently occurring, and we are going through those replays as best we can throughout the course of the next month. Upper Tree, yeah. We'll give it to Upper Tree. Give it to Upper Tree. Otherwise, thanks for watching. I'm gonna go pass out. I gotta go, bench. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.